All right, everybody, welcome to the Manatraders series event. My name is Corey Ballmeister, and I am joined by my co-host from Versus Live, and we're finally back together. Ross Merriam, how you doing?
Reunited, and it feels so good.
And it feels so good. You can't keep us away. There's no way to keep us away forever. We'll be bringing you commentary for this entire tournament here. We have 9 rounds today, all featuring Pioneer, and then we're going to be playing the top 8 tomorrow for those lucky players.
Prismatic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. Tomorrow, of course, Winston draft between just us. We're in it as well, so 6 other players. Yeah, we're gonna be throwing people a curveball.
Winner, of course, has to play against your dog.
Yes,
the ultimate title.
Where Henry is undefeated. Yeah. He wins quite often.
He's currently in training.
So, gonna be playing some Pioneer today. We have 228 people. This is one of the largest Manatraders fields that we have honestly ever seen. Over 1,000 people played in the qualifier series. Which is just insane. So thank you all for playing along. It's a really great series. It gives away a ton of money. And it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it goes to show just how popular Pioneer has gotten in the last 3 or 4 months. The format has really been resurrected and is now exploding in popularity. Yeah. And everyone seems to be enjoying it. The metagame is very diverse, and we're going to see that today. There's a lot of different decks, a good range of archetypes, and a lot of really interesting dynamic gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. And, a couple reasons why it's getting that, kind of boost, that shot in the arm. It is becoming the Pro Tour format. So a lot of people are starting to get ready for that. The new set's just coming out. And while you're not going to see any new Streets of Capenna cards now, that was by design, just because a lot of these players would not have access to the cards. So it's kind of who gets lucky or who wants to spend $100 on Ob Nixilis or something like that, trying to get the cards early. So no Streets of Capenna cards that are going to be played today, but Pioneer is still just as dynamic. And as far as an impact that set would have, it would, of course, have some, but Pioneer is a format that is kind of powerful enough that it's not like a new set's going to reinvent it like Standard.
Yeah, definitely. We're Pioneer sits between Standard and Modern, so you're going to see an impact somewhat between those two, but I would generally err towards an impact that is more towards the minor impact that Modern sees from new sets, as opposed to sort of halfway between. I doubt Streets of New Capenna shakes up Pioneer by a huge degree. Really, the only new set that we've seen have that big of an impact is Theros Beyond Death, that brought all the combos to the format and caused its initial death. So, what we see here, this metagame is going to largely, look the same moving forward. We'll probably see some decks get a few new toys, and hopefully, we can see that featured down the road. But for now, we're going to look at Pioneer as it is, and as it is pretty sweet.
It is pretty sweet. What do you think about Throne? All right, mic check. Okay, all right. Oops, accidentally muted myself. What do you think about Throne of Eldraine's, thumb on the format, though? That was probably a little bit more impactful with Oko and stuff.
Throne was released, like a month before the format was announced?
Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah. Just a quirk of timing there.
That's fair. So we explained how we're going to be playing. Now, if y'all want to play, we're going to be starting the qualifier season for May, starting in a couple of weeks here. So you can use !Bash Bros in the chat. That'll give you a code to save yourself a little bit of coin when you want to be playing in these series. So check that out. And then, you could be playing in this tournament as well for this next month's series. We'll be announcing the format as well tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. We'll give people a sneak peek. But for now,
I don't even know what it is.
Well, neither do I yet. They'll tell us tomorrow. But but for now, how about let's check out a couple of the decks while the players get all settled and ready to go. Got some cool ones here for us. All right. So taking a look, this is a pretty big one here is mono green ramp. I think this is one of the decks that is proving itself as getting kind of this resurgence with Storm the Festival. Ends up just being an incredibly powerful card that the first time you put a Cavalier and a Nissa into play on like turn 4, you're like, oh, I shouldn't be allowed to do this.
Yeah, we've seen this, mono green devotion go through a lot of different variations since its inception in the format. It started being a very Planeswalker heavy deck that was initially popularized by Aspiring Spike, And
what
then,
isn't?
yeah,
You know?
and then it sort of morphed into a much more aggressive deck at a certain point with things like Old Growth Troll and Mistcutter Hydra.
Yeah. A
Uh,
lot of voracious hydras as
Yep.
well. Yep.
And now it's gone back to a bit more grindy of a deck, more attrition oriented because of the card that you mentioned, Storm the Festival. You know, being able to put multiple Planeswalkers onto the battlefield, or like you said, a Planeswalker and a Cavalier of Thorns. And then Cavalier finds you another Nykthos that enters the battlefield, and you can, cast the Storm the Festival from the graveyard really quickly. It can lead to some really, really busted turns when the deck's engine starts getting online. But you also still have some really aggressive starts where you cast Nissa or you Storm the Festival early into multiple creatures, and you're able to, apply enough pressure onto the combo and control decks of the format that way, as opposed to just playing typical creatures. So now you've got this deck that has that attrition, aspect to it, but also has the ability to play aggressive at least some portion of the time. You don't completely get rid of that aspect of the deck, which is great.
Yep, totally agree with you. And I mean, you get to play 8 elves, 8 elves is just insane. And then you'll notice at the sideboard, you get just a bunch of different artifacts. You get to Karn the Great Creator for. The one thing that I love is I love just having a land. Darksteel Citadel in there, or Treasure Vault, a lot of people have been going with as well. They're minor, like which one's better, who really knows. But, there's even a kind of a ridiculous combo with Pestilence Cauldron that lets you essentially just combo off. It's very convoluted, and you have to have a ton of mana. Plus, you have to have a lot of pips of devotion, and you have to have Nissa. So, like, at that point, you're just winning the game anyways. But technically, you can do it with that card, as well as it gains some life, which helps out a bit. So,
against combo decks, sometimes it can be relevant to be able to just close that game immediately.
True.
And with Lotus Field and Jeskai Ascendancy around in Pioneer, this is one of the more combo-laden formats we have in Magic these days, because you don't see a lot of combo in Modern, even though that used to be Modern's calling card 4, 5, 6 years ago. Not so much these days with the influx of the Modern Horizon sets, putting so much good cheap disruption into that format. So Pioneer has become the haven, so to speak, for combo players, of which I am one. So hopefully we get to see some cool combo action. But if we get to see the combo action out of a mono green devotion deck, I'm cool with that too.
Exactly. Lana or Elsa and combo, that's really your brand right there.
These are a few of my favorite things.
What would you be playing if you were playing this event?
Oh,
Are you playing the Awakening deck, or?
I think I would be playing Winoda.
Winoda, yeah. It's so dynamic.
I think it is the most powerful deck in a vacuum, or at least its A+ draws are the most powerful draws.
Yeah.
So you just always have a shot when you're playing that deck, and it is surprisingly resilient with Azeka's Chariot and Tovolar's Huntmaster, primarily, and now what's the Mirror Breaker?
Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Yeah.
Oh my!
With that card giving you the ability to filter through your deck and find those powerful cards and generate a little card advantage.
Yeah.
I think that the resilience of that deck, which is something that had been lacking under previous non-werewolf centric builds, is really important. So I like the Winoda deck, but this Storm the Festival green deck also looks really sweet.
Yeah, this is the one I've been playing, and I tried Doomwake list, which he tweeted about a really cool list that's playing white for like Tulsimir in the sideboard, and a couple other card portable holes, so you can Karn for portable hole, which is kind of nice. And it's fine, whatever. Minor improvements, minor takedowns. Regardless, the shell is what I really love. I love these devotion style decks. I mean, Nykthos is just probably the best card in Pioneer, or at least close. It's definitely the best land.
And it's been a foundational card of the Pioneer metagame since the format's beginning.
Yes.
This is a mono green devotion deck that has like 6 cards on the ban list. And we're still seeing it be one of the best decks in the format.
Oh, so true. Well, while we were speaking about Winoda, let's take a look at a Winoda list here, because one thing that I really love that you're saying is that Fable the Mirror Breaker there in the third from the top left there. And I went from thinking that this card is just a really good role player in a deck like this, or a really good, just card in certain shells, like, Luca decks, Transmogrify, Agent of Treachery decks. It fits in quite well there. But I'm just starting to learn, if you're playing red, you better have a good reason to not play that card. I mean, being able to loot, you get for 3 mana, you get 2 2/2s out of it.
Yeah. It's like History of Benalia with some card selection.
Yeah.
Instead of the added aggression from the 3rd chapter of History, which I think generally is better. I'd rather have the card selection for the most part, because your opponent's probably going to be able to kill some 2/2s.
Exactly. Yeah, you'd hope so at least.
Yeah.
But also, I have been playing. A quick side note: I've been playing a little bit of the Pioneer format that just got released to Arena. I forget what it's called, but there's a Jeskai Luca deck that is just back to Agent, and I cast Fable the Mirror Breaker into Luca yesterday. No big deal. I mean that was a blast and got an Agent. But
okay, I'm gonna need you to refrain from saying the word Luca for the rest of the weekend. It's too soon.
Okay,
it's too soon.
You got it. You got it.
I can't handle it.
Every NBA fan will get that. That's for sure. So
I'm not gonna deal with it well.
Okay. I won't mention it. I even had a note like I'll avoid any hot button issues.
Just say Copper Coat Outcast.
Okay, good thing we're not gonna see a lot of copper coats. So
I can't take it right now.
It's all right, buddy. It's all right. We'll just talk about Magic. It'll distract you, and things will be all good. So, looking at the rest of this deck, Winoda is going to be one of the best decks and probably one of the most populars. I mean, our good buddy Todd, our and there's just no matchup where Winoda doesn't have a chance. There's always just some kind of chance with the deck, and the fact that you get to just play an aggressive deck, aggressive game plan with like Ezekiel's Chariot, and then all of a sudden you just have an "oops, I win the game" card in Winoda is just incredibly powerful.
This is the premier aggro deck in Pioneer these days. Better than Boros Burn, better than Mono Black aggro, better than human aggro decks, all these different aggro decks that we've seen in Pioneer over the last couple of years. Winoda has kind of supplanted them, and you don't really see much of the other aggro decks. They're all really tier 2, tier 3 options. Winoda is firmly tier 1, just so powerful, and has the benefit of those early elf starts like mono green. But when you combine that with now the much smoother mana base than it used to have, because it's gotten pathways over the last couple of years with these resilient threats in Ezekiel's Chariot, Tovolar's Huntmaster, and Fable the Mirror Breaker. And I think the kind of underrated one here, Brutal Cathar, giving this deck some interaction, and especially interaction that you can find off of Winoda triggers.
Yes.
So when you attack with a couple things, you can find a Brutal Cathar and exile your opponent's blocker and really put them under so much pressure. It does really busted things when you have those Winoda draws, but it's also just very capable of winning games by casting regular creatures and playing very normal Magic, boarding in some disruptive creatures for whatever the matchup is.
Yep, totally agree. And the fact that it can hit any creature is a big deal as well, unlike Skyclave. So all right, it sounds like we are ready for round number 1 here. We got Claudio lined up, which is a very famous Niv Mizzet player, and we'll see if we get it here. All right, looks like we will be having at least one hand cam here. Now, the hand cam, to remind everyone, is really all up to if people have it downloaded or not, which is kind of unfortunate, but it's what we got. It's what we got.
Mercy of our players here. We are hoping they cooperate with us.
Exactly.
Looks like Claudio playing against a Green Devotion deck of some kind.
Yep, Mono Green Devotion. It looks like we got that hand cam just on the wrong side there, if we want to put that up where Claudio is, just to avoid some confusion.
Like a wise Niv Mizzet player, Claudio has Sylvan Caryatid on turn 2.
That is very important. That is absolutely important. So Sylvan Caryatid comes down, but that's 4 mana. That's Nissa, and that's going to be a big problem. We saw Nissa get revealed off Oath.
And what you're actually, I think, seeing here is the power of Kiora. Kiora, didn't really get its shine in Standard when it was in that format. But here in Pioneer, comboing with these elves to be that other piece of acceleration, but it's acceleration that is also card advantage.
Yeah.
And so, when you're able to do that, when you're able to play both roles, you give your deck the opportunity for way more, high acceleration draws than it otherwise might have, without introducing more mana flood draws.
Yeah.
Because you're generating that extra mana while also generating additional cards. or at least it will soon, because there's so many ways to trigger it in the deck.
There honestly isn't that many though. That's like the one thing that I don't love about Kiora, but here's the thing I do love about it. It's the untapping Nykthos. If it just untapped a land and maybe drew a card off Cavalier or the occasional Old Girl Troll, like sure, it's fine. But here's the thing that just makes it absolutely nutty. You just tap Nykthos, activate it again, do whatever you want. Storm the Festival is going to be the first option. But yeah, the decks are going away from these 4-drops, even though Old Girl Troll, it seems so crazy to me that that's a card that's even considered being cut, because whenever you kill Old Girl Troll, it still counts for devotion. And that's the really insane thing. Then all of a sudden it counts for 4 devotion if you think about it, with the extra mana it adds.
Yeah, we're seeing Old Girl Troll here from our green devotion opponent in this match. That said, we are seeing some lists that are cutting the card now, playing things like Voracious Hydra into the spot to give themselves a little bit more interaction. But Old Girl Troll, definitely still a great card for this deck. And you are seeing the Mono Green Devotion deck in full glory here.
Oh yeah, this is turn 4. This is turn 4. There's 5 land in play because one got put in with Storm the Festival.
And I don't think we're done.
Oh no, I think we can flash back Storm.
We're
That's 15 mana, Ross. That's 15 mana. And I don't even think Nissa has been active. Oh no, it just got activated on the Nykthos.
Yeah.
So honestly, if we found another Nykthos or whatever, you could cast the second Storm the Festival. Like, this is disgusting.
If we like Cavalier into a Nykthos.
Yeah. Or just Storm into a Nykthos here, Obviously, that's one of your hits, which isn't great. I mean, and on the other side from Claudio, we do see Bring to Light that can be cast and get any spell, but like, what the hell are you going to get? Like, Hour of Devastation is like the one thing I can think of, and it doesn't even deal with anything. There's another Nykthos. There's a card. Here we go again. Let's spin it.
Just keep going. Everything's fine.
Everything is fine. Yeah, Claudio's just sipping his coffee, having his, morning cup of joe. There's flames around him, and he is just the "this is fine" meme.
I don't think we're even flashing back this other Storm of the Festival. Instead, you're seeing Godfarrow statue. Yep, that's the get off this.
You can do both. Oh wait, no, you can't.
No, the Godfarrow statue is incredible against Bring to Light. Oh, are we doing?
No, yeah, this is Storm the Festival because you can do both. There's 5 mana in pool. We got a Llanowar. You can cast that as well. A second Karn here. This was a bad hit. Well, you can't see me air quoting right now because this turn cannot be described as bad. But yeah, that's it. This is turn 4. Welcome to Mono Green Devotion.
That is
not okay.
That's pretty good.
And honestly, this is the deck I play. I love it. It's honestly, I played Mono Green Devotion at every iteration. Like you were saying, the aggressive version, our very own Mogged from the Manatraders series ended up taking second with that aggressive version with Mistcutter Hydras and stuff. I played that version. I played the one before that, and now I'm playing this one, so it's my style. But I truly do think Storm the Festival put this deck to a new height. And I don't even think this is the best deck in Pioneer. I truly do think it's Winoda, but I think Mono Green is a close second.
Yeah, it's, Storm of the Festival has really raised the high end of its draws.
Yeah.
We were talking about Winoda having the best high end draws in the format, but this is not far behind as far as a turn 4 goes. This is on par with the busted stuff that Winoda is doing. It just doesn't happen quite as often, I would say.
Yeah.
But when your opponent doesn't do anything for their first 3 turns, and I'm sure when you're playing the Div Visit deck, you like we said, you want to have Sylvan Caryatid on turn 2. You want to have a Triumph on turn 1. Yeah, maybe you would have liked to interact here on turn 3 instead of playing another Caryatid, but you have the Bring to Light for turn 4, which is normally your catch-up card. Because if you find any of your interaction cards, any sort of sweeper, point, it's just too late.
Yeah.
Turn 4 is not early enough with how much the Mono Green Devotion player has been able to do here. And with that Godfarrow statue, we're just going to see them lock up the game essentially.
Yeah, because Godfarrow statue does not interact well for the Bring to Light player. Not only does Bring to Light cost more, but the spell that you get costs more as well.
Yeah. So you're basically spending 9.
Right, there's an Extinction event.
That's actually pretty good.
But there's no land.
Oh.
Yeah, so it had to cost 6.
Yep. And when we say pretty good, That just means it would have bought them another turn.
Yeah, it would have killed a Llanowar Elf, 2 Old Growth Trolls, and then they untap with Karn.
With 3 Planeswalkers.
There's a boat in hand. You get to Karn for something else. Who knows what it is? It doesn't matter.
I've been able to just make a lethal lair of the Hydra.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, what do you think of that decision to animate the lair right away? I mean, it's the worst land when it comes to ramping, you know. But overall, it's still, you know, an awkward one to animate, right? I guess it gets 3 counters on it. So if you layer for 1, it's a 4/4, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
you still can't layer for 0 because it explicitly says you can't on the card.
Yeah. Also, it would do nothing.
Well, then it would be a 3/3, right?
Well, it's already a 3/3.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, because it's already 0.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Honestly, they should let you in those scenarios.
Yeah. But in this case, when you're playing against a removal-heavy deck, I would be more inclined to animate a different land and force your opponent to use a removal spell on something that isn't a threat. If I'm playing against a combo deck, sure, I'll animate the lair because then I can go all in and sink all my mana into it and get the 3 counters on top of it and maximize my damage output. But against an interactive deck, I'd prefer to sort of spread the wealth around.
Yep, no, that makes sense. Yeah, and I've been seeing some lists, Doomwake's list especially, that I thought was pretty crazy, but it makes sense with having to add Temple Garden and the green-white pathway. Actually cut layer. I played Doomwake's list yesterday in a preliminary just because I thought the deck is really sweet, and it just felt wild to me to cut layer. So, you know, so naturally I added them, of course, but yeah. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. So a damping sphere coming in from Claudio just to deal with Nykthos. Like, honestly, just dealing with Nykthos does not feel very good, but I guess it's just needed.
That feels like a sign that Claudio does not like their matchup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because normally you would think, I'm playing a heavy removal deck. I'm just going to keep their devotion count low by answering all their permanents. And it's not like the removal that Claudio has isn't dealing with different types of permanents. You see Vanishing Verse and Despark in his hand right now. Those are cards that can answer Planeswalkers directly and answer, you know, exile Old Growth Trolls so that the devotion is taken off the table. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting here because Damping Sphere also a little awkward with Bring to Light.
Yeah,
you now need 6 mana to cast that second spell off the Bring to Light. Maybe they're going for more of an aggressive game plan because you also see Lavinia there.
Yeah, Lavinia, interesting here. It will shut down, like, let's say if our mono green player just wants to cast a card. Can't do that because you only got 3 lands right now. It is lands, right? It's not mana that you produce? Okay.
It's lands. So
I've only cast that card when I'm playing against Cascade decks, so I don't know what it actually has for other texts, but
Lavinia seems solid here.
Yeah.
Because that's also applying some pressure and, you know, negating the acceleration from the green deck. Damping Sphere might be a little excessive, but
yeah. I mean, Nykthos is officially shut down, you know, but
could also be a sign that Claudio just has a lot of cards he wants to bring out in the matchup too.
Yep. And yeah, it's not a Yorion deck, right? I believe it is a Gigantha deck. So it's not like you have that problem that most Yorion decks do where you just like, you always have to take out cards, you know, like sideboarding with Yorion decks is usually the easiest thing because you have so many cards that are bad in certain matchups, but
buying Gigantha here, so not doing a whole lot.
Yeah. 4 mana, so this can definitely be a Planeswalker. If this is a Nissa, this is bad, right? Like, does Lavinia counter creatures as well? I cannot remember the text on that. I'm gonna look that up quick. Okay, well, it won't apply. Oh, there we go. Thank you for that. Yeah, can you hold the left and the right on that and maximize that one for us? I forgot our director has the mighty powers. Okay. Okay. Non-creature. So you can still cast a Cavalier, which is excellent. Well, we do have our director, Adrian, working with us today. So big thanks to him. Going to be making all this look pretty in the background for us because we need someone to make us look prettier. Yeah.
I mean, I don't, but maybe you do.
Okay. Yeah, I do, of course. So there's Bring to Light. Let's hope Claudio knows this interaction with Damping Sphere. I imagine that Claudio does, but isn't this not going to work?
feel like they're about to be very sad.
I feel like this is about to be a shame scoop moment. Oh no! Niv Mizzet stays in the exile zone, Ross.
You know, Claudio has played this Nivtalite deck for a very long time.
Yeah.
And has played it a lot. I have to imagine Damping Sphere is a new addition.
What gave you that? Yeah, that is really brutal. But for anybody who is watching and is like, what is going on here? Damping Sphere does make everything cost one more. That's that hidden extra ability. Because you think about it, Claudio was bringing that in to shut down Nykthos, right? And the one ability, it does do that, you know? But the other ability means that you do have to pay one extra for each additional spell. So Damping Sphere is really good against the combo decks because it's that storm effect. Like if you're Hidden Strings into Pour the Pages, into Hidden Strings, into doing that, if you're paying 6 mana for a Hidden Strings, you're kind of not doing it, you know? So there we see that interaction. Yeah. And now we're going to see Nissa and Karn just together run away with that. We got a boat that just got...
There is a Despark and a Vanishing Verse in Claudio's hand to answer the Planeswalkers, but the Planeswalkers have already done some significant damage in, you know, getting a card and a couple cards in Karn's case and creating an additional threat on the battlefield in Nissa's case. So you're under a lot of pressure. There's 7 damage on the mono green side of the battlefield when you're at 9, and you're facing down multiple Planeswalkers, and you know there's gas back in the hand. So just a lot of things to have to deal with here from Claudio's side. It would be a lot easier to deal with them if you had a 6/6 flyer that drew 3 or 4 cards.
I think I'd have to agree with you on that, Ross.
You know, then you can attack the Nissa down and use one of the removal spells on the Old Growth Troll.
Yeah.
Jegantha is gonna, you know, stop maybe some of these attacks.
Yep.
Surprised not to see the Lavinia come finish off the Karn there.
I think the Old Growth Troll was untapped, right?
No, I think all the creatures were tapped.
Okay, maybe they were. All right, so here is...
We're animating the Damping Sphere, then blowing it up with a Sky Sovereign. That is
special.
Your Damping Sphere was here just long enough to screw you, but now that I want to start Nykthosing you, let's get it out of here.
So far, Damping Sphere was the best card that the mono green player could have saw be brought in because it countered an Izzet. And
Damping Sphere was a double agent this game.
Yeah, it really was. And here we see 13 mana, mono green doing mono green things. And I mean, yeah, at this point, Despark, Vanishing Verse, not going to do it. I'll admit, I don't know what Selfless Glyph Weaver does, but I don't think that 3 mana card is going to get them back into it.
Very confident that any card that costs 2 and a white in the history of Magic is not going to do enough.
Okay. I mean, if it was 1 and a white, you know, maybe balance.
Balance doesn't interact with Planeswalkers. Like,
I am being told it is a board wipe, so maybe we should probably check this out.
It's a 3 mana sweeper of some kind.
We're gonna find out. All right, I'm just looking it up now. Oh, yes. That's the split card. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it is a creature on one side of 2/3, and then on the other side for 8 mana.
Okay, it's an 8 mana sweeper when Claudio has 6 mana on the battlefield and none in hand.
But creatures and planeswalkers, so that is kind of spicy. Oh, okay. Destroy all others. So you can actually just save your own thing.
Yeah, you get to save one of your things.
And Jegantha, remember, does help for mana.
Well, so you can only use Jegantha to cast the colored part of it. So you
so
get a black out of Jegantha.
But
so
honestly,
we have 7.
That's 1 land. All we need is a top deck land, and this would blow up everything but Azeka's Chariot, boat. Wow. Okay. All right.
That is Full Haven. Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
No, that's not a land.
Expressive Iteration is not gonna do it.
Oh no, but you can cast the iteration off the Jegantha.
True. Holy cow.
That's actually a great draw. Yeah. We just need to land off the iteration now.
I mean, now remember that there would still be these Old Growth Trolls going to Forest, but we're going to lose Nykthos. We're going to lose Forest. You know, you're going to lose all these tokens.
I'm surprised that Karn did not get Godfarer statue.
Yeah.
And instead got Azeka's Chariot. You had such a big battlefield. I would think you would just want to get the statue and make it difficult for your opponent to get back into it. And I imagine they are going to be regretting not getting it as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh no, we hit a Triumph.
The Triumph of Tilt.
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of them in that deck, to be fair,
Yeah, probably going to be more once they get access to new
but yeah, no kidding. And yeah, that's going to be a tough puzzle to solve for sure. But if anyone can do it, it's Claudio. I have played against Claudio so many times in Pioneer queues, and we got our start by playing against each other when I was just in love with Jeskai, Copper, Hound, Fire. That's what the deck is called. But I was playing that deck so much, and Claudio, I love this player to death, but could not beat me, right? Because that's a really good matchup. Just they go over the top, I go over the top, and steal their over the tops. And that's kind of why Mono Green has a good matchup in these Niv Mizzet decks. It's just something that goes way over the top of just removal, draw more removal is the problem for these decks.
Yeah, normally Niv Mizzet is sort of the mid-range king, but in this match so far, Mono Green has really laid the smackdown. Yeah. Now, we don't know, what happens if Claudia doesn't make that critical error with their own Bring to Light. Yeah. So they kind of shot themselves in the foot. Yeah. In this second game, and they had some interaction. I think they could have done obviously could have done a better job of deploying their cards and maybe stopped this snowball from ever getting started rolling down the hill. But once the snowball did start, it did not stop, and it got very large.
Yep, totally agree. So, gonna be a tough one to come back from. But if any card is gonna do it, it is that 8-mana Wrath spell.
I think this game is ending this turn because of this boat. Gonna clear away the Lavinia as a blocker. Well, actually, D-Spark can deal with the boat here. And then
now we got God's First statue in play.
Oh, yeah. But we played the statue.
So was it there the whole time? I mean, know.
They just, yeah, so they know they're dead. They're just going to...
Now we got a D-Spark here. Get that old girl troll out of here.
But if they had been able to...
block the 2/3/3s, you take 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, it's 14 damage minimum here. That's going to be round number 1 going to our Mono Green player.
Even if they had desparked the boat before attackers and had 3 blockers, they still would have been dead.
Can you despark an artifact?
Isn't it just
that is more. I'm thinking Vanishing Verse. That's the colored. Okay.
Yeah, despark is just mana value 4. Or no. So despark's just 4 or greater, right? It's
4 or greater.
Stroke for removal.
That's right. But also now at this point, the God's First statue was taking off the only line that made it possible to come back, and that is that 8-mana Wrath. Yeah, wild stuff.
Happy to see them find that statue. Like, that's the card that really cements a position once you're ahead. And fortunate, I guess, that they didn't have to stare down that sweeper, because that could have definitely turned this game around.
Well, of course it cements your position. It's a statue made of cement.
Who knows what it's made of? It could be like a marble statue. It could be granite. It could be, basalt.
Hey, don't take it for granted, okay? It's a very good card. My science teacher would always make that joke too. Every day. He would just throw it in too. And I'm like, I respect this, man. And you would have just picked up your textbooks and went right on.
We have different approaches.
I'm guessing we've entered the phase where they're talking amongst themselves in the match before they hit the concede button. Like, hey, I should not have done that when I bring to lighted for Niv Mizzet. That was not good. A tough break there, but I totally agree with you that I don't know if this game really would have went that different with it. Of course, it's a different game. We would have been seeing some different gameplay, but it was looking pretty bad. Hey, welcome back. It's us. We're here in the booth.
I still would have given the edge to the Mono Green side, though. You never know what that Niv Mizzet is going to hit. Yeah. And that Niv in particular is going to be very good at attacking down those planeswalkers. So, that having, the sort of removal spell for planeswalkers from you just attacking every turn really frees you up to use your removal on other things, keep their devotion down. I don't know. I feel like it could have done something. What I'm thinking now is, why was the Damning Sphere even in the deck? What if that Damning Sphere is another card that does something and you don't get in your own way? Maybe you could do something sweet there.
I mean, it did control, the aspect a little bit. For the
Lavinia already did that though.
Agreed, but
Niv, it would have otherwise.
Yeah, Niv, you definitely do not have the luxury of which hate card you're gonna draw, right? Like if you knew you're drawing Lavinia, then you probably don't want Damping Sphere. But yeah, I would agree with you. Okay, so it looks like we are in another match here. Looks like no hand cams, if I am correct here. Beautiful director in my ear. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was seeing a preview window. Okay, scoot on in. You're half faced out of this. Okay, sounds like we have Will Polium playing a match here. We're going to jump into our second one. This is the nice thing about the Manatraders series. We get to just kind of jump around into matches. Magic Online offers this amazing spectator mode where we just get to jump in as long as people have allowed watchers. So this is what you'll expect for most of the day as we just get to bounce around until the rounds are done. We got Will Polium up top playing Izzet, a more Izzet control deck that isn't really all focused on Thing in the Ice. More Crackling Drakes, more Krakens, and still playing Treasure Cruise, of course, because it's an amazing card, but then a little bit more controlling elements. And that's what we have been kind of seeing this deck move towards. People have been a lot more prepared for Phoenix. It hasn't been like, the catch-all be-all, like, oh my God, you returned one Phoenix is usually actively bad. Returning two, pretty good. Anything more than that is obviously insane. But yeah, I know that's tough for you to hear. You're a diehard Phoenix fan.
And even the Phoenix decks that have stuck around have gotten a lot more controlling. They're trimming down on Thing in the Ice, if not cutting it entirely. And that, playing more, playing, sideboarding cards for the late game. But these, more straight control decks that eschew Phoenix entirely are more just kind of main decking of those control elements that the Phoenix decks have in their sideboard.
Yep.
So, that's been the move for these Izzet decks because, for the most part, the metagame really reacted to them. And there you saw a lot of incidental graveyard hate. I always think of that Rakdos midrange deck that has Graveyard Trespasser, and a bunch of other cards that interact with the graveyard to just make sure those Phoenixes never come back. So you really needed to concentrate on other things, and in particular, other threats that were difficult to answer. Thing in the Ice is really good when it goes off. There's a lot of ways to kill it that exist in Pioneer these days.
Yeah.
Whereas Crackling Drake generates card advantage even when they kill it, and if they leave it for one turn, they might die.
Yep.
And Hullbreaker Horror is basically impossible to kill because you cast it on their end step and then untap, and they just never get to do anything for the rest of the game.
Isn't that card fun? I just love it, Okay, here's a card I do love, though. Elspeth Conquers Death is probably one of my favorite Magic cards ever printed. It's just too bad that it was, like, very good right away and then just became so bad, so fast.
Yeah, there were.
God, I love that card.
It existed in a standard era where there was so much over-the-top nonsense.
Yeah.
Elspeth Conquers Death really wants to sit in a mid-range format where, getting a good 2-for-1 and setting up big turns where you're able to, return a Planeswalker and be fully untapped and protect that Planeswalker are important. Man. But unfortunately, it was around when what was important was making 17 mana with Wilderness and casting 14 spells.
Yeah, I believe we played at the SCG where I won the event with a blue-white control deck that played Elspeth Conquers Death, and then brought back Narset, which then made it a 6 loyalty Planeswalker, or brought back Teferi 3, when that card was basically just printed. And man, did I have a great old time in that event. That was a blast.
Yeah.
And we saw, sorry to interrupt you there, but we just saw Elspeth Conquers Death get cast and just a censor, remands it back to hand, which is just absurd, And
that's because of Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
If you're reading the text on censor right now and wondering how that happened, read Hullbreaker Horror instead.
Yeah, no cards matter when Hullbreaker Horror comes in. The one thing I will say, and the one thing that actually makes me question this play from Will Polium, I mean, if we hit an opt or something, yeah, Will looks like a genius here. But if you don't, why not just cast a 3-mana Treasure Cruise here to make sure you have a way to interact with that Elspeth Conquers Death that that's in hand? Because I feel like we're kind of on a little bit of a house of cards with the horror. If the horror goes away, it's bad. And if Crackling Drake resolves here, we're still not playing around the worst card, which would be Supreme Verdict.
Yeah.
So I'm a little...
I think Will's goal here is to try to get this game over with, and there's several blockers in these shark tokens.
I guess we were going to do it anyways, so maybe if we find a land or something, I guess this makes sense.
I don't know. I'm kind of with you. I think I would cruise first, and then you would just have more options. Maybe you draw something that makes you change your play. But I don't think it's going to make a huge difference in this game.
Yeah.
I'd rather just, when in doubt, I want to play the card that gives me the most options first.
Yeah. Totally agreed. And now we're going to see Cruise Resolve. Cruise and Dig Through Time are still cards that are both legal in this format. Dig Through Time's best friends, Dimir Inverter, that deck got kind of banned. Not kind of banned, it got fully banned. And that made that a little bit weaker. Now, Treasure Cruise seems to be the card that is more popular in Pioneer, which seems kind of weird to me because hasn't Dig Through Time been historically the more powerful card?
So it sort of depends on the format. Generally, Dig Through Time is more powerful in the less powerful formats, and Treasure
Okay.
Cruise has been more powerful in the more powerful formats.
Makes
Because
sense.
the more-
1 versus 2 mana, I guess,
Yes,
right?
the more powerful formats more easily fill their graveyard, and so being able to cast it for 1 instead of 2 has been Dig Through Time. Has been better when you're casting it for 3 or 4 mana because it's an instant.
Am I missing something? Why is Hullbreaker Horror not triggering here with all these spells? With like Op that just got cast?
I'm not sure.
I feel like I'm probably having a dum-dum moment here, but... Or why did we play Opt when you could treat that as a remand as well? Did Hullbreaker Horror get nerfed in this format as well, and we just, nobody let us know? I want to recast a spell. Maybe there was a token that got bounced and we were busy chatting, but...
I feel like no token has been bounced.
Yeah, okay.
Not sure what's going on there. But the one thing, last thing I will say on the Cruise versus Dig Through Time debate, I have seen some people start playing more Dig Through Times because there were so many Narsets around for a while. When these Izzet decks first started popping up, you saw a ton of Narsets, and Dig Through Time much better against Narset because it is not literally drawing cards.
Yes, that is a big deal. When Narset becomes the more popular choice, there's some matchups where Izzet mirrors would bring in 1, maybe 2, 3 at the most for the other Izzet mirrors because they weren't even a catch-all be-all. Like those decks were still bringing in Fry. They still had Flame Blessed Bolt and all those kind of 100 shock variants that are in this format. But as this stands, unless Hullbreaker Horror is like bugged or something, all these plays kind of didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Now we're not even exiling it.
Well, maybe because it's not doing anything, right?
There is nothing on the battlefield that can explain what's going on.
Yeah, well, we are on a 7-minute delay for tournament integrity, of course. So in 7 minutes, we're gonna look through chat with all of y'all, and of course, someone's gonna be like, "Well, you dummy, of course because of this," and we'll find out the reason. But yeah, that's a gigantic first striking shark that had to be chump blocked with probably a 1914, crackling Drake here. And as it stands, this game went from looking amazing for Will to like all of a sudden just over.
Fortunately, Will just drew Kazul's Fury, which I think is going to be lethal with this Crackling Drake, unless there's a counterspell somewhere. And there's a Mystical Dispute back, actually. And we have enough mana to...
I think it's a 17, but yeah, here comes
an attack with the horror will do it. I think Kazul's Fury plus Mystical Dispute is going to just end this game. That looked really good for Will, and then for whatever reason, Hullbreaker Horror doesn't work.
Took the day off, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Took 2 here for safety, I guess.
Censor plus
Dispute.
1 mana counterspell. Censor
plus dispute,
spell.
I guess. All right, take 17.
And that's the match.
Weird.
Yeah.
I'll be scratching my head, and we'll be looking at chat here after this. In 7 minutes or so to see what we were missing. But yeah, that was a bit of a strange one there.
Yeah.
We know what magic cards do, right?
I mean, we read the card. We know what the cards on the battlefield.
We read the cards. We looked at each other. Yeah. We read the card again.
It says whenever you cast a spell.
Yeah, and I mean,
Will was casting spells.
Casting spell. It counts for like creatures too, doesn't it? Or is it just spells? Yeah.
It says whenever you cast a spell.
Yeah. This is where we'd call in a judge if we were on Versus Live. We'd go and knock to the other room and be like, all right, someone help us. But yeah, that was kind of strange. But Will did take that down with a really interesting look at an Izzet deck. I'm still a huge fan of Izzet decks as well. That would be the second thing that I would play. There's a lot of different varieties. You have the Days Undoing Narset versions as well. Have you seen those?
Oh, yeah. Those versions, you have Phoenix versions, you have different ways to build Phoenix versions, and you have sort of more normalized control versions like the one Will was playing. So a lot of different ways to cast Opt. consider and treasure cruise
Yes.
in this format.
And one of the 9 different variants on shock. You know, like, okay, which kind of one do you want? Do you want to be exiling creatures? You want it to sometimes deal 3? I like just going with just shock. You know, like just the pure downgrade.
Now they're getting a new option in Streets of New Capenna, the Strangle. 1 red sorcery, 3 damage to a creature or planeswalker. That's going to be pretty good because a lot of people, especially aggro decks, explicitly try to play 3 toughness creatures because there are so many shock variants around. You know, so when you see like Gifted Aetherborn is not going to like to see that card.
No, God, I miss Gifted Aetherborn, but yeah, probably not good enough these days. Maybe in the Vampire Shells, but yeah, that card was very powerful for a while.
There was a mono black devotion deck that top 8 at a challenge last weekend with 4 copies of Gifted Aetherborn.
I truly thought Nykthos is just a green card now. Like we've seen mono blue devotion, mono black devotion, and stuff be things in standard and stuff. But you know, it's truly not the same when you're not playing it with Llanowar Elves. You know, those facilitators are pretty insane. So
when we think of devotion, we think of those 2 and 3 drops that have 2 and 3 pips on them. But the 1 drops are really, really important. For getting things started early, and then you know the elves themselves also accelerate out those 3 drops. So it's definitely at its best in green devotion, but you know there was not only black devotion in the challenge last weekend, there was a white devotion deck. So Nykthos has been making the rounds.
White devotion kind of makes more sense because to me than honestly the other ones besides green, of course, just the exiled book or whatever, you know, book of exalted angel, I can't lose the game thing. It's just the problem. There's a lot of LD, you know, like people can actually destroy lands these days. So okay, I'm just learning that we're looking back at the chat and seeing that it might be bugged right now. That's a big problem for that card. That's a big problem for that card.
Will responds, I wish I knew that. That is that's a big sad face.
That is a big sad face. Ooh, sorry, Will. We're just reading your chat now. But, you know, being able to pull out a win when your cards don't work right is impressive stuff. So hopefully that will be.
I have a feeling that card's going to get sideboarded out a lot today.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's just a one of, you know, in the list. Usually don't play a lot of that. But yeah, we're just seeing a nice comment from Will Pulliam right now. Notice how my horror is not bouncing anything on spells cast. That is a problem that we, you know, we're not wrong about.
Then how did what did the censor do to that Elspeth comment?
It totally bounced it. So it's just like, I mean, that's the most tilting thing is like either make it bugged or not bugged all the way. Like no middle ground bugging, you know, like it's just a coin flip. It's like you're flipping a mana vault trigger. Yeah, who knows? But
computers are magic boxes, and no one understands how they work.
Yours is fixed, right? You're gonna be coming back to streaming here some Manatraders event soon. I do it. All right, so it looks like we do not really have any other matches that you know. There's a couple of them that are finishing up, but none we can really jump in right now. So I just wanted to explain a little bit how this tour works for anybody that is joining us. First of all, thank you for joining. We really appreciate it coming along for our commentary. You got us knuckleheads all day and all day tomorrow as well. And this is going to be Pioneer this weekend, but every single month, usually the last weekend of the month, Manatrader selects a different format and kind of showcases something different each time. Streets of New Capenna will be available for every single tournament after this one. And if you want to play in the qualifier season, make sure to follow Manatraders on Twitter. They will give you information when the season starts, as well as if you sign up for the Manatraders rental program, which, I mean, you just got to do it. It is the best way to just play a bunch of decks. You know, I mean, it's so convenient. I would be screwed if I did not have one of these Manatraders things because I play a lot of different decks, you know, especially as a content creator. So it's a really helpful thing. If you want to save 20% off, which is the largest amount, we got the best code here at the Manatraders event. You can do !Bash Bros, and that will get you a link, 20% off your first 3 months, or excuse me, your first 2 months to get you started. And I mean, especially with Pioneer being the next pro event, that's going to be a really big deal to make sure you know this format. And it's just a lot of fun
for that event. Then you're going to want to play a lot of different decks, try a lot of different things, and you know, it really helps to be able to switch decks quickly and easily.
Man, I remember the days, I'm sure you do as well, before any of these, before Manatraders ever existed, and it was just I would buy a deck and I'm like, wow, this deck sucks. I would sell it after a league, lose my 30 tickets or whatever, use that to buy the next deck and just keep going. And like, you just have to be winning just to like negate your own rake that is taken by the bots.
Well, you would lose a bunch of tickets finding your deck, and then you would grind the deck that you found that you liked and won with, and get all those tickets back.
Yes.
And then just break even over the course of it.
Pretty much.
And rinse, lather, repeat.
But now instead, you can just pay a small fee to Manatraders, and then you got it for the full month. And I promise you, it is better than the rake when you are buying and selling stuff. It's not even close.
Makes it very easy to try a lot of spicy brews.
Exactly. And by spicy brews, Ross means whisper squads. All right, everyone, that is going to do it for our first round here. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back when round number 2 here on the Manatrader series comes back. So don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the Manatraders series. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam. All right, I like to introduce you. You know,
Sure.
it seems so much more official because we're the highest standard of professionalism. We were the highest standard of professional play,
Yeah.
but now we're just professional.
I'm just used to how we did things on versus live, where we, you know,
Yeah.
you threw it to me. But if that's how we're gonna do it here, that's fine.
That's perfect. Yeah, I mean, we were brained into that for so long. You know,
It's hard to break.
That's for sure. Speaking of versus live, I think on the camera there we can see some marbles hanging in the background. As where they belong. They should go towards any broadcast.
I brought them over just so
yes, of course you did. So, all right, everyone, we are waiting for round number 2 here to pair. So we're just going to chat a little bit, show you some more deck lists, and you know, just catch up a little bit more on the Pioneer format. So overall, though, like before Streets of New Capenna come out, like what do you think of the format? You still like it?
Yeah, I think it's quite good. As I said it when the broadcast began, you know, the format is a diverse. We're seeing things change even now. We're about 2-3 months into this sort of renaissance of Pioneer.
Yep.
And we're still seeing new decks emerge, new twists on old archetypes emerge. I would say the one thing that worries me about the metagame is the fact that Winoda has driven out a lot of the other aggro decks.
Yeah.
That worries me a little bit. So
like there's still mono red though. Like mono red is a pretty good aggro deck right now.
Yeah, but is it really? Like people play it and it does okay. But I think when we get to these really high level events that we're going to see as the Pro Tour comes up and other things happen with Pioneer, I think you're not going to see mono red perform that well. That's my prediction, at least.
I could see that in some way. And I think, you know, like the Izzet Phoenix style decks were keeping mono red down a bit. They just play so many shocks. If you can control the prowess creatures, you can usually do a pretty good job against them. But I don't know, maybe it's just the decks I play. But mono red has felt really good. You know, like you get all the 8 prowess creatures. You get that 1 mana red saga. You know, that card's insane. Yeah. You know, and it's just a really aggressive deck that still gets to play some damage that goes upstairs. So maybe it's just because I really like Mono Green Devotion and it's a tricky matchup for me because, well, as much as they rely on their prowess creatures, Mono Green really relies on their elves.
Yeah.
And they can kill the elves, you know, so that dynamic is kind of brutal. But I think that deck is real as well.
I think it's a solid deck. It doesn't have the really powerful high-end draws that a lot of the rest of the metagame has, where, you know, we saw Mono Green in that last round do disgusting things. We know the kind of things that Winoda can do. We know the kind of things that Izzet Phoenix can do.
Yeah.
Mono Red is playing very, very fair Magic. And all of its cards are good. I think Kumano Faces Kakazan was a great addition to the deck, having another 1-drop to be really consistent. And especially now to go along with the various shocks, those draws where you have turn 1 1-drop, turn 2 shock your creature, play another 1-drop are really, really nice.
Yeah. Very strong.
But there's nothing overpowering about what Mono Red is doing. It is just a solid curve of good creatures. It's got a little bit of card advantage. It's got those Chandras at the top end of the curve. The 3-mana Chandra.
And those have been kind of tricky to deal with, but I agree, they're not insane.
Yeah.
It is missing like an Embercleave or, you know, like Hazoret style thing, you know, but a card that would slot into the metagame right now. I mean, those cards are playable right now. Like you can put them in your deck, but they don't seem great. Hazoret right now, definitely not. Embercleave, there's a chance that's good, but it doesn't really work with prowess that well. You're not playing these beefy creatures, you know, you're not playing Annex, you know, the beefiest of creatures for red. So it's not that insane.
You also want a pretty high volume of creatures to go with your Embercleave. You know, the red decks, when Embercleave was around at standard, were playing almost all creatures.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you saw some shocks in the main. Obviously, you had Bonecrusher Giant that was kind of a spell, but that was it. And a lot of the time, you didn't even see those shocks. Yeah. These red decks, because of the prowess creatures, have to play a good number of spells. So you just don't have the density of creatures to make Embercleave consistently cost 2-3 mana. When it's costing 4 and 5 mana, now not only do you sometimes just not get to cast it, but you're also really opening yourself up to a removal spell from your opponent. And of course, Pioneer has much better instant speed removal than Standard ever did. and, and even instant speed removal for artifacts,
And enchantments, yeah.
in addition to the creature that you might be targeting. So yeah, Embercleave, not what it was in Standard.
Yeah, it's really a Gruul card. It really is a Gruul card. I mean, it goes so well with, Gruul Spellbreaker, Questing Beast, all that kind of stuff. So
very much Gruul card.
So we I hear the second round did get paired. So let's either jump into the round if you meant that it is ready for that, or let's take a look at Pascal Maynard's deck list that we're hoping to jump into this round.
I'm ready.
Yeah, this is a deck catered to Ross Merriam here. This is a Mono Blue Spirits deck, something that I know you're a huge fan of. I love this style of deck as well. It is a Curious Obsession deck, so you want to be creating a lot of these 1-mana small creatures, Spectral Sailor, Unbeatable Sailor, as I like to call it, Mausoleum Wanderer, and I forget the snow creature's name. Ascended Spirit, yeah. Usually a card that I think really just it felt so close, right? Figure of Destiny was a card that was just so amazing. This card isn't quite there, but it, of course, is decent, and it fits that mold of just you want about 12 1-drops when you're playing Curious Obsession, and then you also just have Supreme Phantom to be able to boost all these spirits, and then some of the tricky cards protected as well. What do you think of this deck, Ross?
Personally, my personal feelings about it.
Yeah,
I love this deck.
Okay.
And I went decks work, and I learned very quickly that the Spirit's tribal shell was really important for making the deck work for 2 reasons. One was Supreme Phantom, giving you that push of aggression that you really needed.
Yes.
And also the ability to create battlefields that can compete with other aggro decks. So you're not just racing. You can also just, draw a Supreme Phantom or 2 if you're particularly lucky, and have this battlefield that can really, go toe-to-toe with the other aggro decks.
Yeah.
But then also Rattle Chains, having this built-in piece of protection that is also a threat, went a long way towards allowing you to get a higher threat density, which sometimes these decks can struggle with. Because you've got to play a certain number of protection spells, and now you get that baked into a threat. You get to play a higher density of creatures, and that allows you to put more pressure on your opponent as well. So I like that the Spirit tribal theme is being carried forward now. The deck's starting to see some success. The one thing that doesn't make sense to me in these lists, I've never really thought Geistlight Snare was better than Lofty Denial. And I'm not sure why they play Geistlight Snare in the main deck and Lofty Denial on the sideboard instead of the other way around.
Yeah, no, that is interesting to me as well. A lot of counter magic, to be thought about, but it sounds like our match is ready. So let's dive into round number 2 here of the Manatrader series. I'm excited for this one. I love me some Mono Blue. So one of these days, we are going to get both players that will have the hand cam, and it'll be glorious. It might not be today, but one day. So looking off, Pascal Maynard is up top. A professional Magic player, has a lot of results, has taken second at least one Pro Tour, might have a couple other Pro Tours to his name. Great Magic player, a buddy of ours, has been around the block, hasn't been playing as much lately, but looking at Pascal's hand, you got to just be happy you hit with that duress in this deck, to be honest. There's a lot of creatures. We're going to see that Spell Pierce hit the dust, and then we got a Shacklegeist, 2 lands, and a Rattle Chains. Not bad. A second Fateless Haven being picked up as well. A Rakdos deck, though. A Rakdos mid-range deck. Is that what you want to see playing a Mono Blue deck?
I wouldn't say it's the worst.
Yeah. What would the worst? Probably just Mono Red?
Yeah, the worst is aggression and a very low curve. So yeah, Mono Red is definitely up there. But this is a deck that can grind through removal. Ascended Spirit, probably not going to live long enough, but if you draw more copies of it later in the game, can be important. I'm really looking at these 2 copies of Faceless Haven in Pascal's hand. That's a card that can help you grind through removal, forcing your opponent to use removal spells on lands. But with no real way to protect, no way to generate card advantage, this could be rough. Though the Rattle Chains is going to make the Rakdos player think twice about using a removal spell.
Yeah, and now it's just like, what do you want to try to do? Do you want to maybe put a counter on Ascended Spirit, hope they don't have a Voltage Sherds or a Shock or something, or just kind of play something a little bit more safe? I probably would just want to play one of these creatures, but we'll see what Pascal wants to do.
I am inclined to play it safe as well. because I think the Rakdos player is going to be forced to kind of waste some of their mana too, and you're fine doing that and just making your land drops and getting in some attacks. But no, we see a Graveyard Trespasser get slammed. He's very confident it's going to resolve. They were very confident, and Graveyard Trespasser is a hard card to race.
Yeah, it is really just an incredible Magic card. Just annoying, you know. It's shocking to me that that card hasn't seen more play. But honestly, there's really only like black-red mid-range decks that can really play it. You see like some black-white mid-range decks. I'm kind of talking in standard now. I can play that card out of the sideboard, but it just hasn't really found a home yet. You know,
Mono Black Aggro plays it.
Yeah.
As well, but that deck has really fallen off. Ooh, we see a Rattle Chains here get cast instead of an activation of the Ascendant Spirit. That is interesting.
I think I like that. Now, was that a second Rattle Chains draw?
Yes,
oh, that's a big draw. Nobody plays around the second one. Not a chance. Not a chance. If we were on Versus Live and I just drew the second one, I'm like, I'll be tilting you this game.
I guess that does make sense. I always forget the Ascendant Spirit doesn't get flying on
until
the
third one. Yeah, so you'd have to dedicate your whole turn to make it a 4/4 flyer.
The fact that the Ascendant Spirit, if you activate, still doesn't attack through the Trespasser means that you probably have to commit a threat. You're right.
Yep.
But I think this is going to be a somewhat interesting game. It looks like the mono blue player isn't doing much of anything, but it's not a direct comparison of this Pioneer version of mono blue to the old standard deck. The old standard deck was less threat dense, had a lot more counter spells, and really you relied on Tempest Djinn to carry the weight if its early threats had died. This is a much more threat dense version of the deck. Now you can sideboard into a more counterspell heavy version. That's why you see the extra counterspells in the sideboard, and they'll trim down on threats in matchups where they want to do that. But their main deck is a lot more threat dense. They have more ways to interact with creatures with Shacklegeist.
Yep.
And so that could potentially lock down Graveyard Trespasser at some point, and really help turn the race around.
I believe that Trespasser has ward though of some variety.
Yeah,
right?
it's ward discard a card.
Yeah, so even that's brutal. Or wait, it is target, right? You can use abilities on warded creatures, right?
I do not believe so.
Okay. So yeah, I mean that's a real cost. So at this point, you're still racing them.
Yeah.
But I mean, even if
this is a down the road kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. That is. Yeah, you want to maximize that one more time.
There's no reminder text because it has too much other text.
Excellent. Yeah, and of course, this is one of the special printings of this card, which is just, completely shaded and almost impossible to see. We love those here when we're doing coverage. We just love them. That is the one thing that now we're going to be really getting back to, especially me for coverage of these pro events.
Big Thoughtseize to see this Rattle Chains that was just drawn off the top.
Yes.
And that kind of wastes Pascal's mana. He doesn't. I guess we're going to cast the Rattle Chains in response.
I think it's resolved. So right now we're just casting the other one.
Interesting. So I guess you can still use the mana on the Ascended Spirit.
Yeah, I was like, I would think about just casting Shacklegeist. Because like once you know about because it has flash, so once you know about it, once you know about the other Rattle Chains, it's kind of up, right? Like because mono blue it's a very cheap deck, but it's still a very mana hungry deck. Like you're always doing something with your mana, thanks to Ascended Spirit, thanks to Faithless Haven and all that jazz.
And when you cast the Shacklegeist, you don't give your opponent options. Now your opponent has the option; they can take the Shacklegeist if they want. If their hand just has no removal and they're just like casting another Graveyard Trespasser here, sure, just take the Shacklegeist and try to race.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And we do still see 2 cards in hand for our player on the bottom. We usually like to, don't want to pick favorites here at the Manatraders. We're usually pretty even-keeled, very level-headed human beings, me and you, But if you got a hand cam, you're the favorite. You're the favorite. That's it. We'll tell you right now.
If you're playing Curious Obsession, Llanowar Elves, or a combo deck, you're my favorite.
You came to the right broadcast, let me tell you, buddy, because you're going to be seeing a lot of those cards. Maybe not so many Curious Obsessions. But maybe Pascal will be our hero and make it all the way. I do want to remind everyone that this tournament has a lot more on the line than just buckets of cash. They wheelbarrow you cash if you win this event. It's just you win so much, but you really do win a lot of product. Or a lot of product, a lot of money, which is extremely helpful But if you
Money
make it
can be exchanged for goods and services.
exactly, that is very helpful. But if you take top 2 in this tournament, you make it to the December 48-person event that we're still to disclose all the information on it, but it's going to be a higher paying event than these ones are. A world style Manatrader event. So I don't know about you, but when there's always a carrot on the stick, like you played with carrots many a days when you were playing on the SCG tour, making it to the Players Championship and stuff. And there's
I
no
usually
better
like to dip them
feeling.
into hummus, though.
Do you? Ranch for me, of course, in case you were surprised. Carrots and ranch. There we go. That's the Midwest thing there. Ross Merriam loves ranch dressing. It's his favorite condiment, and he eats it far too much, so I have to give him crap.
Well, we saw Dreadbore in the Rattle Chains. Shaco Geist comes down in response. And now it's sort of a race. Geistlight Snare is an interesting draw here from Pascal, because now he has the option to just level Ascended Spirit and leave up the Snare.
It is 2 mana if you have a flyer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Or attack with Haven, but not attacking with Haven kind of signals, hey, I drew Geistlight Snare.
Yeah.
Or I drew another, or Rattle Chains potentially.
I mean, actually, I think you can disguise this a bit, because like leveling up the Spirit is decent right now. You hit for 4. You're still not really winning this race as far as the lands go, but I think it's better to just animate the Ascended Spirit, make it a 2/3 here, attack, Geistlight Snare, anything. A wet napkin. If they play it, you need to snare it, because you want to use your mana to then animate a Haven every single turn and try to win this race, because a Den is better than Faithless Haven, because first it's the same amount of damage, then it's more. It is Raging Ravine, it just reprinted in a non-red shell. So it's the better creature land now, which is kind of crazy, because Faithless Haven was definitely the best until Den was printed.
Yeah.
It's just the cost of having to basically be monocolored was a big deal.
Yeah. And Den being a land that produces a colored mana by itself, Den it's a really strong card.
Really strong card. Yep.
This is going to be an interesting finish. We're really going to see the next 2 cards from each player's deck play a huge role in the outcome of this game. But both players are going to have a lot of options. There's multiple options. There's multiple creature lands on each side of the battlefield. There's Ascended Spirit as another mana sink on Pascal's side of the battlefield, and there's an unknown card in each player's hand, at least unknown to each other.
Yep.
But there's also the issue of day and night. Right now Pascal can't cast a spell on his own turn. So this Graveyard Trespasser is going to turn into a 4/4 and can potentially, exile even more creatures. Though I think we're out of creatures in the graveyards right now.
Yeah.
It's just 3 discard spells and a Dreadbore in the Rakdos player's graveyard and a Spell Pierce in Pascal's.
Yep.
But just being a 4/4, is good enough to swing this race. You're going to need to find 1 extra point of damage to turn it into a 3-turn clock.
Yep.
And Den of the Bugbear is pretty good at finding 1 extra point of damage.
And we do still need a land for what it's worth. These creature lands are not available. And let's say, our Rakdos player has a Duress in hand, draws a Thoughtseize or something like that. There's nightmare scenario cases where this race is actually not that close in favor of Pascal. But, we see Pascal taking a long time to decide this line, ends up going with the one we discussed, put a counter on it, and Geistlight Snare, a wet napkin.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very good napkin.
That is a moist napkin.
Yeah,
that is a moist towelette.
That was ideal. And I think if Perfect Information was available to Grimflare, I believe that is the screen name of our player on the bottom, that they would not have cast this and just attack, and just wait for those turns where Pascal taps out and then try to get it in there. But of course, you do not have perfect mana. You just got to jam.
And now they've got to wonder, can I even attack with this 4/4, or do I have to leave it back to check a Faceless Haven?
And that feels bad because there's 2 of them. Of course, there's probably going to be a land drawn in the next 2 turns. And if you make that block, I don't know. So right now, if we attack, that's 9. Den plus this attack again is only 8 unless a creature hits the graveyard.
And you can't really do that because you're going to need to draw a land and use all of your mana to activate Den next turn.
Yeah.
So, there's no way you can fire off a removal spell unless it's Slaughter Pact, which is not a legal card in this format.
Fan me down. I love that card. Let me tell you.
So, yeah, I don't think this Graveyard Glutton can get into the red zone this turn. The numbers just don't back you up. You know, if Pascal were at 12 instead of being at 13,
Yeah.
you could do
You
it.
attack and you pray for a land, even if you don't have it. Okay, so we got the land.
So, yeah.
5 hit.
Are attacking. What are they?
What's the end game plan here?
Yeah, like what?
There's the land. So now we can either go 6 with the flyers. Honestly, though, I think I like it, and you just hope to top deck a removal spell. You know, because otherwise, what do? You sit back, you block. If they draw a land, nightmare scenario, you still take 4 damage, you go to 8, and then Faithless Haven is still lethal. So no matter how you cut it, the Rakdos player was facing lethal in 2 turns. No matter what, as long as there was a snow land on top. And if there wasn't a snow land, there's probably a creature that was going to help the cause. You know, so I think no matter which way you slice it, it's bad for a Rakdos player unless they get a removal spell. That's just what they have to get. And even then, they're probably still dead. I guess they can block with the 4/4 next turn.
You're really seeing the perils of Thoughtseize in this game. That 4 life, was huge, and not having a bunch of discard and not much removal
in this matchup.
No, I actually don't. I think it generally is a good card, but it just didn't line up well in this matchup. Yeah, you want the information, and you want to be able to strip the protection spells from your opponent's hand so that your first removal spell works. You know, when they set up Curious Obsession on their turn 2 with a protection and you're on the play, having Thoughtseize into 2-mana removal is really, really not
that's
important.
True. I generally, I actually played this exact matchup just for a YouTube video, and I ended up losing to just a string of Supreme Verdicts off the top, and it was very frustrating. But it's just a desperation. Hope you forget how your Magic cards work type of play, it looks like. But I sided out the Thoughtseize on the draw, and then I kept them on the play. And I think I kept 3. I don't know if that's correct in any way, shape, or form, but just being able to pick off some of the creatures on the play or a Curious Obsession ended up being okay. But the deck also just doesn't have a ton of black sources that they can have on turn 1. There's still some dens. There's still the fashionably late lands,
I think with Thoughtseize in this matchup is not a card that you just fire off early.
Yeah.
You actually save it for those key turns where your play depends so much on what they have in their hand.
That's
it's very much a scalpel in this matchup that gives you the key information on the turn that you need it. So it's about saving it for the right spot.
Yep, that's fair. And the one thing you'll notice here, we have this paused on this screen. The one thing we can't dive into, which is unfortunate, but just the way Magic Online delivers this information to us, is we can't see the player's sideboard. So we see when this game just starts, then it'll pick right back up. But what kind of cards are you looking to sideboard? We saw the mono blue. We saw Pascal's sideboard. It didn't look like there was a ton of stuff. It was a lot of counter spells for like blue decks. There's 4 disputes and
there should be another Icon of Ancestry. Usually these lists play like 1 main, one board.
Okay.
Which is an Anthem effect that you can pay like 3 or 4 mana tap, and
that card's good.
Look at the top 3, get a card of the chosen type, and you choose Spirit and put that into your hand. So additional sources of card advantage. So no Icon
Pascal
of Ancestry
doesn't even have that.
Or wait, none of the main. They're just both in the sideboard.
Yeah, that is probably what you want.
We'll see both of those come in. The additional copy of Faceless Haven will definitely come in. So cards that help you grind through removal. And I think he's just going to try to remain somewhat threat dense.
Yeah.
I would suspect that the Fading Hope goes away. That one does not seem great.
Yeah, it is nothing great there. There's some divide by zeros as well in Pascal's sideboard with no learn cards. That's an interesting one. I don't think I've seen that before.
I also think I would take out these Spell Pierces, be less counterspell heavy in a heavy discard matchup, and just try to be more of a straightforward aggro deck with card advantage. And a few Guy Sight Snares for key threats in the mid game. From the Rakdos side, it's all about lowering your curve so that you don't get tempoed out. So cheap removal over expensive cards. Instants over sorceries. Give yourself the most flexibility you possibly can to make the mono blue player's mana as awkward as possible, while making yours as smooth as possible.
And I do want to remind everyone this is an open deck list tournament, so the players can see each other's deck lists. So you kind of get to sideboard with that perfect information. That does change how at least I approach tournaments. You know, having some spicy one-ups in the deck, you know, I think it's a way to approach it, but it's also a way that you can't get lost. You know, like I see some players that are like, I have 5 1-ofs. My opponents never know what I'm gonna play. I was like, yeah, but you're playing 5 really bad 1-ofs instead of one good 4x. You know, so there's spots where it's not good, but it is something that players should keep an eye on. Now look at this hand from Pascal. This is nice. Pascal is gonna be on the draw. Has Mausoleum Wanderer into Supreme Phantom. This is kind of that a nut draw essentially, outside of just like one drop, double curious.
Phantom. You have a lot of pressure. You've got good counter spells to back that up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the one issue is that Pascal has to be on the draw.
Yeah, exactly. And the one thing, there is another Spirit deck, you know, another Supreme Phantom Mausoleum Wanderer deck that is being played that I actually really like. It doesn't get played often. You know, it's definitely in the tier 2 realm, but just Bant Spirits right now has actually posted some decent results. And it's a really powerful deck, you know, like that is one deck that I'm surprised doesn't do a little bit better. You know, it's pretty good against mono green. Sometimes mono green's draws just go way over the top, but also it's like Karn is not a good card against Bant Spirit.
Yeah, Spirits has historically been very good against Devotion.
Exactly. So
yeah, I actually played that deck in the early days of Pioneer when it did really well at one of the players' tours. It won one of them, if I remember correctly, before the world shut down. And it was a pretty good deck in the early days of that metagame.
Mold 5.
It's another
5 here from a Rakdos player.
Yeah, and no one mana, you know, play.
Yeah,
so tap land. So Pascal kind of gets to steal the play and his up cards. That's tough.
Not ideal, I'll tell you that. It's not usually how I want to start my mid-range slog fest here up against a deck that it is a snowbally-ish deck, you know? And honestly, as we're bringing up snowbally style Magic, Pioneer is kind of a little bit more like 2 ships passing the night kind of format, where it's just they're doing very powerful things, and it's not really the most interactiveness. It kind of reminds me of like pre-Modern Horizon stuff, you know, like Heliod Prowess, just decks doing their thing. And, you know, now the modern we live in is very interactive. Like the removal is just insanely good. And not necessarily the case. Like Fatal Push is probably the best removal spell in the format, where it's like the 4th or 5th best one in modern. So maybe that's a factor, but yeah.
Oh, that definitely is a factor. But at least some interaction here, but no third land from Grim is going to be a problem against these Geistlight Snares and Mausoleum Wanderers.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing Pascal is really hoping to hit a 4th land so he can cast Supreme Phantom and have a counterspell up for it.
Yeah. Look at that just intrusive Bone Crusher Giant there. Just chilling right there. Is that the spot? Director, can we move that, or is that all on their end? I don't really remember. Oh, it's all our director's fault. Okay. We get to blame him. Putting it right over the lands, actually stomping that Mausoleum Wanderer, you know? We'll let it slide this time. Here comes Unbeatable Sailor.
Yeah. So tapping out on the end step for the Sailor here.
I sense a second stomp.
Yeah.
You know, like.
But stomp on against Mausoleum Wanderer is very awkward.
It is. It is. Yeah. What do you even attempt to stomp? Like, I don't know. I lose so many games to Spectral Sailor, and man, do I have some good memories. I may be one of the crazy people, but I love Team of Reclamation mirrors and Standard back in the day, and this was always the mirror breaker. You know, you just play this little 1-drop and win the game. You know,
I'm old enough to remember the days where people sideboarded Azure Mage in certain decks.
I don't even know if I know what that does.
Azure Mage has the same activation, 3 and a blue, draw a card, but it's a 2-mana 2/1 with no flying or flash.
Wow. That card sounds awful. Ooh, look at that pickup. You know a few things about a little Spell Pierce every once in a while.
Okay, so Spell Pierce just as good as a land here to protect the Supreme Phantom. Also have the Wanderer now, which will get pumped by the Phantom, so it'll be a 2/2, 3/3 on this turn once that ability resolves.
I think I had Spell Pierce that.
Yeah.
And man, at this point, you know, everything's coming up mono blue.
Yeah, we had, you know, 2 Fatal Pushes and a Stomp, so there was definitely cheap interaction here, but without making more land drops and developing any sort of battlefield, the mono blue player is easily able to grind through 3 removal spells.
Yeah, and a ground creature here,
Jeez,
not
winning this race.
It's not good at all. Even if there's a land on top, that's a 5/4 Faithless Haven that you could get in there. But nope, it's everybody's favorite mono blue card, Curious Obsession, coming off. And man, I just want to give a quick shout out to Manatraders and their software here. I mean, just how nice is it to be able to see hand cams like that? On where you don't have to, jump through all the hoops of getting them into Discord, cropping their hands. Like, it's so much other work to do for what Manatraders just has the software to do for us right now. So huge up on them. It's really nice.
Definitely working out nicely. The obsession here is not only going to generate card advantage, it's going to increase the clock, allows you to leave up Geistlight Snare, also stop day turning into night, so this Trespasser doesn't morph into a bigger threat. We hit a land drop off of it. This has just been a slaughter so far. And while yes, game 2 happened on a Multi-5, when you think of the Mono Blue Curious Obsession deck, you would think 3 cheap removal spells might be enough to get you back into a game. But these, like I said, this version of Mono Blue is much more threat dense, so it's able to play through removal much more easily. And you're seeing it here in this game, and you even saw a little bit of it in game 1. Not less so playing through removal, but playing through a bunch of discards. Still a lot of 1-for-1 trading happened in that game 1. And the mono blue player had plenty to do with their mana later on. It's Spectral Sailor, it's Faceless Haven, it's Ascendant Spirit, 3 different good mana sinks in addition to card advantage potentially coming from Curious Obsession. That is a lot of ways to continue doing relevant things well into the mid game. Make sure you have enough to close these games out before more powerful cards come online.
You mean like this 4/3?
Well, Geistlight Snare is going to stop anything that Grim does.
Geistlight Snare did just cost 1 mana there. Are we misunderstanding this card?
Say,
if you control an enchantment, so if you have Curious Obsession plus a creature,
that's why they main deck this card, because sometimes it can cost 1.
Yeah, 1 mana leak is quite impressive, and that's Pascal Maynard moving to 2-0.
I knew it got cheaper for both a spirit and an enchantment, but I thought it only ever lost 1. I thought it was just, if you have a spirit or enchantment, it now costs 2. But it's 1 less if you have a spirit and 1 less if you have an enchantment. So if you have both, it's a 1 mana leak. Okay. And now I understand why they do this, why they play this card.
Reading the cards is helping us learn the cards throughout this. I mean, only helping though, because we read Hullbreaker Horror over and over. But hi everyone, welcome back to the booth. Corey and Ross giving you coverage all day. That was Pascal Maynard taking that round down with Mono Blue, and that excites me. I want to see that deck more. That looked pretty good. Obviously the mulligans and stuff, and I don't necessarily think Rakdos midrange is the strongest deck as well. Like, I think it's solid, but it feels like there's 1 3-mana busted Planeswalker that it's missing that it'll maybe get access to next weekend.
And maybe that turns that deck around. But still, it's a lot of cheap removal and some good creatures to race with. That can be difficult for these mono blue decks to deal with, and they dealt with it very easily. And
the mulligans, of course, did not help. Mulliganing on the play to 5, where you're essentially, really, really handicapping yourself. Your odds of winning that is pretty rough, especially with a deck that doesn't just like turn through cards. If an Izzet deck mulligans to 5, there's a chance it just goes off. Consider Treasure Cruise. You've unmulliganed, so that kind of stuff will happen. But you know what's nice about this Manatrader series? We just get to watch more Magic. We just get to jump right in. I think we're going to try to jump into Luis Salvato playing my favorite deck, a little Mono Green Devotion.
We're jumping. This is me doing the Mario.
I don't know if I can see you jump as high as Mario. I play basketball against you, so. All right, so jumping in, Luis Salvato is playing a little bit of an interesting list of Mono Green, playing a little Traveler's Oddity. I know that can't be right. That doesn't sound right.
Overwalled Oddity.
Hey, that one of the words was correct, so that's pretty good. As well as some Voracious Hydras, but otherwise the core is still the same. We're seeing Tormod's Crypt for this Izzet player. And
I see a Tormod's Crypt on one side and a Grafdigger's Cage on the other. Cage, of course, shutting down Storm the Festival. So I'm guessing this is a deck that is not playing Arclight Phoenix if they have Cage in their sideboard.
It doesn't look like it. Okay, we don't have Salvato's hand cam here. Maybe we can poke Salvato to maybe get that going for future events if you got time, Director. But for now, at least we still have the Izzet hand cam, and we see a really powerful card in the hands of Dig Through Time, but we know Salvato. Salvato is a phenomenal player. He's constantly doing that math. Okay, can you dig this turn? Can you dig this turn? Can you cruise this turn? Luckily, it's the same math. They both cost 8 mana. So, this is something that Salvato will always have on his radar. And also, Luis Salvato, for those of you who don't know, Pro Tour champion, won with Lantern Control. Also, Player of the Year, the second person to ever win a Player of the Year tie, where you had to play against someone.
Who is the first one, Corey?
The first was this little fellow by the name of Brad Nelson, my older brother. And then the second was Salvato taking down Seth. And man, I was there for both of those playoffs. It was awesome. I know you were there for Paris for Guillaume Matignon showdown. And then the other one was in S City against Seth. And that city is beautiful. I love visiting that city.
So we saw here is a player shocking in his Steam vents
to opt, I guess.
Yeah, so that they can opt, because if they just cast Dig, Salvato had 9 power and they shocked down to 9.
Yeah.
So slightly unfortunate that they're forced to Otawara here just to stay alive. This is now going to give Salvato a window, if they can sniff out this Dig Through Time, to just proactively use their Tormod script and just kind of leave the Izzet player with an opt.
Yeah,
and recast this Cavalier at worst, and attack them to 5. Have a 9 power in play, and these Izzet decks, they have a hard time dealing with a 5/6.
They really do, and they honestly just have a hard time dealing with like pretty much all of these creatures. The only way these Izzet decks usually compete with Green Devotion is one thing in the ice. If you can flip that, return everything to the hand, attack thing at the Planeswalker. That's a popular line, especially Nissa, where you're returning lands as well. Like, that can be a problem. But then also just Temporal's Mastery and Galvanic Iteration doing some busted stuff there.
And Lightning Axe killing bigger creatures. Still not Cavalier.
Even that's a 2-for-1 if you're killing like old growth troll. That feels bad. But
if you're a Phoenix deck, you can discard the Phoenix and get it back. But these as a control decks, don't have a thing in the ice, and don't have Arclight Phoenix, don't have Lightning Axe. All of the cards that we've talked about that are good at attacking this green deck are the cards that this version of Izzet has caught.
Yeah, and the reason I would think that maybe those changes are being made, it's sure as hell not for the mono green matchup after talking this out. It leads me to think that they just expected so much Winoda that this is a good Winoda matchup, which would make sense to me. You play a lot of Reckless, the deal 4, or Red Cap Melee out of the sideboard. You can deal with it, and there we see that Tormod's Crypt pop by Salvato. That's a good Magic player. That was some good timing. And now it's like, even if you can Dig Through Time, what are you going to do? You're going to turn our wheels a bit here. Hope to draw like some Aether Gusts or something, but
we found a removal spell, but it's not one that does anything.
Right on time. All right, we got another land. We can dig through time.
We can dig.
5.
Doesn't leave you much mana to do things. With the Stormcroft Coast, we'll have 2 mana.
Yeah. It might even be just 1. 3.
Well, we need 5 to dig.
No, it'll be 6. 2. Okay, yeah, so we got to find like Aether Gust and something to go farther. Oh wow, just hitting Cavalier. Like, all right, I need to find, I guess, a Lightning Axe and
or 2 more shocks. Maybe that's that they're giving themselves to live. And be empty-handed at 5.
It's gonna be.
Oh no, because then there's a lair.
Yeah.
So even that wouldn't have been good enough.
And honestly, just look.
Oh no, there's a lair.
There's a lair and a Beseiju, but just look at the.
Why do lair and Beseiju look so similar?
Just to throw you off. But yeah, the mono green decks get to play. They're all trees. What do you want? It's a mono green deck. The forests are all trees too. You're gonna are you old man yelling at trees now instead of old man yelling at clouds?
I would be yelling at clouds, but there's no clouds in any of the backgrounds. That would at least differentiate the art.
What about Nick those? There's a lot of clouds up there. What's going on?
That one is gold, so I can tell that one apart.
All right. All right, all right. Well, we're coming back to our camera here. Welcome back, everyone. Mono Green finishing up that one, and we'll see. Adrian, our lovely director, if you see another match we can jump into, if there's a little bit of time while we chat, sure. If not, we can always wait till round 3. But man, that Mono Green deck looks good.
Yeah, I mean, so far we didn't get to see a ton of that match.
Yeah.
But what we did see looked impressive. What we saw from Mono Green in round 1 looked really impressive.
Yeah.
So far that looks to be a strong contender here today. And the red removal, we saw a lot of Flame Blessed Bolt emerge when Arclight Phoenix was at its apex.
Yes, because you can exile that, or mono black, you can take out Scroungers or something. But yeah,
it feels like at this point, the metagame has adapted. We're seeing bigger creatures. Flame Blessed Bolt's still pretty good against Winoda.
Yeah.
So we'll give it that. They have Voice of Resurgence and Elves.
Yes.
Mono Green still has Elves. So I guess that,
But Mono Green is now switching to Sylvan Caryatid to avoid being able to be hit by these bolts and stuff. So even Mono Green is adapting to this plan that isn't, maybe it's just not moving in the right direction with how people are changing their decks.
And if you are too reliant on those kind of shock variants, then in the early game, you're going to be able to keep the mono green deck off balance, but eventually they're going to start casting their 3, 4, and 5 mana spells, and you don't have very many answers to any of them.
Well, we're chatting. Let's head into that match too, so we can catch the end of this. But I totally agree. So it looks like we're going to be able to see a little Winoda Rider here, being able to be played.
Looks like Winoda is under a little time pressure here. I see their clock is looks like 4.5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah. Holy cow. And the other player has 16 minutes. So there was clearly some messing around going on here.
But both players at relatively low life totals. Brazen Bar are going to be able to attack in here, get them down to 5.
And with just one card, I mean, most of the time you got to think that's just a land, right? But Fable the Mirror Breaker does, that's just an insane thing about it too. This Winoda deck,
last card is a Rending Volley. That's a good one.
And the one thing this Winoda deck usually wants to do, maybe there was no way to avoid it, is stop at 6 mana. Just, you never want a 7th, ever.
Yeah.
So just always stop, hold lands because, okay, we didn't discard, so we found one we liked.
And it's not Winoda.
It's not Winoda, so I'm going to guess it is. I'm going to guess it's Tovlar's Huntmaster. I'm just throwing that off.
Azika's Chariot.
Okay. Well, it's Tovlar's Huntmaster.
Oh, okay. I did not realize we had a hand cam.
Yeah, it just popped up. Okay, yes. So you owe me that $100. You owe me that $100 now. So here is Tovlar's. Gus, I'd like to purchase that onto the top, please. Would be my inclination. And now with just one card in hand, you need something big. Maybe if that card is a Hullbreaker Horror and you get land 7 or something.
They got 2 cards, but the issue is even if they're answering the stuff that the Winoda deck is doing off the top, these 2/2s are going to end the game.
Yeah.
You got 3 threats at least 3. Yeah, you have 3 threats that you have to answer pretty quickly here.
And you don't leave in or bring in, probably counter spells like Disdainful Stroke, even though I have been thinking these Izzet decks should start playing those because there's a lot of very meaningful 4-drops in this format. But not a lot of them are playing it. So their answers to these cards are Aether Gust to your Tovlas, which whatever, you're going to put it on top every single time.
Yeah.
Really what this deck is always trying to do is just take a bunch of turns in a row and hope that's enough. But now what are we going to... Galvanic Iteration into Anger is the one way I can see to get into this, which would definitely be cards that they would have in. Very powerful magic card.
That's a different iteration.
Yeah. They need to iterate on that iteration.
They're going to need quite a bit here.
Yep. Yeah, I think they need to find Temporal Mastery, or they need to find that combination. There's Anger of the Gods. Okay.
We have a follow-up to... Oh, my God.
Oh, what was that? I don't know what that... Maybe we can check that graveyard, Adrian.
Okay. Fiery Impulse.
That was a Lightning Bolt. There's Winoda Rider off the top, though, for another lethal threat.
All that text on Winoda, not so relevant at this point. Just a 4/4. That's good enough.
Yep. And now we got 3 cards, though. Expressive Iteration is such a hell of a magic card.
Yep. A land here is not going to do...
Hullbreaker Horror, I just can sense it in my bones that it's in the hand. I can just sense it, and we're going to end the game with this attack. I can just feel it in my bones.
Ooh, no. Looks like going to be 2 removal spells teaming up here. Flame Blast Bolt and a Fiery Impulse. So now with a land off the top here for our Winoda player, both players are effectively hellbent. It's just a top deck war, and
Winoda doesn't top deck that well. Out of the 2 decks, the better deck I'm going to give to Expressive Iteration. That's a lethal one.
Yeah, lethal threat.
Oh my god! If I'm the Izzet player, I'm just like, please, just brick once. Just brick
Well,
once.
they didn't brick once. They hit a pathway.
Okay, but please brick twice. This is Narset, 4-mana Narset.
This costs. Oh, that's a good one.
Ooh. What can we even draw now to beat a Niv Mizzet?
Brutal Cathar?
Prosperous Innkeeper?
Yeah.
Is that it?
That's that one's not so good.
I mean, now every draw step is going to kill anything. Now the draw step will deal with Thalia. Any spell is like completely game over. Yeah. But now, even if you top deck Brutal Cathar, it's only 1 damage getting through. So all of a sudden, we're coming back. And this Izzet Niv Mizzet is a tongue twister, a rhyme, and it is going to be just on time.
Yeah. Just on time is definitely right.
Okay. So here's a damage to the face. And now, is there any haste threat that can win the game if Niv Mizzet attacks? I'm sure that's the question that they're asking themselves. Or is this just...
Like we might have...
Cyclonic Rift. Okay.
Deal 1 more. Do we have another spell that we can cast for essentially no value?
Is it Storm?
It's a land. If this isn't lethal, then...
I don't think there's any haste threat in most of these decks, though. Oh, there's an opt.
Okay.
Opt for the win. Okay, and then that's the match. AFX taking it down. Okay. Coming back to us, but I think for the next round, the first thing I want to check out is one of the Winoda players that is undefeated. You know, that's one thing that we haven't seen from beginning to end. And I think the deck is just, extremely powerful. And I want to take a closer look at it, but Niv Mizzet looking pretty good there.
I mean, that was a match that was won on a couple key top decks from both sides, and the Izzet player, that Expressive Iteration was huge, and the Niv Mizzet was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
And it could have really gone either way. Would have loved to have seen the rest of that game that got us to that point.
Yes.
I'm sure whenever you have a game like that goes long and ends on that kind of top deck war, and both players drew pretty well.
Yeah, out of it.
Neither player can be like mad that they got unlucky in that game. Yeah. So whenever that happens, and I'm sure you go through this too, you always look back in the rest of the game and be like, where could I have gotten an extra point or 2 in, or saved a spell and gotten a little bit better value? Would have been left with 1 more thing of material to get over the finish line in that game.
Nah, I blame bad luck, and I go eat some chicken strips or something, man. There's no way it was my fault. Not a chance, okay?
Do you dip those in ranch too?
Oh, yeah, I truly do. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? I mean, if I am going to get robbed in a match, of course I'm going to have delicious ranch goodness to make my life feel a little bit better.
I just have no words.
But one real note here is we did see that Izzet deck being played against Devotion. We saw the end of Izzet being played against Winoda. And I mean, as we were kind of, looking into how they would fare against those decks, it was kind of how like we were saying, right? Izzet should have a little bit better Winoda matchup, but Izzet maybe is struggling with Devotion. Is that a place you want to be at this format? I don't think so. Like, I think Mono Green Devotion is probably going to be the most played deck. I don't have the numbers in front of me yet, but I don't like playing a deck that, doesn't have game against one of those because they're both big decks. I like to just play something powerful and proactive, which would usually be Winoda or that, because I don't see Winoda having like an awful matchup against Izzet. You can still just play a Chariot, and play a Winoda, and then they have to deal with Winoda. And then you get those turns where you're like, okay, well, crew Chariot with Winoda, you have to kill that. And now I'm attacking you for 10, and now you have to Wrath while dealing with a Chariot. The deck just puts you in that kind of weird pinch that these aggro decks that have vehicles can put you in. Smuggler's Copter was another card that it did it with, and that's kind of a nightmare for control style decks.
Yeah, just, a lot of different threats that are answered with different sets of cards, so that you can't bias your removal suite in a specific way and be well prepared for the entire metagame. And not only does Winoda do that in a self-contained way, where you have Chariot, Huntmaster, and Winoda with all, and Fable, a lot of creatures that generate card advantage and are resilient to spot removal. But then you have to deal with the Green Devotions, players' threats, which is a lot of planeswalkers and big
spells and creatures. Like, yeah, it's a tough deck to sideboard against.
In addition to the card advantage that deck generates. So I agree. It's even though there aren't a lot of other aggro decks, the emergence of this Green Devotion deck, I think, is putting the control decks in a tough spot.
Yep, I totally agree.
These decks emerged really, I'd say, a month or two ago in the metagame, and you didn't see a lot of Devotion then.
Yeah,
and it was a lot easier to get away with playing a ton of shock effects and making sure that you answered these cheap creatures consistently. And now you can't do that and be okay, and you've got to find other ways to be able to interact with the bigger threats in both of these decks. We're seeing a lot of Ether Gusts. You've mentioned Disdainful Stroke. I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing that card pick up in numbers. And the more cards, the more different kinds of those cards that you have to put into your deck, more variants you're introducing to your draws. So it's not just a matter of, oh, now I've got my 3 or 4 Ether Gusts, I'll be fine. Now you're going to have games where you have Ether Gust and not your Shock for their 1 mana elf, and that puts you behind. Or you still draw a couple shocks because you still need those to deal with Arclight Phoenixes and elves.
And they old girl troll you to death, like,
So there's still going to be the games where it doesn't line up well. And that's always the issue playing, the
control side.
The reactive side.
Yep. And honestly, that brings up a really good point. Whenever a format is this diverse, it's hard to react to it. If this format Winoda ends up being so good that it pushes out all but 2 decks, an anti-Winoda deck and whatever, X, Y, or Z, then these kind of reactive control decks can be a lot better because, well, you get to main deck something that would be insane, like Aether Gust, if that's a good card against Winoda. So the one thing that is really nice for these mono green decks is we've seen a lot of cards being brought in, either Grafdigger's Cage, Damping Sphere, Lavinia, all these things, and none of them seem particularly good. They all are corner cases, and if people are bringing in corner case cards to deal with a deck, it's usually that deck is just a little bit more powerful than the plan, because if they're Damping Sphere and you just cast a Nissa and just attack for 3, you're like, wow, now that Damping Sphere is doing way more work against you than it is because you have enough mana with Nissa. So I don't know. I think mono green is just at a spot where it attacks from too many different angles right now, where it's like impossible to sideboard against.
I think the metagame just isn't well prepared for it right now. It will get there eventually, and we're seeing the early days of mono green reestablishing itself. So it's a good time to be playing it. And if you're playing a different deck and you want to know what to do against it, don't board in Damping Sphere and these cute cards that stop Nykthos. Like, I know Nykthos is the card that is flashiest in the deck. We saw Nykthos draw in round 1 where it was turn 4 and they cast 4 copies of Storm the Festival in one turn, along with multiple cards that they got off of Karn, and it was just disgusting. It was like 60 mana worth of cards all in one turn and 9 permanents. So it sucks when people do things like that to you, but the easiest way to stop them from Nykthosing for ridiculous amounts of mana is to kill their things. Kill their stuff.
Devotion, I mean, the number one thing is to make sure you deal with everything. And the decks that have given me problems when I've been playing this is the card Lava Coil. This is incredible against Old Girl Troll. And then just spot removal. You just kill the elf on sight no matter what, and you just hope they don't have enough lands. And you can get ahead of them by just kill. And then if you're just playing a 4-mana Planeswalker and stuff, you can deal with that. But you have to cut off the legs from Devotion for sure. I totally agree.
While Nykthos is a really important part of the deck, and it is the most powerful part of the deck, it is not a card that they are entirely dependent on. It's not like Lotus Field in that deck where they have to find it every game or they lose. The deck can easily just go Elf into Old Growth Troll into 4-mana Planeswalker into Nissa or Cavalier and have a great curve and run you over in a pretty normal way, because those cards are all just powerful by themselves. That's why it's even more important for you to just answer those cards on curve that will keep their devotion down, make sure Nykthos doesn't get out of control, but you're also not losing to just their normal curve draws.
Yep. Nope, that makes a ton of sense. So, all right, we are going to take a short break here in a second. The round 2 is all done, so they'll be pairing it up. So this will be a nice short break. But a reminder, !Bash Bros in the chat if you want to start playing in some Magic Online events. I don't know about you, Ross, but it has always been my favorite whenever I'm watching coverage of like an event I really want to watch, which is of course this. I mean, this is awesome. But to just play a queue or something while I watch, you know, like it always gives me the itch when I see a tournament, like people lock up a top 8 spot or something. I'm like, okay, I want to get in. So.
That deck looks sweet.
Exactly. So if you also think that deck looks sweet, or you want to try out this mono green devotion,
Spirits.
Yeah, I mean that Pioneer's just sweet. So you can do it, and you can add some new Streets of New Capenna cards to them as well. !Bash Bros in the chat. That'll save you 20% off your first 2 months. It's the best code in the land, so you might as well take advantage of it. Now we're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back here when round number 3 starts, and we're going to start shaping up who's going to... welcome back to the Manatraders. Ross, you have bunny ears on a professional broadcast. Jeez, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Welcome back to the Manatraders series featuring Pioneer. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam. We are going to be bringing you coverage all weekend, and round number 3 is already getting underway. So first, we're going to check out the deck list here for Winoda, for the player that we're going to be watching. That is 2-0, undefeated. And yeah, Naya Winoda, talk to us about this deck, Ross.
So this is, for my money, the most powerful deck in the format, the most explosive. And Winoda itself is at the center of it. We've seen what it can do in a lot of different formats when it was in standard, and it's been a part of Pioneer for a while in different forms. But this iteration of the deck really is significantly better than anyone that has come before it, and it's for a couple reasons.
Agent of Treachery would like to have words with you.
One is, one is Prosperous Innkeeper is just a great piece of acceleration into Winoda, one that is really difficult to interact with and helps fix your mana, which can be a little wonky in this deck. 2 is Toverlar's Huntmaster as your big over-the-top hit is castable, so it makes the deck very much better in games where you don't get Winoda going.
Kenrith was castable as well. Why is this card so much better?
Because it's not answerable with a single piece of spot removal.
Sure.
And especially with Lightning Axe being so popular in Phoenix decks that have been around for a while, Kenrith was just pretty easy to answer. Toverlar's Huntmaster has that all-important 6th point of toughness that we've talked about with Cavalier. 3, you have Brutal Cathar as a source of interaction that this deck was sorely lacking.
Because it had Skyclave before, right? But it's just not as good of a card. Yeah.
This is a much, when you don't have very many pieces of interaction, then you really need it to be able to answer a broad range of things. And while Skyclave can answer different non-creature permanents, being able to answer bigger creatures is a lot more important for this deck.
Totally agree. All right, so that's a little recap on the deck. It sounds like our players are ready. Let's dive into round number 3. We've been dove in, and it looks like we got at least one hand cam. We'll see if we got another one. We do not have the other one. We'll blame our director on that one. It's our scapegoat, whenever there's something wrong, we just throw them under the bus.
This is a nice looking hand, though. We got a couple lands, all our colors of mana, got a turn 1 elf.
We don't have all our colors of mana, though, because they're both pathways. So the Llanowar elf and pathways is a problem. Right now, we're a Gruul deck,
But we have Prosperous.
Never mind.
Okay. we also have the Prosperous Innkeeper to be a treasure for the 3rd color.
Yeah. But I'm saying, this was a Gruul deck with the pathway. You could still play Fabled Mirror Breaker. You could play Prosperous Innkeeper, but it wasn't a for sure fact that you could Winoda. But that Temple Garden off the top is excellent. And we're going to see a nice little sequence here from Winoda.
Yeah. I think, when your opponent starts with a turn 1 elf, Forest Elf, you're likely thinking Green Devotion. I guess there's a small chance it's the mirror.
It's open deck list as well.
So. Okay, so they know.
Yeah.
But you know the matchup. You want to be as explosive as possible, so use your mana, get a non-human creature out, so that your turn 3 Winoda starts triggering immediately. And the Fable is also going to get you another creature a couple turns down the line.
Yep.
We also see a pretty explosive start from Green Devotion with the turn 2 Kiora into an Oath. So you spent essentially a loyalty counter on this Oath instead of any mana. So you're going to set up your draws without really costing yourself much tempo.
But there's a chance that the Winoda player puts 14 power into play next turn. With Winoda and Tovlar plus the Wolves, it's 14 power. And, this is just really showing, one, being on the play is very important in this. Who knows, if a Cavalier got cast, being able to just block a token and God forbid the Winoda misses, the game's almost over, but these are just 2 decks that don't really interact with each other, even post board. So this is just going to be a punch each other in the face fest, Yeah,
both decks having strong starts here, but like you said, it's the person on the play at that point that has the significant advantage. Who is punching first?
Exactly. Yep.
And I think a lot of it is going to come down to how well this Winoda hits versus how explosive the follow-up turn is from Mono Green. They take an Elvish Mystic off that Oath of Nissa. That is a good sign for the Winoda player.
Yeah. That is not an ideal
Yeah.
hit, that's for sure. And now we get to see a little hand manipulation. And I mean, look at this. Like Prosperous Innkeeper and Temple Garden probably aren't needed anymore, so I'd
Yep.
probably pitch them.
I completely agree. That's exactly what I was thinking.
And it's just like you just make sure you already have a land. Leaving yourself with one land is fine. A lot of players put themselves in a situation they're like, well, what if my Land War dies? I still might need a land. But the chances are that you're going to draw a land in either those two cards or the next turn is pretty high. So you leave yourself with a bare minimum. And, we did see we didn't hit a land, but really don't need it right now.
Yeah.
You're getting a treasure. We're going to spin the wheel and see what we hit.
We got a backup Winoda in case they, generate a bunch of mana and have a Voracious Hydra. Not sure if their list does have Voracious Hydra or if they're playing Old Growth Troll. The Tovolar's Huntmaster.
How about 14 power on turn 3? Do we like that? Is that good? Do we break it?
And the Huntmaster enters, and you can choose which one, if it's attacking a Planeswalker or the player. So we can now answer the Kiora and have this giant battlefield without an answer to the Winoda, which I don't think they really have.
Voracious Hydra, but not the mana to do it.
Exactly. This game is going to end very quickly, and it really, the mono green player's hand might not have been that good. They might have lost on the play anyway, but that was the only way they would have had a chance, was to be on the play in this game.
Yeah. I just picture Varo just, over just clicking stuff, like throwing their hands up in the air, just saying, tra la 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 la, I'm playing cards. This game's easy. Yeah, so far it's been Varo's tournament 2-0 with arguably the best deck and making it look easy right there. And yeah, looks awesome.
It's hard for me to imagine many matchups where the die roll matters more than matchups where both players are playing mana creatures.
Yes, absolutely. And these are really the only 8 elf decks. Varo's actually only playing 7 elves, which, a calculated mistake, I'll just say. No, I'm just kidding. It's probably right. I don't play Winoda, but it just feels so wrong to not play 8 elves when you can. But it is a lot different in this deck compared to a Devotion.
My instinct would be to say that is a person that has had a few too many games where they drew elves off the top in a late game scenario where they needed to draw something better and decided to cut one. I myself could never bring myself to do that.
Exactly, same. I was like, get a Prosperous Innkeeper out of there for sure before I cut an elf. But I love Llanowar Elves. And this is really the only format where Llanowar Elves are not banned or they exist. Standard doesn't have them, and they're pretty much banned in every other format that plays Wrenn and 6. So it's kind of brutal.
Yeah. Here's our haven for mana creatures as well as our haven for combo and Pioneer. That's why it's a great format.
That's true. That is very true.
Okay. So as far as sideboarding goes, we will see the Winoda player be able to bring in a lot more interaction, but it doesn't seem like interaction is particularly good. Their removal is things like, Red Cap Melee and Rending Volley usually.
Yeah. I was like, maybe you bring in... People have brought in Archon of Emeria against me. Just only being able to play one spell. It just stops the complete nut draws. But that's another card. It's just like you're sideboarding for like some kind of corner case plan of mono green, and then they do something else, and you're like, oh, I just brought in a 3-mana 2/3 flyer.
Yeah, I don't mind having flyers though in a matchup where the
I want to stop you there 1 second. That was a really disciplined mulligan, if anybody caught it. It was 4 lands, 2/3 drops, Winoda, I believe, was the 4 drop, and just almost immediately shipped it back, realizing you have to be more explosive on the draw. So big ups there to Varo.
Yeah, and it definitely need to be explosive in this matchup.
Yeah.
And they mulligan into a very serviceable 6 here.
Oh, yeah.
Llanowar Elves into Brutal Cathar or Fable is a great start. They're going to actually have all 3 colors, Stomping Ground, and they can play the Pathway on the white side.
Brutal Cathar is probably like the best card from Winoda against mono green, because like you hit Old Growth Troll, there's a solid chance that Brutal Cathar flipping back and forth is possible to exile multiple creatures, because I made the mistake of bringing in Hunt the Hunter against Brutal Cathar. Do you have any reason why that would be stupid?
Hunt the Hunter only targets a green creature.
It sure does, but I thought it was just a fight, but my creature got pumps if it fought green creatures. And I was a sad panda, and this did not work out the way I wanted it to. I also brought it in against mono red once before I learned to, and I was even sadder there. So mistakes were made when I was learning this deck.
Sylvan Caryatid is a nice mana creature to have in the face of the Brutal Cathar. So I think we're going to see we're almost assuredly going to see a Fable here on turn 2 from player. Awkward that they did not play Stomping Ground turn 1. I think
Or Stomping Ground there.
Yeah. I think they're trying to like play this Stomping Ground tapped at some point, but just eat the couple damage.
Yeah, exactly. You lose by miles against green. You don't lose by inches. It's not if you're playing against mono red. Yes, you need to be conserving and thinking about that constantly. But I'm with you. I would have played Stomping Ground on turn 1, and I would have played Pathway on turn 2 with Fable, and now I would have discarded Mana Confluence, to be honest.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to discard Llanowar Elves and one of the lands.
Probably Temple Garden.
And it's a oh wait, I guess 4, 5, 6. So this can be a Tovolar's turn. No, we're one off. I would probably, depending on if they brought in any of that red removal. If you brought in red removal, you definitely leave Stomping Ground. Yeah. But it just doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter too much.
But this is still solid. You get only discards 1, leaves an elf. What do you think about that?
I think they're trying. Well, I think they were trying to get to Huntmaster next turn,
which they can do. That makes sense. But if you discard the other elves, like the odds of you just finding a land,
are pretty high. And like you could just get a second treasure next turn too.
Mm-hmm. But honestly, this guarantees it. I actually don't mind this line. I would have done the same. I would have did Elf and Temple Garden, because then you're either top decking, relevant things, Winoda, which is your best draw. I just want to maximize Winoda draws.
Or just find more Brutal Cathars, a little Black Splash here in the Green Devotion deck.
They all do that now. They all play 1 for that stupid Pestilence artifact card.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense to me, but that is just stock what they're doing, and that's Winoda Rider. Woo! Taking their time off from guest starring in Stranger Things to make it onto the battlefield here and just dominate this. You get 3 triggers, and oh boy, this game could be over.
And a treasure.
And a treasure, of course.
And there's Brutal Cathar off a trigger to deal with the old growth
soul.
God.
Get him a body bag! Get him a body bag! And a whiff. Dang it. That card sucks.
So unlucky.
Dang. Which deck did we say was the more explosive one again? Can we rewind the tapes? And honestly, these are the 2 best decks, in my opinion, fighting at each other. And I mean, this is sure showcasing why Winoda is the way it is, because that turn was insane. This is turn 3.
Yeah, generally, if you're playing a non-interactive matchup, you want the deck with the best nut draws, and that's Winoda. If we're talking about this matchup, heads up.
Yeah,
I do think that the matchup quickly turns in Mono Green's favor if the Winoda player's draw stumbles at all.
Yes.
It doesn't take a lot for the Mono Green player to take complete control of the match, but the 2 draws that we saw here from Winoda did not give them any opportunity for that.
Yeah, and honestly, I play a decent amount of green, like I was saying, and I think this matchup is close when green is on the play, and I think it's bad when you lose that die roll, and that just shows the sign of a bad matchup. It's not like a 70-30 or anything, but I do think it is like a 60-40.
I actually crunched the numbers over here. It is actually a 64.179% matchup.
Wow! Oh, dang it! My calculations were not great. So yeah,
I am a certified number scientist. You can take that one to the bank.
Fair. Okay, so repeat that one more time. It sounds like we have a blue-white control mirror, or we have a mono-white devotion. God, what are you vibing for? Which we jump into? Blue-white control would definitely go the distance, I imagine. Or we can see some devotion.
This is mono-white devotion, you said? Let's see mono-white.
Let's see that, and we can probably jump into that blue-white control matchup.
Yeah. We'll catch that one in an hour or 2.
Yeah, Adrian, you didn't have to tell me they were still in game 1, because we all knew that. We all knew that they're going to be playing game 1 until the end of this round. Yeah. So, all right, let's head to the next round here. All right, so jumping in, mono-white devotion, and is that a Knight of the White Orchid? Fan me down quick, because I love that card.
Big part of these decks.
Yeah.
2 pips of devotion, sometimes gets you an extra land.
Yeah. And we don't know the records on these players quite yet. As far as mono white is down a game, do we know if they're 2-0 or anything? Oh, they're both 2-0. Okay, perfect.
Both players are 2-0. What do we say the match score is right now?
Phoenix is up a game.
Up a game.
Yep.
Okay.
And honestly, this seems like a very bad matchup for mono white. Phoenix just, especially if this is the Izzet taking turns one, there's so many different variations. But honestly, this Izzet hand looks pretty interesting. We got 2 Skyclaves, Wandering Emperor and Portable Hole. Oh, dang it. I was going to say, they can't cast any of those yet, but...
and they're already
yeah,
already ahead on the battlefield. So this game looking pretty good for Mono White.
It really is. So what if we... so we can cast Skyclave plus Wandering Emperor. Yeah. It's interesting. Do you Wandering Emperor there or just Skyclave? Like, you don't have a lot of Skyclave targets. I guess I see this just being aggressive, making it so you can't cast one shock to get a 4/4 to block the Knight.
With the Mutavault, it also means a removal spell on the Yorion still leaves you with lethal.
That's true too.
That's a big deal. I think that's enough. True. With a second Skyclave back, that is enough motivation for me to want to just jam the first one.
Yep, I'm with you on that.
And so, like, an Anger of the Gods doesn't do it here. Here's a thing in the ice. But I don't think that thing is transforming this turn. Oh, I think it is, actually, because it got followed up with a Temporal Trespass.
Oh, baby. And we do see, is that 6 or 4 cards? I can't really tell quite yet. Okay, that is 6 cards.
There's also a Phoenix in the graveyard here. This could be a really big turn.
Oh, baby. We came in on the right time. I mean, this is kind of how these games are won. Wow, yeah. All of a sudden, we could just have 10 power in play. All the creatures going back to... our Mono White player's hand, and now, yeah, sure, you got a Portable Hole to deal with thing afterwards.
One more spell here, but they didn't have any removal for the Apparition, so they know there's an Apparition in hand. They don't know about the second one.
Yep.
But the Mono White player is going to be able to deal with both of these threats. Oh, there was a second Phoenix, but they're going to be able to deal with all of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I assume it's 10 going at the face, and we'll deal with the Wandering
I don't think they can deal with all of it this turn, though. They're a little short. They're 1 short on mana, so... You get Knight, and now you can Skyclave plus Portable Hole, which is enough. Depending on what we have for a follow-up.
Yeah, because we don't have another land. Knight gets a land. If we had a land to play it as our drop, then you'd be able to play Apparition and then still activate Nykthos for 4 and go Apparition Hole. So we're actually 1 mana short of being able to do everything. 2, 4, 7... Oh no, Phoenix player also on 7 lands here, so that second Knight is not going to be able to get a land either.
Okay, so here we do see Skyclave. It's just going to be clean up 2 cards, I imagine.
But they could have just played the other Knight. You don't get a land off of it, but then they could have Nykthos for 4 and played Portable Hole plus Apparition and just had an extra 2-power creature in play.
Oh, wow, okay.
So I think a little bit of a misstep.
Were they short on 4, 5, 6, 7? Knight wouldn't have triggered.
Yeah, but it didn't need to. They'd still have the Nykthos untapped, and then they'd just make 4 mana with Nykthos because they have 2 Knights in play.
I guess they didn't want to risk it in case there was a shock.
Yeah.
You know, because a shock on the stack would be able to deal with it, but yeah, and they did have it.
Okay. Yeah.
They had 2 of them. They gave them the option to Portable Hole the 4/4, but maybe that's just not good enough. If you could, portabling the 4/4 and then Yorion blinking Portable Hole taking the thing would have been ideal. But yeah, down to 2 here. You got to think that this game is over in favor of blue-red because, well, I mean, that's a haul that landed as well. It's an Amiria's Call. Amiria's Call actually saves the game here.
It's not castable after you play the Knight. So I think they're just trying to...
plus Yorion.
They can play Yorion.
Yep.
So Skyclave deals with the Phoenix.
That's fried. Interesting, because Fry would have been insane here, so that leads me to believe there's probably another piece of interaction.
No, but now they can't play the Yorion, so this should be game because you have 2 attackers and you can only block 1.
Oh, yep.
And if they were able to play, if there was no removal there and you got to play the Yorion, you can blink the Portable Hole and the Apparition, give them
take the 4/4,
take the thing in the ice, and you leave them still.
It didn't matter. They had so much removal. Wow. Like, holy cow, their hand was just 5 1-drops. Towards the end, that's insane. That was a lot.
Yeah, looked like the Mono White player was ahead there, but the Izzet player had plenty back in reserve, and that was more than enough to take that game down and the match. Yeah.
That is one thing I will say about these Izzet decks is all the randomness of Pioneer. You don't see a lot of it because, well, we are starting to see this tier 1 kind of fold, come out, mono green, Winoda, all this stuff. But if you do play against some of the random stuff, the Mono White Devotion, Rakdos mid-range, all that kind of stuff, Izzet does kind of clean up nonsense. It's a very streamlined deck that just, kind of gets it done.
So. And the important thing there also was turning the corner really quickly. They had that huge turn with Thing in the Ice, time walk, and flip the Thing, and then had removal up the rest of the game. But they were also putting pressure and making sure the game was going to end because the mono white player still had Yori and Emirius called back. So if they had a couple more turns there to keep deploying more threats, they might have been able to just run them out of removal and turn that game back around. But the pressure was just too much.
It's almost kind of weird. It's almost like the dynamic of like, is it Phoenix or is it whatever the deck is called in Legacy versus mono white Taxes? Like the only way the mono white deck probably has a decent matchup, but if you get under them and you get that tempo going, it's hard for mono white to come back. Plus, you don't have Swords of Plowshare. That's a bit of a problem. So
it's a little bit better than Portable Hole.
A little bit. Well, it sounds like our other match is ready. So we'll head into that one here for our final match of round 3. Oh yeah, buckle up. I'm sure they're still in game 1 of round 1. They've been playing this since the start of the tournament. And man, I played, you were at this tournament. It was SCG something, wherever we were at. Indy, right? We were in Indianapolis for the team event.
Recently?
Yeah. Indianapolis for the team event. I have a great memory in case you haven't noticed. And I was sitting next to Pete. My teammate Pete Ingram was playing Blue, White, and Pioneer. And every time he played one of these mirrors, it was like, okay, they play one game 1, and then it's like, you got to hurry. And it's like one player's trying to just get the draw. The other one's trying to not get them to win the game in that amount of time.
The other player's trying to get the draw, but in the game.
Exactly. So like these are a grind. It really just comes down to, well, what can you draw? The one difference we are seeing here is Thiago Saporito on the bottom. I believe that's who it is. That's Bolivar, right?
Yeah.
Is playing the Yorion version. And now the Yorion version versus the non-Yorion version, I think it very much favors matchups like Rakdos, mono white, where you have this extra card. But in the mirror, I would imagine the non-Yorion version is probably better. It pains me to say that, and it's also probably very close.
I mean, I think you're going to buy and cast the Yorion basically every game. So
that's true
pretty big. I don't think it's still a decisive factor in terms of who's favored. For me, it's just who's smart and plays more lands.
I was saying who draws more Shark Typhoons, and I was going to say, if we're not countering that Yorion, it's got to be a Shark here, right? And, doesn't even max out on it, but that's usually the best card in these matchups. It's just usually a lot of draw go, jockeying for position, and then all of a sudden you just go big shark, big shark, big shark, and you're like, crap, but.
So now they do have March as an answer to big shark tokens.
That's true.
Not a great one since they've drawn an extra card, and
they have to leave that in, which is not a great card. So game 1, we're gonna see that. Game 2, how many of those do you even leave in? Do you leave in any portable holes? Like that's the tough part, because we've all been there where we're playing a control mirror and we're just like, okay, I'm going to be the best control deck possible, and then they're just like Hermit. 3/3 shark, 4/4 shark, and I'm like, I have 4 negates in hand, and it's like, I'm stupid,
Yeah, there's always a bit of a guessing game as to just how many removal spells you need to leave in to deal with your opponent's threats. There's no real clear answer because you don't know how many they're going to draw, how many they have. This is open necklace. You do know how many they have.
Yeah.
But you don't know exactly how their draw is going to pan out, how your draw is going to pan out.
How they're going to sideboard, we don't know that for sure. And no hand cams for these ones. You know what? It's nice to just have to be along guessing with them. If we're not going to have any hand cams for any of them, might as well be blue light control mirrors, It'll be a nice surprise for all of us.
This Yorion looking pretty good here.
Getting busy. Bird Serpent. Let's go.
I also like the Castle Ardenvale on one side of the battlefield.
Do you like Dreamy Tea?
Ooh, Jesus.
Bang. Dreamy
Did you leave any Supreme Verdicts in?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think this is still game 1.
Okay.
Okay, we don't know for sure if it's game 1, but, I wouldn't be shocked.
I mean, Dream Draw is usually not in the main deck. Though in a Yorion deck, you never know.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to play what you got to have sometimes. That seems like one of those flex slots where you just shrug and be like, it's better than a Fateful Absence or something, All right, so Dreamy Tea coming down. Yorion getting destroyed. You get a clue, for the trouble, so not bad. No attack into Dreamy Trawler, though.
I mean, Dream Trawler is going to dominate this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless we see a 5/5 Shark, Dream Trawler is a 3/5, right?
Yeah.
So I guess a 5/5 Shark here would clean it up.
Or nothing. Does that clean it up?
That doesn't clean it up as cleanly, I'll say. And getting smacked in the face and then having 6 cards left over while your opponent has 2 is kind of a feels bad. This is where I would concede to save my clock. You know, this Magic Online is a different beast than when we were playing in person. You just got to, fight over your own clock.
If I'm already ahead on clock, then I'm going to extend the game because I'm going to assume I'm going to remain ahead on clock for the rest of the match.
No, for sure. And, so many people have this debate like, yeah, you're really going to, play quote unquote scummy and stuff. This is the rules of the tournament. That if your clock goes to 0, you lose the game. Clock management is a part of the game. It's maybe a feels bad and it makes us all feel a little grimy inside, but it is the rules of the game. And I think people should take advantage of these aspects and play towards their outs as much as they can. So I would do the same too. I'd be like, yeah, I'll play. If you want to concede, that is up to you.
It's not our job as players to write the rules. It's our job to give ourselves the best chance to win while playing within the rules.
Exactly. Well said.
And I've advocated many times over the years for changing rules that I think are bad, even if there are rules that have benefited me at various points.
Like unban faithless looting for Phoenix in Modern.
Yeah.
You cowards. Yes.
That's just the thing that they should do.
Exactly. So that's a mystical dispute revealed from Narset. That does lead me to believe that we are in a sideboarded game. And if Tiago's up a game, we're probably not going to be in a match for very much longer. I'll tell you that. All right, here looks to be Big Old Shark. So what if this is going to be a 5/5 Shark? It's at least a college graduate Shark. Maybe not fully into Elder Shark mode, but it's definitely been around the shark block a little bit.
This is a shark that's really starting to think about its future.
Yeah.
Maybe start putting away for retirement.
It's worrying about its portfolio.
Yeah.
And now it's gone.
This is a shark whose mother, talks to them every week about when they're going to settle down and make some baby sharks.
Ross, was this a conversation you had this morning with your mom? Or
maybe not this morning, but...
Well, does she know we played magical cards together, right? So it looks like Bolivo did take that down. So we're going to be at 1-1 unless there was some main deck disputes. That is a factor, but more than likely, this is going to be going to a game 3. Well, we got everyone sideboarding. Just kidding. I just wanted to say thank you for joining us, everyone. Appreciate you being here for this 9-round Pioneer event. And Ross, thank you for being here. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for not having baby sharks right now because you probably wouldn't have been able to come over.
That is true.
Yeah, you'd be taking taking care of your school of sharks.
Yeah,
is it a
cleaning
school?
tanks. I believe so.
Okay, cool. Cleaning tanks.
It could be a frenzy of sharks.
Okay. All right, so it looks like
school of fish, and sharks are a fish, but it might be a frenzy of sharks. Can somebody in chat tell us the collective noun for sharks? We'll know in 7 minutes.
We'll know in 7 minutes, absolutely. So it looks like I think we saw a mulligan from our player up top. Tiago on the draw kept an opener. And honestly, the amount of hands I keep in a blue-white control mirror is all of them.
Well,
as long as I can cast my
I mulligan the ones that have fewer than 3 lands.
Yeah, exactly. If I have a 2-lander and like no omen or something like that, those are the hands I mulligan. But if I have a 6-lander, I'm like, nice.
If I have a 7-lander, I'm like, nice.
Yeah, snap that off. Yeah. So we just see omen coming down. What we're gonna see in a lot of these opening games is just a lot of setup, like maybe a cycled shark on turn 3 if you don't have a land, maybe buy a Yorion here and there. You're also going to see sometimes players just jam Narset or something when they don't have a lot of permission, they don't have a lot of counter spells, or just players will just bluff like they do because it's so hard to go for it. And if, let's say, our top opponent just slams a Narset, it gets countered, and then Tiago, plays a Narset of his own, the dynamic has shifted so much. Now, everything that our opponent would be doing, they're reacting to you. And that's the spot you want to be in. And you'll hear me say in these kind of matches, jockeying for position, because that's really all it is. When you're in the position where your opponent has to react to you, you're advantaged.
Yes. So my general rule of thumb when I'm playing control mirrors is
Cry.
I will not commit things on my main phase until I absolutely have to.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question you have to ask yourself is, what does it mean to absolutely have to?
And we just saw it last turn. It was a main phase cycled center.
Yes.
And then missed land drop. That was an absolutely have to thing.
And that's it. It's about making your land drops. So
Yep.
as soon as you stop making your land drops and your opponent is still doing it, now that it's time to just start playing threats.
Yep.
Because you never want to get to the point where you have to discard the hand size.
Yeah.
And at that point, your hope is I can trade 1-for-1 a bunch and then because I have fewer lands, I'll be the one left with actual, relevant permanent.
Control players are still pissed about discarding to hand size when they like double memory deluged on end step, and they're like, "All right, my hand's broken, but the value's going away." And now here's going to be a big turn for Tiago. Wandering Emperor has opened up a new door for these control mirrors, where you get to play something at end step that's very meaningful, and then if they counter it, you get to do something during your turn, resolve it to Fairy, Narset, in this case, another Wandering Emperor, or it resolves, and then Tiago would do nothing and say go and hold up counter spells and win the game. So it's a dance that if you don't have a lot of lands, you just can't fight that fight. And now we're seeing this reaction. Like, you have to be in the driver's seat. You have to deal with that first.
So now you're down to 2 mana. We could see the Teferi with a dispute backup. We could see, even nothing. You're up a 2/2 and a clue. Yeah. You're probably going to keep making more land drops. Maybe you have sharks to do on the end step or deluges to pull ahead. But yeah, you feel like you're in a really good spot. Now is the time to just play somewhat conservatively. Mm-hmm. A good turn to get this Yori in here because you still have absorb mana up.
Yep.
And it's unlikely that your opponent will have enough mana to be able to play a relevant threat and defend it with a counter spell.
Yep. And the one thing that does get to be kind of iffy in these control mirrors that, you always have to be thinking about is if, let's say, Tiago went to Fairy with dispute up, you'd be thinking like, oh, I'm invincible here. Dovin's Veto does say no to that, and that's a card that is still tough to play around because it will just counter anything. So you have to always be thinking of multiple things. Now Yorion, like let's say with a couple of counter spells back up, is great because there is no Dovin's Veto for creatures.
It's a card that really helps you if you're the person behind on lands.
Yes.
Because even when your opponent sets up their Teferi with a counter spell or 2 back, your Dovin's Veto is still going to be able to take care of it.
Yep, totally agree.
So just some Field of Ruins here, trading, and not a lot going on still, but this 2/2 is going to keep plunking in, and eventually force some action out of the other control player who is still behind on lands, and at this point, kind of behind on cards too. Because now this clue gets cracked. Both players have a Castle Ardenvale if they want to activate those on turns where neither player does much of anything.
Yeah, and that's usually a play that you just like have to commit to. Be like, all right, I'm castling now, and it doesn't always work. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it puts your king in a nice defensive position.
Exactly. I mean, it really mixes up the board. All of a sudden you get that one piece that can go really straight.
Opens up the rook.
Yeah, exactly. I was in a escape room recently, and one of the clues that we had to give was a chess-based clue. It was like the king is helping out with this, blah blah blah. You had to look under chess pieces and stuff. We escaped with a half a minute left, so be impressed.
Nice.
Yes.
The very first time I ever did an escape room, it was this space themed one where we had to, find a bunch of codes, and there was a second room that was eventually revealed. And we figured it out right at the very end and had to run through the crawl space between the two rooms to send one person to try to run to the front and enter this code right at the end. And we got there again with 30 seconds.
Oh,
left.
God.
So, the rest of us are all in the other room just hoping the other person gets there in time.
Yeah. I've only done 2, and this last one was the photo finish. We're getting a pirate wheel that we had to jam into the wall, turn, and then a key fell from the ceiling, and we had to run to the other side. And then the other one was the one with you that was extremely hard, and we didn't get even close. There was 20 of us in Columbus, and we failed.
Yeah, we played with way too many people.
Yeah. I think we might have had 1 or 2 adult beverages beforehand that might have not helped us out. Who would have guessed? All right, getting back here, Yorion resolved. We got 2 omens coming down, which is just going to be great. You're seeing the power of Yorion here for sure.
Yeah, they're just able to now resolve their spells and generate a bunch of card advantage while still being ahead on lands, and that's just going to be it's going to be another snowball effect. Like they're going to have more lands, so they're going to resolve more stuff, so they're going to have more stuff, so they're going to have even more lands. So their stuff is going to resolve, their opponent's stuff is not going to resolve. And
you just said stuff 15 times in one group.
It's hard to get out of this cycle once you're in it. Because the control decks are very, very good once they're ahead at stopping their opponent from doing things. That's literally what makes them a control deck. So
it really is just like lands too. Like you look and you can see who's ahead most of the time by just lands. You know, cards in hand are obviously a factor too, but
this Wandering Emperor is a start. It's something, but with the Deluge resolving, there is so much going on, on the other side of the battlefield.
About Dreamy T.
Yeah,
card just can't be beat. God, I love Tiago Saporito's version of blue-white because I am a sucker for Dream Trawler, let me tell you.
I'm not sure if I've ever cast one, but I've had a lot of them cast against me, and they're not fun.
They're the least fun card to play against, I will tell you that. The absolute least.
Every time my opponent casts one, I just look at my hand and hope there's an Embercleave in it.
Yeah. Or a bunch of Whisper Squads. Yeah, all right. Another Memory Deluge. And now this is with Tiago's opponent down to 2 cards. Didn't play Teferi. Probably doesn't have Supreme Verdict in the deck because why would you? It's not a great card except up against Dreamy T. And we're just going to see this game probably end just like the last one. Once again, 5/5 Shark and not having an answer to it. That seems like the out right now. That seems like the only one. I think everything starts with 5/5 Shark here.
Yeah. Even if you have that, Tiago just resolved Memory Deluge, has a
full
he has
hand 9 cards
and 1,000,000 mana. He's going to be able to resolve some other really important threat.
Yeah. Doesn't even care about Wandering Emperor. Just says whatever.
And now even that Hall is a good threat.
Yeah. Yeah, deck the halls here. Here's probably just a Flashback Deluge.
That's a good one.
Oh!
That one can't be countered.
It also doesn't have any text, apparently.
No, Fateful. Oh, yeah.
We don't know if that card was going to do a lot of things or nothing.
Yeah. Unclear.
Might have just been a 7-mana 7/8.
It is now clear that it will do nothing since it was Fatefully Absent.
And Fateful Absence is a card that I played this blue-white deck through a league. I went 4-1. And the list I was playing just played 4 of that card, because one, you play a lot of Narset. So them drawing, they can only draw on your opponent's turn, which is awkward. Is that Dream Trawler just hidden in the lands now?
Yeah.
There's Moto things.
Moto's been doing that.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, the Azorius control decks in Pioneer have so much card advantage with Teferi and Memory Deluge that you can afford to give up a clue a lot of the time and be fine. But
it's a Kraken.
Having such a versatile 2-mana instant speed removal spell is worth it.
Agreed. And this Kraken will be doing some work, that's for sure. And Tiago Saporito coming up to 3-0 here. So impressive work from him. And anybody who doesn't know Tiago Saporito, Pro Tour mainstay, gold, platinum level pro player for a long time. Yeah. So definitely a scary opponent. As are these Manatraders events, though. These Manatraders events are always full of moto grinders, pros, and then, a lot of aspiring players and stuff. But they truly do bring in a lot of great players because, the prizes are insane and all that. And if you want to be joining next time, keep an eye on the Manatraders Twitter account. Get a loan program from Manatraders. You'll be able to see on the website when the qualifier season starts on there, as well as the Twitter account. They usually have usually let you know when that's happening. Even me and Brad's, sometimes Ross and Todd's Twitter accounts will be sharing those as well if you want to be playing in this. And use promo code BashBros and use !BashBros in the chat if you want a little bit more information on saving some scratch. So what do you think of that round? What do you got to unpack from those 3 matches?
Big lesson is make your land drops.
Yeah. Lands are good.
And if both players are going to make their land drops, be on the play.
That is really what this round came to, wow. The one thing I want to say is I want to watch Varo play a little bit more Winoda so far. I think if you run hot in die rolls and you run hot in just the way you're drawing with that deck, it feels you feel unstoppable. you
Yeah.
know, and that's pretty similar to mono green as well. But yeah,
And I want to go back to one thing that you pointed out when it happened. It's easy to just kind of casually dismiss the importance of just making your land option, curving out, being on the play, as just all luck. But the Winoda player, they made their own luck. They mulliganed a hand that I think a lot of weaker Winoda players would keep.
Yes.
Because they see their namesake card, 3 lands, a couple other spells. So you think like, okay, maybe I draw something to do on turn 2. Or turn 1, like draw an elf, or at least just draw something to do on turn 2, and then I have something to do turn 3 into Winoda turn 4. That's going to be a good draw. And they said, you know what? No, I'm on the draw in a matchup where I need to be explosive. I don't have any of my acceleration rolled up yet. That's the most important thing. Mulligans to a solid 6-card hand and wins the game easily.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I don't play Winoda, because I don't like to mulligan. You start with 1 less card, sometimes 2 less cards, and that greatly impacts how many cards you have in hand.
When you're playing a matchup like that, like mono green versus Winoda, where coming out quickly is super important, you need to mulligan aggressively.
Yep, you have to.
And the person who did that won that match.
Exactly. That's lesson number 1 from Winoda, and something to keep in mind. So it sounds like that's pretty much all the matches from round number 3. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break, but then don't go anywhere, or he will find you. He knows where all of you live, and we want you right back here, okay? All right, toodles. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Manatraders series event. Heading into round number 4, Corey Ballmeister, Ross Merriam here in the booth all weekend, bringing you coverage. And I think we got a spicy one on our hands for this round 4 as far as decks go.
Indeed, we do.
There's still a lot of players that are 3-0, so still anybody's tournament. It's still early. You know, that magic number is really going to be 7 wins. That gives you the chance to be in the top 8. 8 is that auto lock. 9, you know, you're
actually 9 is the auto lock to lose in the quarterfinals.
For sure.
I
have never exoed a Swiss and not lost in the top 8. You know, it happens every time. So we're going to be checking out a Mardu Greasefang deck, which, you know, this is flashing in some Parhelions and all kind of stuff. We got the deck list queued up. Let's take a peek.
Yeah, Greasefang was one of the really hyped cards from the previous set and made a big waves in Pioneer in the first couple weeks for the release, and then the metagame seemed to adapt and the deck just kind of died. And there were a lot of different versions. I think the most successful were Emperor, that played more controlling elements and had things either like Chart of Course or Faithful Mending.
I even saw like Teferis in some of those lists, right? Like they just went for a big plan too. Yeah.
Or even like Thirst for Knowledge is a way to discard it. You know, that was pretty cool. So you could play this kind of fair game, generate a bunch of card advantage, and then interact with your opponent or go for a Greasefang if you had the opportunity.
Yeah.
Then there were Abzan variants that were, rather than playing you know, draw discard effects, were more just milling. They had Stitcher Supplier and Satyr Wayfinder.
Yep.
And you know, those versions, they got their resilience from playing Azeka's Chariot. So they can just like either return Chariot if they didn't hit Parhelion, or just cast Azeka's Chariot and do dirty things with that card, because we all know how busted it is.
Remember when we played that card right away on Versus Live? Like we played every card from the new sets, you know, just playing new standard decks, and we're like, you know, we just kind of threw that card in. It was like not even in the shell of the deck. You put it in there, and I'm like, I can't beat this card. Like
the first moment
like
I cast
3
it,
weeks,
like,
like this card is insane, and it's really proving itself now in standard. Now that Alrund's Epiphany is banned, it's just arguably like one of the best cards, you know.
Yeah. And so now we're seeing a Mardu version of this deck emerge, and doing well in the tournament so far, undefeated in the early stages. It's up on your screen here, and you see, I think one of the keys for this is that in a metagame that now knows what the Greasefang decks are doing and knows how to combat them, this is a version of the deck that is not at all in on the Greasefang plan.
Yeah.
We still have the 4 copies of it, we still have the Parhelions, still have the Can't Stay Away, so that if you mill over the Greasefang, you can get it back, which is pretty cool. But the support cards around it are just being a Rakdos sacrifice deck, which is a sort of a tier 2 archetype right now in Pioneer. But you see the Vildar and Epicures, importantly the Stitcher Supplier, which is both a good sacrifice card and a way to enable Greasefang. We see Fable the Mirror Breaker, excellent value card, excellent card sacrifice decks, also a discard outlet.
Yeah.
To set up Parhelion.
I mean, so is Harvester, so is Valdarian Epicure with the Bloods.
Yeah, with the blood tokens.
Yeah, it's like all these cards either are creatures, they discard Parhelion, or they flip it over. Like this list looks good to me.
We got Deadly Disputes to sacrifice Stitcher Supplier. And then the card that I think ties the room together is Croxa. Only 1 copy here, but it's another great card to mill into. If you're not milling into the Greasefang plan, you've got Croxa as a way to gain value.
I think Greasefang holds it together a little bit better, you know, but sure, whatever. We'll say
Croxa is the card that it brings the 2 plans together.
Yeah. It lights up the room.
I kind of want to see more copies of Croxa, to be honest. I want to see a second or a third, or at least in the sideboard for like control matchups. So
I was thinking a second as well.
People bring in Graveyard Hate post board, so I think I'd actually rather see it main.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but you mill so many cards, you know, that 2 seems completely fine. But I agree, Croxa with Uro being banned, good riddance. It's just the best escape card, and it's still incredibly powerful. It just, all its shells are in tier 2 decks, in my opinion. Like there's just, and that's not necessarily Croxa's fault. It's just these Rakdos decks. There's so many other decks that are going so far over the top. And we even got a very big lesson on Rakdos versus over the top decks in standard when blue-white Yorion decks were becoming a thing. Just threw Rakdos out the window. You know, like that deck just went so over the top of it. And there's plenty of decks that are doing that now. Mono Green, Winoda being the number 2 decks that just go way over this kind of value style Rakdos deck.
Yeah, and but this is now a version of a Rakdos deck that has a way to go over the top with the Grease Fang plan.
Yeah.
So if that was the problem, decks going over the top of you, now you've incorporated a plan that covers the weaknesses of the Rakdos deck, while the Rakdos deck covers the weaknesses of the Grease Fang deck by the Grease Fang deck is 2 all in. Now I've got this alternate game plan. So
that is a good point. I guess Parhelion just hits for 13, huh? Yeah,
and the Angels stay.
Yeah, so it's a 2-turn clock. It's almost never going to kill you that turn.
Yeah.
So your opponent then has 1 turn. But yeah, a really strong deck. We're going to be looking forward to checking this out when it lands. But our backup match that we both thought was pretty spicy, and then we want to take a look at is, this Dimir control deck. And I'm sorry, what? What's that creature next to those Narset and Commit there, Ross?
That is a Notion Thief.
Oh, baby, like a thief in the night.
Star of one of the most famous moments on camera of the history of the SCG Tour.
Okay.
It's a 2 blue-black for a 3/1 flash. And if your opponent would draw a card, except for the first card they draw this turn, instead they don't draw it, and instead you do.
Yeah. So Brainstorm, they wouldn't draw any cards. They'd put 2 back, and you draw 3, right?
If you don't remember what happened, this was a legacy match shortly after Notion Thief was printed.
Okay.
It was printed during RTR Block, the second set of it, Gate Crash. And so there was a legacy match going on, and a person had resolved a Jace, and they say, I want to brainstorm with my Jace, and the other person responds with Notion Thief, which forced the person not to draw cards, still had to put 2 back. They now get to draw 3 cards, the person who played the Notion Thief, and they have a 3/1 to attack down the Jace.
Oh my god.
And
yikes.
What happened is, this happens on camera, and they have the table spotter there.
Yeah.
And it's Jeff Foster, along with the judge. And
Jeff
he lost it. He just started cackling, and you just see it. He's in the frame on the camera, and he's just laughing, leaning back in his chair. One of the more famous moments.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Here, Notion Thief is comboing with Days Undoing. We've seen Days Undoing in Narset a lot in Izzet Shell. So there's a version of Izzet Control that plays that combo. Notion Thief also great with it. And nice thing that you can do is end of turn the Notion Thief, untap, resolve the Days Undoing. And a lot of the time your opponent's going to be tapped out and not have anything to do. The other thing I like about this deck, their sweeper of choice being Yeheni's Expertise.
Yeah.
You can now cast Yeheni's Expertise, sweep the battlefield, and then resolve Narset against an aggressive deck to set up your Days Undoing, which is oftentimes difficult to do, or just Yeheni's Expertise into Days Undoing, if that's something you need to do.
Yup.
But Yeheni's Expertise really helps this deck that has a good amount of things to do off of that cast trigger.
Yeah.
Especially Narset. That's definitely number 1 on the list.
Now, there's definitely going to be scenarios, like I just keep thinking against mono greens, wide range of angles it can attack. And while that's going to be good against the Elf, the Nissa aspect, Old Girl Troll, and Cavalier, not as good. So it's not going to be perfect. Extinction Event is kind of better in some of those scenarios.
You do see a very heavy sideboard for that matchup, though. 3 copies of Aether Gust and 3 copies of Noxious Grasp.
Yeah. Wow.
So they've definitely seemed to come prepared for the green deck, and they should be in okay shape at least after sideboarding.
Yeah, Noxious Grasp. And that's kind of, I love this sideboard plan from our Dimir player. That amount of sideboard is very much respecting green. And I think you have to be that way. Now, this deck, if you're respecting green with Noxious Grasp, you know what else Noxious Grasp hits? Winoda.
Yep.
That is insane. That is a great sideboard. Both Aether Gust and Grasp hit that, as well as Fatal Push, Heartless Act. This deck seems very well situated against green and Winoda. So yeah, big hype to this deck. And usually these Dimir style decks are pretty good against blue-white variants of controls when you have that control battle because, you have Thoughtseizes. And this deck is a combo control deck almost in its sense with Narset, Days Undoing, and Gaia Reach Sanctum or whatever. Sanitarium, thank you. That card, if you can get your opponent down, just late in the game, which happens plenty of time, it's a land where you can go at your opponent's upkeep before their draw step. If they're handless, draw a card, discard. They draw a discard, they skip their draw step with Narset. Yeah.
Now think about what happens if you have a Notion Thief.
My head. Yeah.
Which one?
Wow. Don't you get to draw a lot of cards. Your opponent is going to not be able to draw a card and then discard a card that, would not be there. So yeah, holy cow. Notion Thief is nice.
Yeah.
Like the only train wreck matchup that I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, they don't want to play that is like mono red. Like there's a lot of cards that you do not want to play against mono red, but making it past the first couple rounds, you're probably going to be okay with that. You know, those mono red decks are probably gone.
I will also say one card that they seem kind of weak to. We mentioned their cyber against mono green being really good, Gust and Grasp, overall really good cards. Neither answers Karn.
Yeah,
and
true.
They don't have any main deck answers to Planeswalkers.
Yeah,
and the only creature is Notion Thief.
Besides Grasp and Gust for green ones.
Yeah. So
yeah,
Karn is a problem.
Yeah,
gotta counter that one.
Honestly, though, like how big of a problem though? Because like, what does it go to get? You know, obviously, God's Pharaoh statue is okay. Golos, if they have it, sure. Like, basically, it's just going to be a 4-mana thing that's going to get 2 things that you can deal with those things. But I agree. That is kind of the whole.
I guess you have Commit. Yeah. You have 3 copies of Commit. Okay.
Yeah. And Commit Memory is another plan.
Yeah.
Memory.
So they're like all in on this draw 7.
This deck is sick.
My unequal draw 7s plan.
This has to be a blast to play too. Holy cow. I'll be queuing up with this deck here after this day because this is...
You might be queuing up with it the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. All right, so it sounds like we are still doing a little bit of a long pairing while they get this going, but we do have another deck list suited up that holds dear to my heart. And look at this masterpiece. I played this deck as well. It is a Fires of Invention deck, but instead of going Agent of Treachery Luca style decks, it's just casting every Planeswalker and just, you know, trying to gain an overwhelming advantage with those. What do you think of this?
Corey, I told you about that word.
What? What did I say?
You said the name.
Oh, yeah. The Fires Agent deck. Yeah.
My fragile heart can't take it. Too soon.
Luckily, we don't play too many of that Jeskai Fires of Invention Agent of Treachery style deck. Yeah. Jeskai Treachery. We'll call it that.
Yeah, I do think this deck has experienced a bit of a resurgence, in part because Fable of the Mirror Breaker is great, right? And I see it's only 2 copies here in this specific list because they're a little bit more Planeswalker heavy. But in the more straightforward transmogrify-y kind of style of this deck, they play 4 copies and it is awesome.
Yeah.
It's
for
like
sure.
Everything you could ever want.
Yeah, that is kind of shocking to me too. But you know, when you're not curving into 5 drops as much, I guess it's not as important. But I'm with you. I think I would play more of those. And now keep an eye on the Fae of Wishes. This is a Fae deck where you can, you know, cast fires granted for whatever you want. And then, you know, next turn you can cast multiple spells, or you fires, play something like Chandra, and then the following turns granted, and then, you know, you cast some monumental 5-drop. But it does sound like we have our Grease Fang deck ready to go. So let's check out round number 4 here on the Manatraders series.
Grease Fang going to be our first match, and then time permitting, we'll get over to a little Dimir control action. And I know, generally speaking, the Dimir deck should still be playing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And God, I hope you did your homework for this matchup.
I always do my homework.
Okay, but it's you were not supposed to shower. We're getting greasy this round. Director didn't shower either. It's a all greasy broadcast here with this Grease Fang deck coming in.
It's like the SCG Open in New Jersey in 2014.
Okay.
There was a fire in the boiler room at the hotel where a lot of players were staying and the entire staff.
Wow.
And so they had to shut off the water to the hotel and work on it the next day. So none of us we all had to evacuate the hotel in the middle of the night, like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Wow.
We were evacuated for only about an hour or so, then went back in and we didn't have any water in the morning. So none of us were able to shower.
Well, I mean, the one thing we got is all Magic players are very cleanly. You know, nobody smells when it comes to a Magic tournament.
I top 8'd that Open, and I was more excited about being able to leave at the end of the Swiss and go shower.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We've all been there, that's for sure. Rough. So getting into this matchup here, we got Mardu Greasefang up against Naya Winoda. Looks like we do not have the hand cam for the Winoda player, but no 1-drop. And the Winoda player's on the draw. So maybe we'll see a draw where this deck looks human.
But also a very slow draw from our Mardu.
Is it? It's player. Still, you go Fable into Greasefang, and that's Parhelion on turn 4, right?
So they haven't wrapped up, but no interaction. This chair is giving me some fits. No sort
Ross is breaking my chair here. No big deal.
Yeah, I guess if they have Parhelion wrapped up turn 4 on the play against a not very explosive draw from Winoda,
Yeah.
And their only interaction is Brutal Cathar, and that's not going to do anything here.
Yeah, it's only so. I mean, like, what do we got to see from the Winoda player? Probably just Winoda here, attack, get a Tovlar, and then you're probably still favored to win the game, I would imagine. And it doesn't look like our Winoda player mulligan, so you would think if you don't have a faster draw with the Llanowar that we have it wrapped up here, but we're gonna find out.
And they could just have a Chariot here. That would probably not be good enough.
Hey, I mean, if it's followed up, yeah, probably not. I guess if it is followed up by Winoda, then the next turn you animate and you could just win the game.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't think this matchup's going to go as long as the Dimir control matchup. I think you're right on that. Yeah,
I also don't think there's a Winoda in hand because I think it would have been cast already.
I mean, maybe. If it's Chariot and Winoda, it's something to think about. You just got to think like, okay, am I dead next turn?
Interesting aspect.
There it is.
The Winoda player has not dealt themselves any damage to their lands, and this Prosperous Innkeeper could get them above 21. It should.
Yeah.
And that's what Parhelion does over 2 attacks. So they could buy themselves one extra turn to get one more good Winoda turn here.
Yeah. So that is another human. There's going to be a spell cast. So there's still probably only going to be that one Winoda trigger. But, I mean, it's time to hop aboard the Parhelion too and send that to the graveyard where it's going to come back and pretty good.
We'll be coming by to check your tickets soon. Please have them out.
Parhelion 1 was a good ship, but Parhelion 2 is definitely an upgrade.
Yeah, it has Wi-Fi.
Yeah, Parhelion 3 is a little better though. So.
Yeah, it has Bluetooth.
Okay. All right. And Parhelion
looks like they're going for the Sky Sovereign instead to deal with Winoda. Okay.
I guess you get to deal with both. Yeah, you could have dealing with the Winoda trigger. Why not? What does Winoda do?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just deal with the other 2 instead. Well, I mean, you do give
Either way, that was pretty sweet. I'll tell you that. But now there's a Brutal Cathar and Greasefang gets dealt with. All of a sudden, you don't have that follow up of just those 2 4/4 angels that are going to win the game on their own. So there's a Brutal Cathar. I guess if there's a Brutal Cathar, it's going to not work out for our Winoda player because you can just go land 5, Sky Sovereign, so and then get Parhelion. Oh, yeah, Sky Sovereign gets bounced with Greasefang, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I've never seen a Mardu Greasefang or just a Greasefang card ever bring anything back yet. When I've played against it the 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it goes back to your hand at the end step.
So, that shows you how I feel about the deck because it's never done anything to me, but it just did a thing.
They set themselves up nicely here.
Yeah.
Now they get to just cast the Sky Sovereign on 5 and bring back Parhelion. So Voice is not a bad play because it means you'll still get a Winoda trigger next turn, but I don't think one Winoda trigger is good enough.
I don't think so either.
So Greasefang doing just enough here.
And our Greasefang player was on the play. Pioneer, I think almost more than any format as it stands right now, is a lot more who's on the play kind of mattering. Modern, really not that way right now.
Yeah, so much cheap interaction in Modern that usually blunts the advantage of being on the play.
Agreed. Some of that removal is free too. So when you draw that extra card, it's like, great, I'm on the draw. I do that extra card to pitch to Solitude or whatever,
And while there is, there is a good amount of interaction in Modern, it is not, there are also plenty of non-interactive decks.
Yeah, definitely.
Being on the play in those matchups, even just being on the play as a non-interactive deck against an interactive deck.
Yeah.
Can be really important for, just putting them behind the 8 ball from the get-go.
For sure. Yep. The play good. Here's our expert analysis.
Yeah. So I think we'll just see her get a Sky Sovereign here. We've got boat and train now. We're just missing
automobiles?
Planes and automobiles.
Oh, okay. All right. Touche. I got this greasy conductor jumping in the Parhelion. You do have to crew it, though, still, right? But it's crew, 4?
Yeah, it's crew 4, which Greasefang handles.
Oh, yeah. It's just a 4 power creature. So, yeah, you don't even have to do it. You can get in there with Greasefang if you're feeling froggy. Oh, yeah, cute little trick.
Not sure why they wanted to do that instead of just using the Greasefang to crew and attacking with the boat.
Boat just came into play.
Oh, just came in. Okay, yep. Yeah, I can't do that.
All right, Greasefang has done enough now at this point because
actually
the angels are staying.
block with the Winoda.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and just
that's
nothing much
game.
going.
Wow.
Pretty dominant performance, despite having no play on turn 1 or turn 2. Being on the play was still good enough. That Sky
Yeah.
Sovereign, really important. I think Parhelion would have put them in a good spot there, but there would have been a chance for the Winoda player to swing back and get some good hits
Yeah.
and steal the game. But
Hit a Tovlar and gain 3, with Prosperous Innkeeper being out and stuff. Like, that could have swung it around a bit.
Can we quickly bring back up the Mardu Greasefang deck list while they're sideboarding? I want to check something.
Excellent. Nice. Okay, perfect.
Sky Sovereign, how many copies do you see?
I see 1, Ross Merriam.
Well, it was an important one.
It was an important one, instead of playing, I guess, another Croxa, instead playing that split. That's probably where the card was, and Croxa probably wouldn't have been that good.
No.
Right.
I think 1 Sky Sovereign is a great number.
Yeah.
It is not
when you draw it. Yeah, when you only draw 1, you never really want to draw a second one, so I agree. Pretty smart.
You want to have more than just the Parhelions.
Yeah. So what do we bring in here, Ross, out of that sideboard? We're back into the match. I saw one card that stands out to me.
We're bringing in removal spells.
Yeah. The Ray of Enfeeblement is an awesome Winoda answer.
Yeah.
Any 1 mana answer to Winoda is excellent that also kills Llanowar. So you just kind of have that that aspect.
Rending Volley doesn't. And Red Cap Melee does, but does it really?
Does it really? So I think this is a keep. And you have that Lightning Axe if you want to deal with it right away, because you have a convenient card to pitch. Yeah. But outside of that, just a couple of creatures here. We see Valdarian Epicure, Blood Tithe Harvester as ways to make blood to discard Parhelion. But we're in the Mardu Greasefang waiting room at this point.
I know. I think it's tempting to want to hold that Lightning Axe there to deal with a later Winoda, but in general, you just want to kill the elf. That's what I'm inclined to do as well.
I'm inclined to do it as well, but I truly don't think it is always correct, because even look at this.
Well, you can get punished for it.
And I mean, next turn, it will be punishing if there's a Winoda and you get to attack with Prosperous Innkeeper, where, big deal, Winoda player would have had an extra green mana. I think in the mono green matchup, you always kill it, but obviously that's different because they don't have Winoda, but
I also wonder if you're supposed to play Epicure there so that you can get another look for a turn 3 Greasefang.
Yeah.
It's so important to just be explosive. Blood Tithe Harvester can be a little interactive. It can kill a creature here, but is that worth that much? Because Harvester is only sorcery speed, right?
Harvester is sorcery speed, yeah.
So it's not like you could set up where you play Harvester, hope they don't have it once, and then you have an onboard answer to Winoda if you leave the blood tokens there. That's not going to work.
Yep,
so totally. We see Deadly Dispute here, which is nice, but still no Greasefang.
Okay, there's an Urborg and a land, so an awful Deadly Dispute. Awful.
We're gonna see a lot of blood tokens get sacrificed next turn.
Yeah.
Harvester wisely
could sack both of them too.
Yeah, Harvester wisely deals with a non-human creature in case of a Winoda.
Yep, you can see Nick Strand is all about, like, I'm not attacking you for the win unless it's with a gigantic ship.
Yeah.
Unless the Titanic is coming at my opponent, I really don't care to nickel and dime with anything besides the 1 damage from Valdarian Epicure.
No icebergs to defend yourself from the Titanic.
Yeah.
So, 1 blood token down.
Crafter's Cage.
Okay.
Oh, except doesn't that hit Parhelion?
It stops creatures, not artifacts.
Oh,
so
you got me diagonally, sis.
So that is a cute one. I think I would. They found a Greasefang, and they have a land drop to make. So we're gonna see Cage and Greasefang here.
Doesn't go for it. Why? Removal, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, your Winoda opponent just held up a bajillion mana, but like,
they do have open deck lists. So they know if the coast is clear or something, but I imagine we're going for it now. Maybe waiting for a or something.
I think waiting, thinking that it's probably not going to happen, and they're right here. And if it's not going to happen, I think they wanted to leave that treasure around. They're going to have to cash in the treasure to cast it last turn, because that gets them closer to casting the Parhelion that's in their hand. And that's kind of all they have left.
Just in case it were to die.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It didn't die,
It did not die. and that's good. If your opponent has nothing, you're still going to win.
Yeah. Okay, the
So,
Titanic comes into play.
You've sacrificed it. You've given them one extra turn when they have a very bad hand, and you're in a commanding position. That's fine.
I mean, our Winoda player just has to have Tovlar next turn, right? And just drew a tap land of tilt last turn. What else is in the hand? It doesn't make sense, you know?
Brutal Cathars could be in the hand. They never really had a chance to use one effectively.
I would have still played one on like a blood token, you know? Like, okay, here is Winoda, but Grafdigger's Cage does shut that off, right? Yeah.
Yep. They might have drawn Winoda the turn after the cage, too.
Yeah. Everything went wrong for our Winoda player, and everything went right for our Mardu Greasefang deck. We got to be keeping an eye on that deck. That deck is sweet.
Yeah, this is a matchup where the Greasefang plan is just good.
Yeah.
They're able to just do it generally without any disruption. So we didn't really get to see the benefits of building the deck in that specific way, as opposed to the Esper or Absent builds that you saw a month or two ago.
Yeah.
I would love to see that again in a more interactive matchup and get to see just how important the Rakdos side of things is.
And honestly, right now, though, there just is not a ton of reaction if you're not blue-white control or Izzet control. Like, this just is a ships in the night, kind of two ships in the night passing each other. It's just the Greasefang ship is bigger. It's a Parhelion too, so yeah.
And they it's the biggest ship. The decks that aren't interacting, it's not that they're not interacting at all. You have Brutal Cathar out of Winoda decks.
Yeah.
You also have things like Voracious Hydra out of Mono Green, but it's all sorcery speed because it's all creature based. These are decks that want to be very threat dense, so all of their removal is creature based, so it's sorcery speed. That means that they can't answer Greasefang before you get the trigger. You need instant speed removal to answer Greasefang.
And it's a tricky one to deal with.
Also has
3 toughness. It's not green. I mean, like, who knows? It's going to be a weird one. So I'm getting word that our Dimir control player did not allow watchers into their match. So hopefully our director can maybe yell at this person. We'll yell at you publicly
your deck is
right
sweet.
now.
We want to see.
We just want to see your sweet deck. Oh, and they were playing against Jeskai Walkers as well. It would have been the sweetest match of all time. But instead, you know what? Can we just watch, like, would you pull up just paint drying instead? Just to punish everyone for this person not allowing watching. I feel like we all deserve it to ourselves.
I would like a Lotus Field mirror, please.
Yeah. Give me the worst mirror ever now that this Dimir player really ruined it for us. But no, for real, if you can reach out to that player and have them allow for the next round, because we want to check that out. We're going to look into something else now to bring to you. Sounds like we have still a nice one. Tiago Saporito is up against a Naya Winoda deck. And let's see his plan against this deck. Tiago's a great player, obviously has this deck in mind. And I played this blue-white side of it. I won. It was close, but like Fateful Absence is a card. It's like you can let them draw a decent amount. So yeah, let's check it out. But it's here. Oh, he's up against Mono Green. Okay, well, forget everything I just said. But this is also a tricky one. I mean, I want to see Tiago up against this, and I believe both players are 3-0.
Yes.
Okay.
And Tiago looks like they are in a commanding position.
I like when I have Teferi. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Teferi, Wandering Emperor. But this card is somehow resolved against a hand of 5 magic cards.
It's either I don't care about your card. Honestly, it's kind of true, right? Like whatever you tutor for, you take, but they could tutor for Pithing Needle here. Yep. To deal with Teferi. So I bet we'll counter that, or we just don't have it.
I'm guessing there is going to be a March of Purifying Light cast.
That easily could be. Yeah. March or Farewell is a nice answer to deal with some of this stuff. Obviously, 6 mana to deal with that is not ideal. Sharky Shark. Okay, so this is a 5/5 Shark.
Shark of the Funky Bunch.
Yeah, 5/5 Shark definitely, is about to settle down with its other shark partner.
This is a young adult shark. They've gotten promoted at their job.
Exactly. Yeah, they made it through college, like really great marks, and are really going on to be a great shark
They've been
to their
in a
society.
steady relationship for 6 or 8 months. They're starting to think about maybe moving in together.
Exactly. They picked up drinking a little bit too much, it's what comes with life, hitting them. Like life gets hard when you're a 5/5 shark. So, it's a balance right now, and it's got other shark influences that'll help it out.
Yeah, they're dealing with the tensions of leaving their baby shark life behind
Yeah.
and moving into full-on shark adulthood.
And not to mention, there's tornadoes in the background of where the shark is living right now. So that is also stressful. Just constantly having to deal with sharknadoes is...
Yeah, especially because they're thinking about buying a house soon. And like, do they want to move?
Yeah,
then they're going to have to get a new job.
In this hurricane economy, buying a shark, sometimes is not always great. So, we'll see. But while we're catching up to the game...
Sharknado insurance.
It's expensive.
It's not cheap.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they got a good shark job after being in shark school for so long to help cover for that.
They need some good shark benefits.
Yeah, they really do. So we see a card come down, searches up something, and we do have a hand cam here from a mono green player.
Well, apparently there's just no counter spells around.
Yeah, and maybe we can poke Tiago to try to get a hand cam set up for him for future time, because it seems like they're doing
the meatiest golem around.
Yeah. Meteor Golem coming to drop the hammer here. Taking that down.
With the Wandering Emperor instead of Teferi.
Well, Teferi's locked with Pithing Needle.
Okay.
Yep.
So we've dealt with both Planeswalkers.
Yep. And now is this just another shark? Okay, Memory Deluge.
The old flashback through time.
The old flashback through time, yeah, pretty much. See what we find here, and it looks like 8 cards from Tiago. So right now you got to think like, okay, we got to do something, but I'm sure something will be dealt with. There's that march,
and that's a tough one. Are we gonna talking Golem's a little awkward? Yeah, just draw a card.
Probably just doesn't care about that. And you
Golem's a 3/3, so you can send the Vig 3/3 to the face and the shark to the Karn.
Yeah, just to be safe, make sure you deal with Karn. Yeah, and see if that's what they did.
This trade.
Yep.
Open yourself up a little bit to this lair if you don't have an answer.
Yeah.
But that's a tough, bluff to call.
Yeah, no kidding. And especially a bluff that's not even lethal, right? Like 6. Okay. Storming the festival. And if there's ever a counter spell in Tiago's hand, it better be now.
It's not like it's not there.
Yeah. I wonder if you scry in response to that to really benefit it, because this is how you lose the game, is letting a storm resolve. There's a storm a brewing. Oh. Don Vito coming on down with the best art. Okay, and here's what mono.
Follow-up.
Oh, this might just be a layer. Get busy layering or get busy dying. Is Wandering Emperor there to just bury this game?
That would do it.
Okay, just
March is close enough.
It's better than Swords to Plowshare against 0 drops. No big deal. And we see just Cavalier. Oh, wait, nope. That hand cam must not be accurate because they have no cards in hand, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that didn't update.
Maybe they have cards in hand. We just can't see from here, but it looks like 0.
Even if they do, I don't think they have relevant cards in their hand.
They probably don't. Yeah, pretty impressive stuff so far.
Teferi on, what is that, 8? Ready to ult next turn?
No big deal. I have an ultimate in a Teferi.
Oh, the crowd pleaser.
Woo! Everyone, drop all your emotes in chat to celebrate for this. We're cheersing in the booth. We love our Shark Typhoon hardcast here.
Is this Flashback Storm?
Yep, probably. Here's 10 mana. Storming thy festival. Another counter to put it away. All right, now we got the hand updated, and it points out bad nose. All right, 3/3 shark. It's still going through middle school. It's a very young shark. Got the whole shark world ahead of them.
Its body is changing.
Yes, exactly. It's still afraid of tornadoes that are flying through the air, of course. That is true with any kind of shark. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So
really hyper fixated on what the other sharks think about it.
Exactly. Like honestly, by the time we get to a 5/5 shark, you can see that 5/5 shark just doesn't care anymore and realizes that when they were a 3/3 shark, that those little problems didn't matter that much anymore. You know.
And they're more confident in who they are as a shark.
Yep, absolutely.
The 3/3 not so much.
Yeah, the 5/5 shark had a little bit of regret that it wasn't a little bit more into sports when it was a 3/3 shark. Thought it could really be something in shark swimming football, but that's okay.
I think the 3/3 is about to dye its fins black and go through an emo phase.
Oh, really? Yeah. Shark emo phase. Okay, yeah, that's their prerogative, whatever they're feeling. Absolutely. So getting into the next game, we're either going to game 2 or game 3. When we jump into these, it's kind of just anyone's guess. But that was definitely a sideboarded game. And on the play from the mono green players, But that is a turn
Three
3
Nissa.
Nissa for
Yeah.
sure.
It's
Very
definitely a
much
keep.
for sure. Because you can go next turn a nice little trick. You play Forest, tap Elf, Forest, Wolf
Yep.
Willowhaven, one of the forests, and then play 2 elves.
Not
And
just
then
one of the forests. Wolf will have in the untapped forest.
exactly, yeah, it's very important which one you do. And then it's just Nissa time for turn number 3, no matter what.
And they've now got a backup Nissa.
Yeah,
And this is Nissa time that resolves through a censor,
but
or
not Dovin's
disruption,
veto.
but not a veto. Yeah.
If Tiago has a Dovin's veto, we're still playing Magic. If not, this game might be over already. No reason to not leave open an elf there, though. Maybe a little bit incorrect there.
They have a gust.
Here's a choice. Do you put it on top or bottom?
I think you put it on top.
I think you do too.
This is a game where you're just going to jam threat after threat after threat and hope one of them sticks.
And here's the nightmare scenario, which could easily happen with Tiago's hand. Absorb into Verdict, body bag.
Yep.
The player did decide to put it on bottom, though. That was not a Nissa drawn.
But now you got to go for you got to just follow up with the other Nissa.
Yeah, it doesn't get better.
If they just have a absorb into Verdict, you want to at least leave yourself with the troll.
Yeah, this is where you NBA Jam right here and just put it on the battlefield. This blue-white control deck.
Space Jam.
This blue-white control deck does not just say, okay, well, next turn, it's turn 4. I'm going to tap out for something. It never taps out. Yeah. You know, it's Planeswalkers on 4 even don't, you don't have to play it on your turn. So you just jam. If it works, you probably win the game, and that's what just happened.
Welcome to the Space Jam.
And now here's the tough choice. Do you animate the Wolf Willowhaven land and risk losing it to some kind of attack thing like Azorius Charm if they still play that garbage? And then it allows you to cast Old Growth Troll. I think what I'm doing here is I'm just untapping that forest right now. I am going to use Nissa on the other land and just get in there. But this is maybe a safer one. Just play all your things. Yeah, to play Old Growth Troll because you had to float the mana.
Okay, we're just...
Ooh,
wrong order.
Wrong order. No.
Just a little sloppy there.
Yep, that was a little sloppy. And that's a big deal because now Supreme Verdict is actually great, where it would have already been good, but with Old Growth Troll, it would have been excellent. And that is not a very good draw. Now you get put in a spot like, do you want to animate it?
You got this Nissa, you just want to draw lands, and they've drawn so many mana, creatures and Wolf Willowhaven, 6 total.
Yeah.
They started with 3 or with 4, right?
Yeah.
It was 3 elves and Haven and 2 lands and a Nissa.
Yeah. And there's one card that these decks have been playing, at least one of in the sideboard, and that is Settle the Wreckage. Is it there?
But at least Settle would leave you with a bunch of basics to start animating again.
That's true. But it would still be quite good, I must say.
Yeah.
I mean, Supreme Verdict, taking this hit and then verdicting is still probably better. Okay.
Well, John Joe to deal with the double animated land is nice.
That is pretty nice.
Still taking 7, going to 11. A land off the top for mono green would not be lethal next turn at this point. That would only be 10.
Yeah, you might as well sacrifice and make a wolf.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Okay, so now land is lethal. You did have enough mana to make the wolf. Smart.
Okay, big draw step. Is it a verdict? We'd be left with Nissa and no lands. How depressing is that? Oh no,
we're gonna exile the forest.
Yeah, and then it's still not lethal even if they get a land, but not what Tiago really wanted here.
Worst draw possible. Worst draw possible.
Oh my god!
I'm not even casting it.
I mean, Nissa or Cavalier would probably be just as bad, but yeah, I wouldn't cast
the
that
Emperor,
either.
deal them 5. You still have lethal with a land.
Think if there was an Old Growth Troll instead of that Llanowar here, Ross. That censor play, if Old Growth here was instead of Llanowar, this game might have already been over.
Yep. Yeah, definitely getting majorly punished for just a little bit of sloppy play there.
Yeah. And you just, you kind of don't think about it, but it's those are one of those moments where you just got to slow down. These games are so fast, like use your clock. All right. Field of Ruin with no lands, even basics in play. That's a vibe. Right, and that was a purchased Yorion.
Interesting.
Yeah. Forest. That's a 3/3 haster. Yeah.
That'll do, pig.
Unless there is a Fateful Absent or something, but I would imagine that would be targeted on the nib. Now we're gonna see if this is game 2 or game 3. Game 1, blue-white control against green can be rough.
March.
Okay.
March will keep
We're
them
still
alive.
playing. But now, if you verdict, you just ultimate Nissa, and like you're just fine with that. So, Fateful Absence into verdict is the
that
get
would
him a
be the
body
ticket.
ride.
Yeah.
You can have your clue, your turn. Maybe in 2 turns you'll save up enough to be able to crack that. All right, so we know one of the cards is Yorion.
Yeah, and there's only one other one.
And I mean, honestly, like Yorion into a removal spell just is not enough here. Farewell! Okay. I mean, fare thee well.
Okay.
A land for the win. That's a forest. If there's another March.
But you know it's Yorion.
Oh, you know it's Yorion. Yeah. That's it.
So you can confidently just go for it here.
What a weird
2
game.
permanents on the battlefield, no cards in hand.
And that does not say match, so we are going to have a game 3.
But all 20 life points still there.
Holy crap, this match has been awesome.
Yeah. Very narrowly got punished for that one bit of sloppy play.
Yeah.
But I like how they played earlier, jamming the Nissas. Some people might be scared there. I can imagine some people playing Old Growth Troll earlier in that sequence and just not having enough pressure over the course of the game.
Yep.
So I think the more difficult play they made, right, just got a little sloppy later on. But we're still able to take that one down. Now we get a game 3 with Azorius Control on the play.
Yep, that was awesome. And I loved the play of just jamming with Nissa. You know, the game looks so much different if you try to make a safe play. Like, you know, so it's really, really big ups there, because I just always ask myself in those scenarios, like, if they untap and verdict, can I cast Nissa? If the answer is yes, maybe I'll delay, you know, and I'll just play other creatures. If the answer is for sure no, which in that spot, it would have been you untap, and if you get a land, you would have 3 lands. You're just like, no, you cast it because you might not have a chance to do it.
Yep. Yeah. I'm honestly a little surprised to see
all those sharks.
I'm a little surprised to see Sylvan Caryatid still in the deck after sideboard in this matchup. That's usually a card I bring out against control.
Yeah.
You know, horrible to draw late, bad against verdict. You know, just doesn't do a whole lot for 2 mana.
The problem with mono green is you just can't sideboard. With the card package, yeah, you usually have 1 or 2 cards that you can actually bring in.
And it's usually things like Hunt the Hunter.
Exactly. Yeah, it's that. Maybe some Tolsmere like Doomwake is playing. You know, so most of the time it's just like you get out 1 card that's really, 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 really bad, and anything that's kind of okay, you're fine. Yeah.
You know what? I've always felt like people went a little overboard with the Karn package in these decks.
Yes.
I see these 15 Karn packages sideboards, and they only ever find like 8 or 9 of them.
Exactly.
Like, get 6 sideboard cards in your deck.
I'm not gonna lie. After I played like Doomwake's list, I'll take a look at, and after I saw him submit that, I was like, okay, yes, I'm looking at this, because you can tell that was the same thought process here. And like, while there is a decent amount of targets, there are some cards you actually bring in. You know, Portable Hole, Tolsmere you can bring in. There's 2 of each of those. Like, let's say up against mono red, Karn's not even a good card. So you just get to get Karns out, you bring those in. But there are some of these other cards that I just cut as well, because it's just not worth it to have this many targets. You know, like even Pestilence Cauldron, like I get it has an infinite combo, but it's too cute for me. I'm cutting that from now on. Yeah, over it.
Yeah.
All right, a 1-lander. Okay, a 2-lander with Nykthos and Oath and some ramp cards. Yeah. That's the kind of hand that you look at and be like, this hand could be ridiculous. Yeah. You know?
Turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Nykthos, tap Nykthos Elf, Haven on Forest, play Caryatid. Next turn, you get to untap with a lot of mana.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that turn 3, you could Cavalier and then some.
I think you can Oath into Cavalier if you find a land.
I mean, you can on turn 2, you can Haven and Sylvan Caryatid, right? Yeah,
and then turn 3, you Oath, make 4 mana, and if you have a land drop, you're up to 5.
Yep.
You got Caryatid is not great.
But you also have to factor in, and I'm sure our mono green player will be factoring in Censor after that last
Dwari Disruption.
Yeah, sure. No, it was actually Censor, wasn't it?
It was Disruption.
Oh, okay. But they do play both, yeah.
Or at least some play both, some play one or the other.
Yeah,
there's a lot of variation there.
That is fair.
Okay, 2 mana up for Saporito here. But with all this mana in hand, they did draw Llanowar Elves, so they could go Haven into Elf here and play completely around.
Yeah,
Force Spike.
I think I would go I mean, it looks like it's not going to matter, but I would probably start with Oath to make sure I resolve that. Opponent is probably going to be fine with that. Yeah, you play another elf. You're not in Supreme Verdict range quite yet. So now you do want another land, though, because if you get Verdicted next turn, it can be really brutal. Ooh,
That is not the land you want.
That's a land. Oh, yeah, you might as well start with Oath. No way that's getting countered. Because you could just go land, Karn, and then, you know, Tiago would be really kicking himself if he Dovin's vetoed that. So now you want to find a land, I guess. A land gets you to... God, yeah, you can't even Cavalier this turn. Well, I thought that was another Nykthos for a second. I was like, oh, no.
You just gotta really hope there's no verdict here.
You just say, Caryatid, go? Because, yeah, if you get stuck with 2 5-drops in hand and you untap and you have no chance to cast those 5-drops, that's kind of how you lose. There's a Caryatid as a follow-up where it wouldn't be completely detrimental, but it wouldn't be good.
Bad.
It would be bad. So we're going to see, is it there? This is the one nice thing about not having hand cams, the suspense.
When you get verdicted and you don't follow up with a significant threat, you're generally having a bad time.
Agreed. And now this is going to be a turn for mono green where it's like, okay, I want to cast as many of my 5-drops, both of them if possible, with the double Nykthos.
So they can make
4, 2, 6, 7, 8. It's only 8.
They can make 9 if they play Caryatid first. Oh no, no, Caryatid breaks even.
Yep, it does.
And they already have an Oath in place, so that doesn't net mana.
So you probably start with an Oath since you have extra mana.
And I don't think I would play the Caryatid.
I don't think so either. I would start with... I think I would have started with Oath, because if you hit something like an Old Growth Troll or something...
No Verdict and Omens before this.
I mean, how do you counter Cavalier? It's just Gust, right?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like Saporito just has the Gust and is making it seem like he's digging for it. But he doesn't have another answer for this turn, so he's not sacrificing any value by doing this first.
Yeah. And there's not going to be any meaningful play on the other side with 2 mana.
But he's making his hand look a little worse than it actually is.
Or his hand is bad. That is the other option.
That is the other option. He did this a lot in game 2, and his hand was...
Yeah.
Though I guess not great, actually, because one of the Nisses resolved.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at these blue-white control hands, they're never good until they're really good. You know, it's just all medium cards, and then you're like, oh, wait, I have 3 Planeswalkers now. I guess you're dead.
You're just hanging by a thread until
pretty much
they're dead.
Pretty much. I do think blue-white control is a tier 1 deck, though, where I normally don't think control decks are, but just the fact that their mana base is basically perfect, and they have access to great Planeswalkers, and the only thing that this deck is missing to make it the best deck in the format is Teferi 3. Once that got banned, you actually put blue-white control as a somewhat fair deck. It was just broken when you got to play that card, too, though.
I think what it was missing for a long time was good instant speed Roval. Now it has Fateful Absence and March.
That's not a good. Fateful Absence can be very bad.
It's good enough.
March is good. I will say that, but...
The Wandering Emperor is also really good.
Yeah, Wandering Emperor is really good in this format. It hasn't quite deemed itself powerful enough to make it to modern, in my opinion. But man, in these newer formats, historic, standard, alchemy, Pioneer, all of those. Yeah, exactly. I think that card is great, but it cuts off at Pioneer, in my opinion. And Legacy, of course, is excellent. No, I'm just kidding.
So we have the Gust for a Cavalier.
Yeah, and do you put that one on top? Who knows? I also would have played that Oath.
Yeah, interesting that you get him to damage instead of playing the Oath. I would definitely.
I guess if you then you're just giving up on casting Cavalier, but is this the body bag? Yorian!
Wow.
Oh, you still think he's trying to make his hand look bad there, Rose?
He's not trying, he's succeeding.
Yeah, I think once again, I start before doing anything. Start with Oath? No, I guess not.
Cavalier first, because you only have 1 mana left.
Yep, that's true.
Going for the...
Oh, here's the Dovin's veto, and Tiago's like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, sensing weakness here. I think you got a Cavalier there.
I think you do, too.
The threat of veto.
It's only, and looking at open deck list, there's only 2 other Gusts as the only other card that could deal with that. But then you look at instance, there is 4 Dovin's vetoes. So that's just a numbers game right there that I think our mono green player should have calculated, because 6 mana is a very important aspect for this deck as well, where if we go land farewell, it is exactly that. It's amply named. Fair goodbye.
I think they rightly sensed weakness and they defaulted to, I'm going to jam my best threat because I think it's going to resolve.
Yep.
But if they thought a little deeper, they could have realized that Dovin's Veto has never had a good chance to be cast this game.
Exactly. And you play 4 of them. Is this T money? Oh.
Wow.
Yorion enters the battlefield.
Their hand is awful.
I mean, it could just be, farewell, right? Farewell could be in hand. There's not been a chance to cast that, and that would have been
Oh my
awesome.
god! And it's going to be great. It's great against Cavalier, though.
Yeah. So it still could be very good. Or we just found something. Now, here's the big thing for Cavalier. Cavalier finds a land, but it could also find Storm of the Festival and maybe even cast this turn with that other Nykthos. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, gonna be short, but 7, 8. I guess technically if you find a Nykthos, you could cast it. If you find Nykthos and Storm of the Festival, and you activate Nykthos 3 times, you would be able to do it. But
yeah. And I would definitely go for it.
yeah. You'd go for the only spell you can play? Yeah, me too. But yeah, even as it stands now, Farewell is still going to be good. Farewell's a messed up card.
If there's a Farewell here, it's a massive punish to that sequence of going Nissa into Cavalier instead of the opposite.
And here it is, Sylvan Caryatid and Shrug, and be like, you got it? If we see an attack, I would have a feeling that it's not going to be going well for our mono green player. Oh yeah, we're going to get the attack first. I'm seeing into Tiago Saporito's brain right now. Be like, you think they'll block? I might be able to bluff. Here we go.
It's free anyway.
Exactly. It's totally free. It's not going to put Cavalier to the graveyard. You know there's one card that they can't have. Oh.
No attack.
Maybe Tiago was like, he's just going to block. Or they're going to block, excuse me. God. Or this whole game has just been gauging, is Tiago playing in such a way that makes his hand look bad, or is his hand awful?
Yeah.
And so far it's looked awful all the time.
Yeah. At this point, I believe it's just bad.
Ooh, that's a forest though. Needed a brick. Right now it's only a 5 power creature. Okay.
Draw step Gust, so that's probably going on top.
I would imagine. And with just a land, you gotta just say go, and now you get to do a very powerful scry 2.
Or make a 1/1.
I think I'd be scrying 2. Now they can, if you find a Wrath isn't even that good right now because, well, Cavalier is can still be cast. So actively, Tiago has the better battlefield right now, which is weird. But I mean, Bird Serpent's unbeatable, so.
And the mono green draw here was not particularly good. A ton of mana creatures early, which made the draw a little awkward, and now a bunch of lands late.
It was good, but just it all comes back to that sequencing. Think about if you played Cavalier first, Tiago still would have had to play Yorion. If Tiago's hand was that bad. And then boom, you play Nissa, and this game looks way different. There'd be like 3/3/3s in play right now. And now instead, you got Absorb.
And then you could use the Cavalier to protect the Nissa.
Yep. Everything's a house of cards. Or you just attack with Cavalier as well and be like, attack your Yorion to my 6 loyalty Nissa. I dare you. Yeah. And now it's just looking like everything's coming up. Tiago Saporito here.
That Deluge was probably in their hand for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I don't know. They purchased Yorion quite aggressively, so who knows? Hopefully we can get Tiago's hand cam going for the future events or future rounds.
Maybe this event. That would be nice too.
Preferably this one, yeah.
There's another Cavalier. That's pretty good if it resolves, but at this point it resolving does not seem likely.
Yeah.
And honestly, even if it does, Tiago's deluging from the graveyard and is looking at 7 more cards to answer it.
Yeah, agreed.
Don't tap the Nykthos for it. No. I guess even if they did, they'd be 1 short. Oh no, because the Caryatids, they tap the Nykthos. Now if they hit Storm of the Festival, they can't flash it back.
Okay, and I think it is. Unless that's another Cavalier with that triple pits. There it is.
Oh, they had a
Yep.
Nykthos in hand.
Yeah, I knew they had that.
Okay.
But
So they can still cast it, but it costs them a Nykthos for no real reason.
Yeah. Which can be a thing because, like, if you nick those or if you save that Nykthos, you could maybe cast this again. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Everything you said is wrong. And now it's are they gonna have an answer for that Cavalier standing in the way? March is an answer. It's an expensive one, but
At this point, the expense is not a huge deal. That layer is threatening now.
That layer is frisky. Can we take a look at that graveyard there, Adrian? See if there's any other Storm the Festivals. Doesn't look like it.
That's the other triple green card is a Cavalier.
Okay.
Well,
Yep. Okay. Well, never mind.
If there were, they don't matter. They wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. Now it's a layer in a dream. And Verdict.
Oh, and a Verdict, and now we get nothing back because of the rest in peace. Nothing back off the Cavalier. So now there's just this layer to deal with.
Now you got to do math here. Is this going to be a 4/4 or a 5/5? Doesn't really matter. So I like playing the elf here. And is it the March for the ultimate feels bad?
That would basically do it.
Ooh. It's either that or opt. It's a March. Ooh. That's a deflating play. That's a deflating play if you're the mono green player. But the mono green deck can just top deck Collected Company for Nissa and Karn, which is insane. But there's everybody's favorite hero.
Yeah, Teferi's going to run away this game very quickly.
Unless we get a big draw step right now.
Karn?
That's a Carnarito. Coming to a store near you. Does it resolve?
How spicy of a Carnarito is this?
This can get Pithing Needle immediately. To full-on shut down Teferi.
I mean, there's only one card in Tiago's hand, so...
Yeah. There's scries happening every turn. There can also be castles to start pestering Karn. We got a game with that card. Here's Thy Needle. What do you think they're going to name, Ross?
Omen of the Sea.
Omen of the Sea. Yeah, get that scry potential out of this game. I like it. Huh. They went with Teferi, Hero of Dominaria instead. Bold.
We'll see how it works out for them.
Oh, this is a creature. Interesting. That should say something about that last card being good.
Or says something about wanting to attack this Karn.
Yeah. Think if they would have hit Omen. Get him out of there. Karn's not that big of a deal if you, if you leave it at 2. Just, tutoring twice is pretty good. We're seeing that red counter in the top left coming into play.
Should have plenty of time.
Should be fine. That's a haul. Deck the halls.
The mana base in this Azorius deck
is just a work of art.
Value.
Oh, just a work of art. You get to play castles. You get to play halls because you just get to play like 16 duels. It might even be more. I don't know.
Keep in mind that Tiago also cycled an irrigated farmland earlier in this game.
Yeah. Jwari Disruption from the top row.
What turn is this? 12?
Turn 12. Do you have 1 mana available? You do not? Ooh. Wow. Didn't even fire up the hall. That leads me to believe that we have like Memory Deluge. This is the old growth of the troll. This is a match.
That is tough. Getting a Meteor Goal of Jwari Disruption on turn 12.
Okay, well, this Karn should tick up. Okay. So you could even attack with that Pithing Needle if you're feeling real frisky.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Castle Ardenville puts the Kiwash on that.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to control the Karn indefinitely.
We need something real good now.
Storm? The old troll.
It's not bad.
It's still, you can animate another castle, and we can just deal with Karn right now with the help of Hall. So, like, you can just get Karn out of there, and I think you might have to, unless... Oh, baby.
This is the daddy shark.
This is maybe the grandfather shark.
Yeah.
This shark is now, has 2 kids. It's full on, thinking about retirement at this point. Like, it's shark friends are just like, don't you think it's time, honey?
Yeah. The shark is thinking about, weekend golf trips with the boys.
Oh, yeah. It's financially stable now to be going shark getting around the country, even the globe. Yeah. And bang, there's a big hit. We're going to need a Storm in the Festivals or this game is over. That's a Storm. Oh, baby. Oh,
Represents
baby.
the Karn, so
And it's
we
gonna
know-
resolve.
Yeah, it's gonna resolve. What are we trying to hit here, though? You're 4
Uh,
life. You gotta
yeah.
you gotta somehow answer this
You
shark
need
or
a
win.
Cavalier to block.
Yeah,
And a Nissa to pressure, I guess.
Yeah, and also block a Hall.
And a Dream.
Yeah, Cavalier Nissa, I think is the hit.
It's gonna be Wolf Willowhaven, second Nykthos, you know, like, because this card does have variants. Sometimes it's just awful, but wow, this is one heck of a match.
Yeah, both players in red on their clock at this point. There's about 8 total minutes between them.
Oh,
Kiora,
the Nissa and Kiora. Oh no,
and we do not have enough mana to untap the Nykthos and activate it, although we don't even have enough devotion to make it work.
we do have a forest.
And then
That could have been the worst Storm the Festival I've ever seen.
Yeah, they saw 9 cards after the storm, and
yeah,
none of them were good.
Yeah, the only storm that's happening right now is the storm in the Sharknado here, because Shark Typhoon is going to be taking this one down. And that was an incredible match. That was incredible. We're not so mad at that Demir player now for not showing, allowing watchers, because that was
that
was incredible.
Really, well, I think the key play there was going for the Cavalier on one of that early turn, or going for the Nissa instead of the Cavalier, getting that Nissa. Dovin's vetoed. That meant that you could freely tap out for Yorion. Maybe they were going to do it anyway. Given how bad their hand ended up seeming, I think they were likely to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Which would have given you the window to resolve the Nissa. Suddenly you have both of those instead of none of them.
And it seems like such a minor thing. Like after the Cavalier resolved and stuff a couple turns later, you think like, it couldn't have been that big of a deal. But it is in this matchup, and it is against blue-white control. Your margin of error is really short. Yeah. And mono green, you just have to play kind of perfect Magic in some scenarios. Sometimes, you're just throwing cards and you're having a great old time. But sometimes the sequencing really matters. Playing around Censor, there were a couple little mistakes that ended up really adding up. And overall, we didn't get to see Tiago's hand, so we don't know for sure, but looked like some really tight play from Tiago Saporito.
Yeah, I think he, escaped that matchup with some pretty weak draws and really made the most of them and scraped out that game. Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
And still, that's the first time we've seen the green deck lose on camera.
I think so, yeah.
But it still looks quite good, playing through all the disruption.
No, we did see it lose to Winoda badly, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But overall, still pretty good. And, the Winoda matchup, there wasn't much that mono green player could have done.
They just didn't do anything. It didn't,
It didn't feel like they played a match, that's for sure. So, everyone, if you want to be able to play in one of these Manatraders events sometimes and have your matches commentated over by these two handsome gentlemen here, you can just... I think they're upstairs. Yeah, I invited over some friends that are quite handsome. Yeah, but if you want to, keep an eye out when the qualifier season starts. All you have to do is reach a certain threshold of performing in that qualifier weekend. That gets you into this tournament. It went from like 1,000 players in the qualifiers to down to 228 players for this tournament. 2 of them are going to walk away with an invitation to that December tournament where there's going to be 48 players vying for some really nice prizes. And the whole top 8 is going to be making some money. Whole top 32, I believe it pays down to top 32. My director can correct me on that if I'm wrong. But really fun tournaments to play. So if you want to be a part of it, ! Bash Bros in the chat will give you a link to some percentages off if you're new to the Manatraders loan program. And if you are, what are you doing? Get on in there. That's all I got. That's all I got. It is a great service. It really helps out for not just Pioneer. If you like Legacy, pretty much every format but Limited, the loan program really helps out. So check that out. But it does sound like we are pretty much out of rounds. So we are going to take ourselves a short little break, and we'll be right back with round number 5 here on the Manatrader series, where things are starting to heat up and our top 8 is going to start getting formed. So see you soon. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage of the Manatraders series featuring Pioneer. We're not going to waste any more time. That's Ross, though, I suppose. This is Corey. We're not going to waste any more time, though, because our players are paired, and we're going to jump right into round number 5 here on the Manatraders series. All right, jumping in, blink and you miss it. This is Mono Red, a deck that we were kind of talking about, you know, that who knows how great it is, all the way making it to 4-0. Up against this Jeskai Walker's
really,
list.
really cool setup there. This is a mono red draw that is 3 1-mana creatures essentially.
Yep.
And they only lost one of them to an Anger the Gods.
All because of a counter that was placed on it, thanks to that saga, and then a prowess trigger. Yeah.
From a stomp, so they didn't even lose a card for that. They still get a Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, and that's the thing is this deck has value, and it has the best creature land, 4 dens. You just get to play 4 of that card. You get to play Ramunag runes. I'm really of the impression that this mono red deck is actually tier 1 and very good as well, because it had a couple weeks where it just dominated challenges. Like, it was like 5 out of 10 or 5 out of 8, you know, and then...
That is impressive stuff because when you're playing this Fires deck, having Anger against aggro is what you pray for.
Yeah.
And you tend to think if I have an Anger early, I'm going to win this game.
I totally agree. Yep.
Now, one of the things that might end up crawling them back into this game is the 3 copies of Interplanar Beacon, gaining them a pile of life.
Interplanar
I'm guessing
Beacon.
Teferi is tuck the Bone Crusher.
Yeah, get it the tuck out of here.
You know, at 9 life, staring down a couple of creatures and all of this value from the mana base of the mono red deck with 2 copies of Ramunap Ruins and a Den of the Bugbear, that seems tough. But if you're gaining a ton of life, it gets a lot easier.
I've played this exact match. Don't ask me why. I was memeing, but I was playing this Fires deck, played against mono red, I think 2 or 3 times, and it's bad most of the time. You know, I mean, of course, there's going to be scenarios where it's good, but I got destroyed repeatedly. You know, and I mean, there are games when you draw Clarion and it seems fine, but I mean, it can be really rough, but the deck is so fun to play.
This is not nearly as all in of a red deck as what we'd seen before. If people remember the Boros sort of wizard burn deck, that deck was very all in. It had Lurrus because Lurrus was still around then, and that Lurrus was like its only resilience. But this mono red deck, not only, you know, being mono red and a higher land count means it plays things like Ramunap Ruins and Den of the Bugbear. So value from your mana base. That's cool. You're also playing...
There's Den on board, right?
You have light up the stage. You have Chandra. You have big Chandra in your sideboard. And you just have more powerful cards. Bone Crusher Giant generates card advantage. So you're able to really play through removal a lot more effectively while still being a very fast deck.
Nice. Yep. This is just lethal with the Den.
Yeah, with the Den,
Yeah.
You don't even need the Chandra activation.
Yeah, it's actually 8. Yeah, but plus the Mountain Swift Spear, you can actually deal 9 this turn through King Ken. You know, and this game looks a lot different if Fires was cast at any time, because you go King Ken with 6 mana open and you gain 10 life, the game's over. You know, but as it stands,
that Anger.
I mean, as long as they animate Den here.
They had Anger, they had a Teferi that gained 3 life, and a Kenrith, which are all pretty good cards to cast against aggro, and just not nearly good enough here.
Excuse me, what? Okay, did they find a line that doesn't win the game? This probably still wins as well, right? Yeah, because you block the 3 power, you still take 6, but they could have picked many ways to deal with this.
If the line wins the game, it's equivalent to all other lines that win the game.
Exactly. And if you do more things, you get more style points, which is better. So that's good. So Mono Red taking it down, and I'll remind you that both of these players are 4-0, and once you get to 5-0 of this tournament, that's going to be only 7 players. Then you're looking into the scenarios where, if you don't make top 8 at this time, something went wrong, you know, because when you make it that many rounds without losing, then you lose towards the end. Those are the players that get in off tiebreakers rather than the other way around.
Yeah, you just with the way the tiebreaker system works, whereas first tiebreaker is opponent match win percentage. The fact that you get paired against people with your same record, you know, if you win early, you're going to tend to have better breakers.
Exactly. Yep.
You know, that is not, a guarantee. Things go very wrong for your early opponents, and some people that beat you and like start 6-0 can lose the last 3 and really tank your breakers.
Yep.
But you're at a pretty significant advantage.
Yep. And I mean, if it's me getting ready for the tournament, or at this spot, I'm, of course, going to lose the last 2 rounds and still somehow take 9th. It's happened to me before. You start 5-0, 6-0, you lose the last 2. You should still be that 7, 6, 8th spot, but it definitely has happened that you still become 9th in
So,
some odd tournaments.
We are looking at the Jeskai. We're not looking at it?
No, I don't think we are, right? We're still
Okay.
working.
Well, you and I are looking at it.
Yeah.
So we see the deck list of the Jeskai Planeswalkers
Sure.
player, and they are a Fae of Wishes deck, which means not a lot of help coming from the sideboard here.
Yeah.
Do you know what this white card on the bottom of the sideboard is?
Rest in peace. Yep.
Yeah,
that's not going to help either.
Rest in
It's
Peace,
just
not so
anger,
good.
right? Like, and this is another card just like the Karn deck where you just don't want a sideboard mod. You know? Yeah.
You know, you probably bring in the anger from the board because it's better to naturally draw it than have to
Fae for it,
grant
for
it
sure.
it,
That's
yeah.
the only card I'm bringing
cut
in.
a Narset and call it a day.
Yep, 100%. And that's another thing. It's just like a lot of these decks just can't really sideboard. That's why I'm still somewhat interested in a Karnless version of Mono Green, you know? And I think there's also room to be like green splash something for some big effect. Maybe green splash red for something big. You know, like I think the final version of Devotion decks are not even here, the final form, you know, especially because we have Streets of New Capenna that are coming online for other players. Quick reminder to why you have not seen any Streets of New Capenna cards so far, everyone. And that's just because out of fairness to the players, basically if some person, you know, they had one day to test with the new cards, and if they could buy that cards, but the next person playing couldn't, that wouldn't be fair. So we kept this as fair as possible to players and just did not allow them for this one.
Okay, I was gonna say this is a slow draw for our mono red player, but ripping the 1-drop to cast on turn 1 really helps. There's a Kumano faces Kakazan, but a hard cast Fae of Wishes. Nice early play against aggro. One of the reasons, one of the underrated aspects of Fae. You just cast it on turn 2 as a brick wall.
Yep. And here comes that 3/3 Eidolon thanks to the Saga. And also look at the mana base. You know, this is the thing I love about the mono red decks is like whenever it's just an all-in kind of quote unquote dummy red deck, I don't like to play those decks because, you know, it's just brutal. But whenever you have all this utility from your lands, you have this longevity with like a good planeswalker like Chandra Torch of Defiance or the new Chandra Dress to Kill. That's where I really do love these style of red decks. I mean, I played this at Pro Tour Kyoto, Chiba, I don't know, wherever I was in Japan, when Paulo won, you know, like, and that deck had a lot of play to it, you know, and that's why it was the best deck. Yeah. Bowman Courier, Kazandu, 2/1 that escapes. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, contrast that with the mana base from this Jeskai deck. Turn 2 Mana Confluence, just about the worst possible.
Yeah, with Expressive Iteration, take 2.
And forced to iterate to find a third land, so this Eidolon dealing a lot of damage.
And a top deck land from a mono red player. Like, this would be impressive if the Jeskai Walker player got out of this alive.
This Play with Fire that I thought was not a particularly good card in their hand does allow them to freely attack into this Fae and finish it off at least.
Yep.
Still not great.
Yeah, you could just play Frost on as well, but I kind of think you have enough threats.
I like Play with Fire, Light Up the Stage, Kumana.
Yeah, same. I love that line.
Yeah.
I mean, you start with Light Up because that's just correct.
I don't like playing the Sokens in for
exactly.
combat.
Yeah, I would have played Light Up with the Den.
Yeah. You know, if you hit 2 lands off the Light Up the Stage, you might end up channeling that Sokens in.
Yeah.
And you might miss out on a land drop here if you hit 2 lands off this Light Up the Stage, is the Punisher case.
All right, light them up.
And with Dens, those lands could very well be relevant.
Exactly.
So if you're thinking like, oh, if I had 2 lands, I don't care if I don't get to play one.
And you're playing a utility land. You know, you're playing a utility land where if you hit 2 lands, you get to hold that land and you can go end step 2/1/1s.
Oh no, we didn't use a Play with Fire to finish off the Fae.
Wow, just going face. I guess
with Eidolon in play, hitting 5 damage worth of burn off light. You think, and the Mana Confluence over there,
it's reasonable.
Yeah, maybe it's a little risky with them at 12.
Yeah, thank God they're just
especially because, like, this deck plays so many 4 casting and higher mana cost cards that like I wouldn't depend on getting more damage out of Eidolon.
Yeah, exactly. And like if you get any damage out of it, it's like right now for an Anger or a Clarion.
Well, I guess now you could play with Fire of the Fae, but that's not.
Now I'm more inclined to go to the face.
Yeah, same.
Because you have 7 points and they're at 9. But now if they go land 5, Kenrith, game's over. You know, like okay, they did go with it now.
But now you finish it like they didn't finish it off when we wanted to, and then did when we didn't want them to.
And now it's shitty because to take advantage of chapter 2 of this saga, you want to play a creature, and especially you want to play a Ferocity because it gets out of range from Clarion. But
So yeah, we just give up on this burn plan entirely. And they seem like now the red deck seems behind the 8 ball, but
Yeah.
we'll see how good the turn is from our Jeskai player.
Yeah, and it's some of these turns where you look at the Jeskai person's hand, you're like, wow, you could really take over the game, and you look at their hand and you're like, oh, never mind, you're not doing it.
Yeah.
You know, some hands are really awkward from these, 5-color. It is a 5-color Planeswalker deck.
Yeah.
I guess there's no green, but there is Nicol Bolas,
Does Fires of Invention let you cast spells from exile for free?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Off of Expressive.
Yep.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Okay.
So we saw that, and we don't know what got revealed. It was probably that Interplanar Beacon. And now here's the problem with this not being a Yorion deck. This would be your Yorion turn where you could do something else. Is that a Cathartic Pyre? Ugh! There's your 2 spells for the turn. Your turn.
Oof. Well, now you're dead.
Yeah,
this is 6 damage attacking. Yeah. Chandra +1, make a mana, play with fire upstairs. And you can't cast spells up. So unless there's like a Shark Typhoon here, a 2/2 Shark Typhoon.
Yeah.
Okay, which would
Chandra now. Okay.
Yep.
Chandra, trust a kill, play the thrill, something like that. I think that song goes. I don't
Actually,
know.
even
probably just got a DMC strike.
2/2 Shark would put them to 8. They block the 2/2. They take 4. Yeah, playing the Chandra, I don't actually like.
I did not like the sequencing from our mono red player down the stretch here, but I also think they're wildly ahead.
Yeah.
And a 2/2 Shark here puts them to 1, and then they untap with Ferocity, or they untap with a Bone Crusher Giant, but that does give them a chance to just untap, go Kenrith, gain 5 life. That's a way to get back into the. Oh wait, they can't gain life with Ferocity. Yeah, they're dead.
So your opponent's at 9, and they drew a Stomp. So they have Stomp, Play with Fire, Chandra, and a second Ferocity in hand.
Yeah.
If you just attack before doing anything, and your opponent makes a 2/2 Shark, which they appears they have, think they're going to block. They take 1 from the Ferocity.
Yeah.
They go to 8. You let them block the 2/2. They take 4, go to 4. You have 4 damage of burn in your hand.
Oh, agreed. I do not think Chandra was the correct play, but I also don't think there's any way out of this. Like, since you can't gain life, and now we're going to 1, can't play any creatures.
I mean, they could go removal spell Kenrith.
They could go Nicol Bolas, gain 4 life.
Yeah.
I guess you can't gain life. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, removal spell into gain life.
Yeah, they are at 1 here, so it's got to start with removal spell on Ferocity.
Yeah. You wouldn't be.
Verdict would be fine.
Yeah. You wouldn't know it by this, but you don't know which player is playing with fire, even though the mono red deck is playing 4 of them.
A Planeswalker by itself is not going to be good enough because Stomp plus Chandra represents 3 damage. Unless they had a 3rd beacon, or if it was a Planeswalker like a Teferi that could tuck the Chandra.
Yeah. I'm thinking this could easily be
a 3rd beacon.
I was like, with them thinking this long, it could easily be a granted, like.
Yeah.
Oh, Wandering Emperor.
But they're not going to be able to gain life off of that, but they will be able to exile, and then they'll gain the 2 life off the Wandering Emperor.
Yes. It doesn't check at the same time?
No, you go on the order of the text of the card.
Okay, but that's not enough. Chandra plus Bone Crusher still kills.
Yeah, because they don't get 3 life. Yeah. They're going to lose to this Stomp.
All right, they have 1 more play. Oh, no! Because you can't do anything with fires.
They didn't have another play, I guess. Yeah, another Planeswalker there might have turned the game around.
Yeah, maybe they had a Shark or something, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, so close.
Okay.
Mono red player getting a little bit sloppy, but not getting punished.
Not sloppy enough, it would seem. And there we go. Impressive work by the mono red player. And like I said, I do think that matchup is really lopsided. I think that Planeswalker Dex wants to actually be playing against Green Devotion. That's the nice one.
Yeah.
You get to deal with stuff. You get to go over the top. You have all these wrath effects. Like the list I played, like a month ago. I'm sure it's evolved plenty, but played Verdict, played some Clarions, played some Anger. It swept the board, so you can even deal with
Winoda would be, preferable.
You can Fae for like Cage, to shut down Winoda and stuff. So I actually like the Dex choice in the metagame, but mono red is awful, and the deck can just lose to itself because it's so weird and clunky, and your mana base is brutal.
And the mana base actually was their undoing there. They took so much damage off that Mana Confluence.
Yeah, get Mana Confluence out of that deck right now. Play a mountain. I don't care.
Do you really need Mana Confluence? No. Like, there's so many dual lands available, and you have 4 Rogren Triomes. Guaranteed.
Get it out of there. Get it out of there.
I can't imagine you need Mana Confluence.
Or you need the Jeskai Triumph. But yeah, it sounds like we got our Dimir player actually allowing watchers here. So we're going to dive into that while we keep arguing about Mana Confluence.
Yeah.
But yeah, get it out of there. Get it out of there.
Just-
Okay. So blue-black is up a game. This must be the hand for our top player. Seems like we do not have the hand for the Dimir player. I'll wait for confirmation. Okay.
I would even cut Sokensen and Mana Confluence for 2 dual lands.
Yeah.
Like if it loses you the Sokensen, whatever.
Yeah, I'd put in a a wet napkin instead of that Mana Confluence, So
Okay, so this is this looks like, is it Phoenix? I see Temporal Trespass and Is It Charm?
easily could be. It could also be this Is It Control?
Yeah, Is It Charm to me signifies Phoenix.
I guess we have this information readily at our fingertips. What is the screen name of that person? It's a little fuzzy on my end. Wither. Okay. Oh, maybe they are not undefeated.
Yeah, this is the 3-1
Oh, these
match.
are 3-1s. Okay.
Yeah, our Dimir control player lost last round.
Because they didn't allow watchers.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Invoking the ire of the tournament gods.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, it is Blue-Red Phoenix. Yep, so it
Yeah.
definitely has the standard stuff. So, yep,
Yeah,
you're
more
right
toward
on
3
that.
Trespass, 1 Cruise. I like that. More towards a Trespass version.
Yep.
But
like it.
Narset on the battlefield is tough.
I bet this deck has a great Phoenix matchup. Oh my.
I mean, No Should Leave is pretty easy for them to deal with.
Yeah.
You can get got by it once.
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on
yeah.
you. Yeah.
Narset is much, much tougher.
And you can see it's not even being ticked down.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't need the cards.
I mean, they have the Gaia Reach in play already with it.
Yep.
Like,
and you still see 6 cards in hand for our Dimir player, and it's
here's-
time to undo the day.
There's an Invasive Surgery.
Oh.
But from our hand cam, we know it's in their hand. That's
And we know Is It Charm can back it up. So it's not one counter spell isn't enough. You'd need double dispute.
like we got just a.
Yeah, Is It Charm that, and then the Invasive Surgery is going to go
that a
away with
negate?
phase 2. Yeah, it's a negate.
It's a weird version of a gate.
Yeah. Welcome back to Magic, where everything has 10 versions and the points don't matter.
So we have averted complete disaster by countering the Stays Undoing, but still no real answer to this Narset in sight. Or is it Phoenix opponent's hand of play with fire, temporal trespass? Is it charm opt? The opt can get played on an end step. Temporal trespass is obviously fine, but you have no battlefield. Time walks when you can't attack or use planeswalkers.
Yeah, that becomes a lot trickier.
Doing a whole lot.
We just got a tweet from one of our teammates that compared us to the Tool Times, where Ross would be Al Borland, and I forget his name.
Tim the Tool Man.
Yeah,
Taylor.
yeah. We do kind of got the same hair of each of them going on, so that's pretty funny.
Literally dressed as Al Borland for Halloween on Versus Live a couple years ago, and I wore this exact shirt.
I believe it. You mean you did nothing different, and you just look like Al Borland?
I tucked my shirt in.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
That was the only change I had to make from how I normally dress to look like Al Borland.
I'm glad you become unhinged with the untucked shirt here today for us. Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Well, they can only see me from the chest up.
That's fair.
Okay, there's an Arclight Phoenix. If we can find a 4th land, Arclight Phoenix can do some damage against this Narset.
Yeah, exactly. But now we'll see, does this Narset get activated now, or do you just jam? And look at this Is It Charm in our opponent's hand. Would you like to discard 2 and not draw 2? Probably not. So it's just a bad censor. It's just a harder to cast censor right now.
Let's be honest. Is It Charm has always been bad.
It really has. It really has. It's we got a censor here
been a good card.
Yeah.
So, but now with the Narset on 1, if we can find another play with fire, that could also deal with it.
Yep, that's fair.
Maybe a Spikefield Hazard if that's in their deck.
I don't think these decks usually play Spikefield Hazard. But...
This Gaia Reach Sanitarium, though, is going to really limit their resources. Yeah, opt on the end step.
Yep, you can actually Gaia in response.
Yeah.
And then they just get to look at the top. I don't know if that's really that good.
I think I would just Gaia at the soonest opportunity, unless
piece of the puzzle.
I had other reasons to hold the mana open.
God, I just feel terrible if I was this Izzet player right now. It's just my opponent has been looting with Gaia. They haven't really been doing anything, and my whole hope is to play a 4-mana 3/2 flyer that dies to everything in hopes to just deal with Narset and then go from there.
Yeah, it doesn't have a Fatal Push, but this is it's pretty easy to just counter this.
Well, they have censor. We saw the censor of Narset.
So you can just counter this and then use the Hive of the Eye Tyrant to exile it.
Yeah, and there's commit, and you can memory next turn. Weird to not use that, leave that Gyre, but I guess it doesn't matter, or they plan to do something else. Okay, get that sensor
and
out
if
of
you're
there.
memorying, then the Gyre reached isn't.
Yeah.
So,
Oh man, this Dimir deck is nice. Let's try to. All right, and that's it. Dimir
that's the
moves
match,
on.
too.
Let's try to get that Dimir player on camera again. Maybe get their hand cam working so we can really get it going. But yeah, that deck looked awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we just came over with a Narset in play, and this is not the first time I have had a Narset. I've seen a Narset in play against Izzet Phoenix, and it's been awesome.
Oh yeah,
not even
quite often
across many formats.
Yes, yes, 100%.
And so, I'm surprised not to see a clean answer to it because it's in so many decks. Izzet Phoenix sometimes boards a couple for the mirror.
Yeah.
Is it control decks play it in the main if they're Days and Doing versions, or in the sideboard if they're not? And now, the Fires decks play it. Azorius control decks usually play some, especially if they're Yorion versions. There's a lot of Narsets around in Pioneer right now, so and it's not like Fry would be a bad card. Like, it kills Winoda, it kills Teferi, it kills cards in Mono White Devotion.
Yes. No, but I agree. Fry isn't bad.
Drake,
and
it's only, the ice.
It's only just okay though against Narset because it's just like they activate, you fry it, you're still 2-for-1ing yourself.
But you see it so often because of the threat of like Arclight Phoenix and other things, they just don't activate it. So you actually come out ahead. You spend 2 mana for their 3. I'm not saying jam 4 Fries in your sideboard, but like I would want to have 1 or 2 in my sideboard.
I mean, Fries are really not that good for you, so you can't just be eating Fries all the time. But
1 or 2 Fries.
1 or 2, dip it in some ranch, it'll be perfect. All right, well, Director, do we have any other matches to go to, or does that bring us about to the end of round 5? Okay, so we got Tiago still going, or we have that Mario Greasefang deck still going.
What is the Greasefang deck playing against?
Yeah, Blue-White Control?
Yeah,
okay.
let's do it.
Yeah, let's see that greasy match. That sounds great. So, gonna take another look. I believe this is still one of our undefeated players. All right. Excellent. So we don't know what game they're on quite yet, and we'll see if we get some hand cams. But yeah, Mardu Greasefang looked really strong up against Winoda. It was a beating, but now there's a lot more answers. That's for sure.
Yeah, which means this is going to be a matchup where the Rakdos side really plays into it, and we already see a rest in peace on the battlefield at this point for Azorius.
Yeah, so, and that's big game right there.
Yeah, it means you're definitely not Greasefang.
It means you're definitely probably just dead. Like, let's get real.
Well, there's also a Teferi and 2 cards in hand, and one of them's a Parhelion. Yeah.
I bet this is a train wreck matchup. I played against this when I was playing Blue-White Yorion style as well, and it was not close. Like, it was not remotely close.
Yeah, Deadly Dispute is only drawing 1 card here because of the Narset.
Your Bloods have to be activated on your opponent's turn because of the Narset, so they can't even immediately loot. Like, this, we came into a slaughter here, I guess, huh? Take 1, though? Okay, good. Now we got that established.
17.
Pass the turn. Teferi? Yeah, sure. That's fine. This is all fine. Yeah, this looks like a train wreck one. And it looks like we still have Tiago Saporito going. It looks like our just a couple updates from standings. Standings.
Crowd pleaser.
Oh, the crowd pleaser! Everyone, drop your sharks in chat. We got Shark Typhoon coming. And while this is kind of at the garbage phase of the game, because this is going to be a tough one to win, one thing we're going to be trying to implement for future shows, now that we have the shows not starting on fire aspect under control, we had a little bit of bad luck for our last one, but this one is going great. But we want to try to get some standings page loaded up to you to be able to show you off for now. But until we have that going, just kind of giving you an update right now. Varo, that Winoda player, did take a loss down to 4. Our only undefeated players so far, we have 3 of them. We have a mono green Winoda and that mono red burn deck, which I kind of want to start with that next round and just see that deck in action one more time, because I do think that deck is quite good. But then otherwise, mono green and Winoda, the decks we expected to be there are getting it done.
Yeah, definitely. The better decks of the format really proving why, or proving that at least.
Yep, that's true.
So do we know, is this game
This got to be a post-cyber game if there's a rest in peace on the battlefield. Do we
Yep.
know if the Azorius control player is up?
We do not know that right now, but honestly, I would just imagine just based on matchup, but that's just
Yeah.
a straight guess.
I think you could pretty easily steal a game 1, though.
Yeah.
You know, if the control player keeps kind of a looser.
Yep. A loosey goose. Can
Yeah.
stay away, probably not at its best with rest in peace and play, huh?
Yeah, that card can stay away.
Yeah, it
from my
probably
hand.
will be staying away. Yeah, stay away from my deck, to be honest, but it definitely does serve a
One
good
more
role.
point.
Oh, 13. Take that.
Okay, we are just a Triskaidekaphobia away from winning this game.
Easy game. Easy game.
Come on, Triskaidekaphobia. Card that I do not believe is legal in Pioneer.
I don't think it is, but how about this? Let's try to get 3 more Valdarian Epicures and get
Hidetsuga second right?
Yeah, you got it. If we're gonna meme on him, meme properly.
There's a lot of sharks here. This is as the French say, not close.
I am getting word from our very handsome director that that card is legal.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I thought it was from Innistrad block. Did it get reprinted somewhere?
It must have. It did in Shadows.
Oh, maybe it was printed in Shadows, actually.
Yeah, it was Shadows.
Okay.
I keep forgetting that you can hear the director talking in my ear because he just said that exactly as you said it. But yeah, all right, that's the match. Blue-white control looking pretty solid here, showing us some pretty good results. And these players, Greasefang moves down to X and 1, and the blue-white control player is still XO, correct?
Yeah. So
I think so.
It looks like Blue White looking pretty good too.
Yeah,
And we'll see if Thiago can make it 2 Blue White decks in the final
and that
bracket.
does look like the Yorian build as well. There were still like 55 cards in hand, so that's probably a pretty good sign. But hey, welcome back to the booth. I'm Corey. That's Ross. We're bringing you coverage all day, and you know what? We're just reuniting as well. We haven't been able to do a versus show in so long that I just feel the love. You know, I feel the love. But yeah, welcome back to the booth, everyone. We are round number 5. Let's get you out of here. You know what? You've fallen out of chairs before here on broadcast. Might as well make it happen again.
Got to give the people what they want.
Exactly. Well, we'll get a little confirmation from our director here, but I imagine that's probably going to be the end of our round unless we have a match still going with Thiago. But I know that's kind of wrapping up, so we'll wait to hear on that. But so far, still pretty damn impressed with all these decks and the variety of decks that we're seeing.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing at the top really the Izzet decks, whether it's Phoenix and Control, then Blue White Control, Mono Green Devotion, and Winoda.
Yep.
And the Izzet decks seem to be struggling a little bit against the others in that grouping.
Yes. And so it sounds like we are not going to be going to another match. So we'll just talk about some of the undefeated players. We had 14 players that were undefeated before this, so we should have 7. Waiting for a couple of matches to still come in.
5 confirmed at this point.
Yep, we have. Oh, it looks like we do have 6 confirmed. We got
now
Thiago on Blue White Control. We have Nathan.
That was the control player, I think, that just won. That just beat the rat.
Yep. So that's 2 Blue White Controls. We have a mono green deck. Izzet Phoenix, Winoda, and a burn deck. What more could you want? I mean, 2 control decks showing what it is, and then just a good variety of decks. And honestly, scrolling down, you know, it's a lot
2
of
control
good
decks, 2 aggro decks, and 2 sort of in between decks.
Yeah. So Pioneer looking extremely healthy so far, and it looks like we're gonna have a nice ending to this day 1. Still got 3 rounds left to go though, so even these 5-0 players are for sure not safe.
4 rounds left. We're playing 9, aren't we?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not getting rid of me that easily.
I was trying. Got it. We're here for how long with you? Okay. Yeah, it sounds like there might be one more match going. Let's try to jump in. Maybe we'll catch the end of it. That's the nice thing we get to do with these Manatrader events.
Take a little
these,
peekaboo.
Yeah, and I think this might be the last match going. So this is the other undefeated players.
Wow, Fry doing good things.
Who would have guessed? God, if only someone would have mentioned that earlier, this commentary would have been, actually good, but you didn't as the expert role today. So
just missed on that one.
All right, looks like we might be firing up the hall, kind of catching up to this game.
Is Hall gonna plunk in for 7 damage, or are we dealing with a Narset?
Narset? Yeah, that's the thing.
Guess Narset.
We're gonna find out.
Now a little vulnerable, only 4 mana up. That's enough for a counter spell, but
Mhm.
plenty of mana for a counter back.
There's also Hall on the other side, and knowing these Izzet decks, at any point it could just be Galvanic, Temporal Trespassing, game over. The Izzet decks I like a lot more in these control matchups.
Yeah.
I have not liked how these Izzet decks have looked against Winoda or Mono Green, so it would not be my pick for this tournament. But I do enjoy it during this matchup. Like you can really dance around your opponent with these Izzet cards. A lot of your threats have flash and.
Nothing going here for, is it Phoenix? Or
It's got to be a big old shark or something, right? Otherwise, you attack with Hall. Maybe a horror here. All right,
there's a horror.
Let's see if it's gonna work.
Let's see how much text it has.
Yeah.
This is a horror in response.
Oh God!
Do we have a spell and a trigger?
Or I mean, honestly,
or a spell and no trigger?
Do you have a spell? Maybe there's a trigger too. Like this is gonna be a big tilting bug if this doesn't work. And you know what? There's nothing we can control on the Manatraders side. This is all Magic Online. If cards bug out or not, and I didn't know about this bug going into it, so I imagine other players didn't. And let's hope it doesn't happen. We like how spells resolve. All right. It
looks like we got a trigger.
Yeah.
So
the trigger just like adds a clue or something. Like how great would that be?
Mystical Dispute turns into Unsubstantiate.
Yep. But it's cheaper.
And do they have another spell? 3 mana up, plenty to cast something else.
Yeah.
Looks like only one blue mana left. Right? Is that a white pathway?
Yep, that's the white side of the pathway.
Interesting that they would only tap that way. That might end up being a mistake if like their spell is an absorb.
Yeah. It's very much clear, telegraphing that they do not have an absorb. But yeah, otherwise, you just tapped wrong for no reason there.
Let's hope that's not the case.
Okay, is it a horror now? Doing it now, just saying if I wait, you untap with mana, I'm probably dead.
Yeah, you can't let them untap. Got to go for the horror now.
Okay.
Fateful Absence, which is really good, destroying the borrower and bouncing the horror.
Yep. Oh, wait. Is that bouncing Omen?
Oh, so now they can cast Omen and bounce the horror
right now.
Oh, yeah, they were one short.
Yeah, that seemed really risky. Like, what if there's a spell now from the Izzet side and you bounce that?
Yeah.
And then you try to replay it and they bounce that. That seemed like a loose goose play, but we'll see.
Yeah, they might have miscounted their mana.
Might have.
I can't imagine doing that if you know you only have 1 mana left.
Maybe they know their opponent's Krakens are bugged and not their own.
Yeah.
How weird is that? Because we saw Will, earlier in the day not get to use Hullbreaker Horror, but it seems to work completely fine now.
I guess. I don't, it's an adventure.
It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Collective Defiance is going to bounce the blue-white horror.
Well, if this game goes in favor of the blue-red player, the blue-white player has to look back on this turn and be like, is this where I threw it all away?
Yeah.
And do you think about this, Ross? If you just bounce the Hullbreaker Horror, the Hullbreaker Horror's got 7 power. Anything else on the battlefield that could add 7 power for a convenient 14? I mean, come on, look at this. You could have just attacked with Hull and Hullbreaker for lethal here, and your opponent would have to find an answer to an 8 toughness creature or a 7 toughness creature that has Ward 3.
With 4 mana.
With 4 mana, yeah.
That's tough to do.
That is tough to do. Collective Defiance is a decent Magic card, but it's not that good. That's another cute one with these Narsets that they're doing this little trick.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, which is pretty spicy because it's already a decent card.
Yeah, it can kill Thing of the Ice and some other 4 toughness creatures killed by Winoda sometimes.
Yeah.
Sorcery, not great against Winoda. And
Yeah.
no replay of the horror on this side. Did they Collective Defiance to wheel the hand, and so they bounce the horror and wheel it away? Is there a horror in the blue-white control player's graveyard?
Yeah, let's check the graveyard of the blue-white control player. But yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Is there a Hullbreaker Horror in the bottom there? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's what they did.
Okay, so I think the Azorius control player may have made a tiny stumble with that Hullbreaker.
Too cute with the Omen.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love value too. If I can bounce an Omen, I'm gonna.
If they had an extra mana, that plays fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But if you don't, oof. And honestly, it's even risky because if they had Dovin's Veto or some negate and then they couldn't replay Omen, like you just can't risk Hullbreaker Horror.
It's bouncing the Omen off a trigger. So they would have needed like Tails End.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, which they probably don't have.
They probably do not have that. Let's do play it actually. A 1-0.
Yeah, but I'm okay with trying to get the value through a Tails End.
Yeah.
You know, because you want to have more spells for your horror too.
Yeah.
Especially if your hand was a little light on them. But yeah, that is definitely a play to look back on.
Yeah,
Game.
We'll see what game we are on. But you know, both clocks are pretty low, so I would imagine that we are just about done. Okay,
shark that's Typhoon. A big shark.
That could be a big deal here.
Now we could try to go for lethal with the hull, but there's a hull on the other side to block.
But they have field.
Mm-hmm.
They have field.
Oh.
Yeah. See.
Oh, but you're also worried. There's also Hullbreaker Warrior. So like any spell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we see a quicken here that's just gonna.
But I think I can't see how many cards are in hand, but I think it's 0. Yeah, it was 0. Okay. So that quicken was the only card. But
did the shark deck get bounced by this quicken? Bounced.
I believe it was a trigger didn't work.
Oh, we have a memory though.
Yeah, but the trigger didn't work again.
Oh. So now the Hullbreaker Horror isn't working on the Izzet side.
The foils
and they're tapped out.
Work? How big is that shark?
I think it's it's only a 5/5.
It's only 5. Okay. What is going on these digital streets?
Oh my god.
But like, didn't we just memory? Don't they all have 7 cards? Like they both have 7 cards.
Now Hullbreaker Horror works.
Well, no, it went on the stack before too, but it wasn't working. Okay, it worked. That's good. But they can just replay it at instant speed.
Smart to respond to this consider too.
Yep.
Looks like we have another 1-mana spell.
And they do not have double white for that Emperor right now. Did they screw up by tapping too much white?
They tapped 5 white sources, so sloppy tapping. God. But now there was no trigger off that last consider.
What is happening? It's just rolling the dice?
So are we is that a second hall over there? Oh, there's a second hall, so we can't. And we can't feel like Ward is still gonna stop the field once you activate.
I am flabbergasted right now. I am completely flabbergasted by what is going on.
Thinking the ice still works.
Yeah, I mean, this time.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
The clue might not work at this point. We don't know.
Yeah. They might deck casting expressive iteration.
Are we real? Did we work? I don't know anymore. I don't know what's real.
There's a glitch in the simulation, everyone.
That shark should have been bounced twice by the 2 spells that went on the stack. Wow.
And now, if their hand is bad, they can wheel themselves to look for more.
It looks like they probably... No, I guess there was already 3 cards there, so who knows what the mode was on that.
So we got a thing on 2 and a thing on 3. But now the Azorius control player has a full hand. Can we get their hand cam up? We
don't have hand cams for these ones, unfortunately.
I thought we did earlier for some reason. That must have been last round.
Last match. We just dive into so many matches. Yeah. Oh my god.
So there's another shark on end step, but now we have a petty theft. So now any spell will get the other thing to transform.
Yep. But it is the blue-white control player's turn, so they can animate that. They could have got in there with Hall as well, but decided not to.
I mean, if you do that and they have the spell, you're just obliterated, and you've got a full grip and stuff to do, so...
Yeah, I just saw a comment in chat. Ooh. They're just like, yeah, isn't horror bugged? And someone's like, it's sometimes bugged, which is just a tilting sentence to have to think about.
Well, Thing in the Ice tucking, or Teferi tucking the thing on one counter just worked.
Okay, here comes the clue, though.
Yeah.
So you get a couple draws into it, and, I mean, are we getting close to enough mana to double activate Hall? I mean, we're not. God, we are one away. Yeah, we're just 1 land away from double activate. Doesn't really matter because field right now and the other Hall, but this could mean 4 damage or wheel and deal. Okay, 1 or more. So dealing 4, then dealing 3. So killing Shark and killing Teferi. Get it out of there. This game is crazy.
It's complete nonsense.
It is complete nonsense right now. So there's the fry for Teferi, I imagine.
I like how there's a bunch of players still playing Hullbreaker Horror, And they've probably had to have learned at some point that it just sometimes doesn't work.
The blue-white player, though, like straight up got it to work the first 2 ones, right?
Yeah. But then they threw it away with the sloppy play on the Fateful Absence.
And there's Treasure Cruise to get 3 more cards.
What happened to the thing, guys?
It probably got returned.
Oh, what?
Hallbreaker Horror's delayed trigger over the course of 2 or 3 turns. Oh, man.
Seems that unless it triggers with an effect already on the stack, it doesn't trigger itself.
So it only deals with stuff on the stack, but it does not. I mean, honestly,
So,
that
like,
would make sense.
But they got the first one to trigger. I don't.
Yeah, but I think it triggered. I mean, they returned.
Oh yeah,
the
because
Omen.
it was always in response to spells, their opponent's spells.
Yeah,
and it was working.
Have to do it in
But
response to
you
a
can't,
spell.
so you can't do it proactively.
Maybe that's why they bounced Omen, because they know that it doesn't bounce other creatures or something. Who knows?
Oh, 3/3 shark. So the thing had to chump block now this hall. There's a second hall on the blue-white side. Is a player at 1. Looks like the blue-white player might somehow be coming back in this game.
Oh, here's Expressive Iteration. I mean, remember, this is still probably a deck that runs some Temporal Trespassings and some stuff like that. Here's a Consider.
Some of the control variants don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All these Izzet decks can be built in so many different ways.
Yeah.
It could be in that. It could not be.
A lot of lands.
Hallbreaker Horror could work, could not. You know, I mean, there's so many question marks up in the air.
A lot of coins. There's another Treasure Cruise.
All right, there's only 3 cards left in their library.
Wasn't there a memory cast in this game?
I don't know. I don't know anymore. What's real? I don't know if I'm real.
Don't think you got time to make this Young Pyromancer work.
Plus the tokens you make off of it. Like, there's no good ones, you know? All right, this is all the cards with Expressive Iteration. I guess 1 will go to the bottom. So you technically can draw next turn and live.
I think it's a 5.
It's a bug. You actually go up in cards as you draw. I'm just kidding. Okay, here's a cycle, but there are still 7 cards. So is there an answer for this shark? Or is it just kind of posturing here? Okay, there's Fry.
That is an answer to a shark.
Yeah, I guess playing around Aether Gust, you know, it is uncounterable, but...
Yeah, good timing on that. So now there's still 2 halls on the blue-white side, but Young Pyromancer can handle those. Narset's a good card.
Quicken.
Response.
This game has been crazy.
Are they going to have enough time to close this game out with Young Pyromancer? Wandering Emperor found off of Narset. That's pretty good.
It's not bad. It's not great.
And they shock themselves with this Hallowed Fountain.
You need a shark, right? Like, oh my god, this is actually anybody's game right now. This is crazy. Okay, here's Narset.
So, we all know, when you -2 Narset, you don't
Exactly, pretty much. Coming from a non-Narset gamer, I see it. Looks like a Consider.
I think that was a Quicken, right? Was it Consider?
One of the 2. They're both basically the same at this
Chandra,
point.
we do not have time to get this up to ultimate. But it can deal some damage.
Yeah, okay, here's red mana on turn 23.
Yeah, with 16 lands in play.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a couple more 1/1s.
Okay.
3 cards in library. Oh yeah, and they have haste.
Okay, here comes a bunch of creatures. You also have to be careful because, you know, you have these halls that can crack back. So it's a fine line, but you also have to get going because of your clock.
Yeah, and they decided to deal with the Narset, which is...
And your library. Your library is becoming a problem. Your clock's becoming a problem. Everything is a factor here. And is this a big old shark?
This is enough mana to activate both halls. I think it's shark and
I'm
Wandering
hoping it's
Emperor.
at least a 6/6 shark.
No, because they held back a little bit so they could get multiple creatures here.
Okay.
And they have enough mana to activate both halls.
How big is this shark? Can we see how big that shark is, director?
7-7?
7-7. That's perfect to get out of fry range. Okay.
Well, so one more. A removal spell on the shark means they have 3 blockers for their 3 creatures on the ground.
Days Undoing at instant speed.
Leaves them with 4 cards in their library. And they had a Narset.
Yeah. So 2 cards left, but here comes a lethal shark. Where's it going? Hopefully upstairs.
No removal spell!
And that's not even the match. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. Both players under 5 minutes on their clock right now. Looks like Azori's control has about a 30-second edge. 4
You know
minutes to
what?
3.5.
You know what we might see, Ross? The good old-fashioned F6 battle that also Moto sometimes comes down to when you play these long, drawn-out games.
Yeah, take the stops off.
We might be really seeing every avenue of Magic the Gathering.
You know what my favorite part of these F6 battles is that if one person has a creature and the other person doesn't, you're basically dead in the water because you then have to stop and click through combat a lot.
Yeah, or you can attack.
The only way you can try to win is by getting creatures on the battlefield. So if you commit to the F6 battle too early, you might lose to their creatures.
Yeah.
But if you commit too late, you might lose because you have creatures.
I don't think I've ever won an F6 battle because I always have to do it against like some grinder where we played an insanely good match. They played tight, I played tight, and then it gets to that battle and they know all the stop tricks, and I'm like, I'm just a boomer. What do you want from me?
You didn't play that tight.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, clock warfare now. This is going to be insane. Oh god. Okay, how are they going to play this?
They've
now?
got enough time to win, especially with sharks and pyromancers and wandering emperors.
Blue-white control doesn't, though, I don't think. So they just have to
with
play...
Wandering Emperor you do, and Sharks.
I don't know. Like, they gotta be F6ing. Oh my god.
And Hall, too. Like, if it ends with a turn 7, activate Hall attack with a lot of my other stuff, 4 minutes is plenty to do that.
God, and I believe both of these players are the undefeated. So this is to see who that 7th undefeated player will be, which is crazy. Yep, that is totally what it is. So these are our XOs.
One awkward thing with the Azorius player is that they got less F6 value trying to play a normal game with all their counterspells.
Yeah.
So I'm not I would board out a lot of counterspells.
Yeah.
Knowing that I'm going to have to F6 a lot.
Or if you're up by enough of a percentage, you just F6 and then you hold that right click over remove auto yields. I did that quite often. It's like, oh yeah, expressive F6 it. Okay, sure. Counter it. Get it out of there. Man, if they have Wandering Emperor, I jam it right now. Main phase, Mega 2/2, F6, go.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't even think that'd be fast enough, though.
Oh, there's a tapped Castle Vantress.
Just what the doctor ordered. Iteration.
So the Azorius player gets to do less F6ing if they want to hold up counters. The Izzet player has to spend more time resolving cantrips.
Yeah.
So there's some strengths and weaknesses to both sides here.
And they both have to tap lands where they're duals. So, like, you can hit W, and then I'll type whatever the first mana symbol is, and that speeds up your tapping a little bit. Get that Bird Serpent to hand.
Okay, are we on a Yorion beatdown plan?
You're damn right we are.
Third iteration. Does this one resolve?
God. This is insane.
Okay. Looks like their clock lead for Azorius control has expanded a bit.
Okay.
I'm seeing like 2 and change on one side and 3 and change on the other, but
yeah. No Yorion.
So this is looking good for Azorius.
It is or isn't?
Yeah, they've got a minute advantage, and they're under no pressure.
Okay, looks like we got the hand.
Hullbreaker Horror in the hand for Izzet.
That's
and
a plan.
They've just got to 7.
Ooh, yeah, there's a plan.
And they've got plenty of spells to cast along with it.
And as we know, Hullbreaker Horror reads, if you cast a spell, sometimes it does something. T-Money. Oh, doesn't Hullbreaker. I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, it's like I think if you've got 10 minutes on your clock, sure, negate it. But,
yeah.
Okay.
Here's Hullbreaker Quicken.
Yeah, I would have slammed it while they were tapped low and just said, try to beat my one piece of interaction.
Yeah. Okay, Hullbreaker and then Quicken, bounce that Dream Trawler.
Yep.
If it works like that, of course. Yeah. And that's a way where this Izzet player would probably be winning the game if this works.
Got enough time.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, if this
Yeah.
game without time,
They've even got
you
the
know,
bar to reduce their clock. Attack for
Yes.
7. Oh no, they're at Azorius is at 18. I was looking
Well,
for
they
on
have Petty
total.
Life to just be a bounce spell. That's a Treasure Cruise off the top. Cast that. Oh my god.
It's gonna be close.
Yep. You can bounce nothing, of course. Now you got to just be attacking. You pay it.
Gonna be close. We need. Are we under a minute at this point? There's a
I can't-
haul.
Oh god. Okay. I don't know if we are. That clock's kind of hard to see. 121 up there.
Oh, that's plenty.
Yeah. Oh, there's
That's
Fateful
plenty.
Absence. That'll just get it though. You have to bounce it.
Well, you can cast Petty Theft on the
Yeah.
opposing Omen if you want to.
Yeah, and then bounce your own Kraken. Not ideal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Now we're kind of low on time.
Okay. Tap the field though. That's interesting. I mean, I suppose you can't just haul.
Yeah.
You know, like that's not a very
'Cause
good
there's another
plan.
haul on their side. So if
Yeah.
you go for it the first time, they can just leave up mana.
Yeah. And then you're not getting ahead. So you do still have to try to play this Hall Breaker. And hope you have a spell to back it up. Quicken is probably an insane draw.
Yep. Quicken's great.
What a time to be alive.
Still at about a minute. Blue-white control player is at about 2.
Under a minute now. Here comes the horror. Do they have another one? Oh, you have to
Another
quicken though.
Fateful.
Bounce. Draw F6. Go.
Well,
Are they going
is
for
there
a second
another
one?
third Fateful Absence? No, it doesn't look like it. How many more of those can you have?
Okay.
Ooh, 3, 4,
A
5.
consider off the top.
Well, they have 10 mana untapped here, so Brazen Bar can also be a protection spell.
And that's big.
Yeah.
Brazen Bar doesn't help the clock that
Absolutely.
much, but 45 seconds. Oh my god. Okay. Do you play the Brazen? Probably not if they don't do anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Their own horror?
Could be. Oh, Giant
But
March.
you can just bounce the March.
Yes, you bounce the March here for sure, and then you win the game.
Yeah.
Then you attack. So they have it. They have it if this works.
If they can get through
Okay.
the clicks in time, and they have plenty. They have 30 seconds.
Yep. Here it is. Animate that hall. If they see it. With 20 seconds left to go, the Izzet player is going to come through.
And
Wow.
from the Azoria side, you got to look back to the misplay on their Hullbreaker Horror trigger.
Yeah.
Bouncing their own Omen instead of the removal spell.
Maybe they, maybe they know how it's bugged, and it was bugged in a way that didn't allow it. Like, we don't know that right now. But obviously, if in a perfect world where that card would work, they fix the bug. For sure, that is the play. But oh my god, that was a match. Welcome to Magic Online sometimes, where you just have to win a clock battle and you can't play optimally. You just have to jam, But honestly, they both played pretty well. I mean, we only saw the Izzet's hand, but that Izzet player played really well to be able to sneak out that win. So
yeah, that was obviously the conditions of it are strange. You may not like that those conditions exist, but watching two players try to adapt to unique conditions and play their best under them, still really entertaining stuff and impressive stuff. Because that is difficult to do.
It is.
Because we are trained to have all these mental shortcuts and heuristics over years of playing, and you've got to throw all of that out the window. You got to clear your head of that and really wrap your head around something that, if for a lot of people, especially those who don't play a ton of Moto, is rather new and unique. Good stuff from both sides.
Really good stuff. So we are going to take a very short break because our players are already paired, and then we'll be right back after we both take a breath and, unclench for a second. So we'll be right back here after a couple minute break with round number 6 here on the Manatraders series. All right, welcome back to the Manatraders series. My name is Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam, and we just had a match.
That was absurd.
Yeah,
Both players under clock pressure, trying to end the game, and in this battle with Hullbreaker horrors that sometimes work and sometimes don't work. Really, really cool stuff.
really intense stuff. But with such a long match, that was, of course, the last one. So it sounds like we're already ready to jump into round number 6 here. And we got our undefeated players playing Mono Red and this Izzet player that we just saw take it down here a second ago. So let's check it out.
This is always an interesting spot to be in as a player when you're one of the last matches to finish, and then you have to immediately turn around with virtually no break and go right back into another match.
Yeah.
So tough to do. Definitely a point where you can get a little sloppy in that first game. Hopefully we don't see that from our Izzet player. And this is not a matchup where you can afford to be sloppy early against Mono Red, because if you misstep at some point, they're gonna kill you.
Yeah, that's why I, like when I'm at a tournament, it's like when I just had a crazy match like that, I'm like, okay, give me a second. Like, let me run to the bathroom, clear my head, take a walk back, maybe get a Diet Pepsi or something,
In a paper tournament, you'd always take the bathroom break there, but online, you can't do that.
You can't. Yeah, you really, really can't. So looking at the hands here, getting caught up. First of all, we have both hand cams, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So go these two players.
We've had an expressive iteration and a consider, and our Izzet player has not found any relevant removal.
Yeah.
Just a Spikefield Hazard against a pair of 2 toughness creatures.
Not impressive.
That is going to be trouble.
And honestly, the rest of the hand is just bad. There's no way around it. For this matchup, it is just a bad hand. Narset's useless. Commit is probably the best card. And sure, you can do that for a play, but...
Feels like they kept a hand full of, good mana base and full of card manipulation, assuming they'd find a removal, and they missed. And that's the kind of hand that, you got to really consider mulliganing.
Yeah.
Because you just don't have time to putz around.
What about our burn player's decision here to not play anything, to not even fire a burn spell off, not even a stomp or anything? I think I would have stomped to try to get some damage in. Maybe just straight up playing around Flame Blast Bolt, I guess. Because if you attack, then you burn spell, and then they cast a shock, then, that could be bad. So that could be a calculated risk.
Yeah. I think definitely playing around Flame Blast Bolt, and you've got that's the kind of card you kind of have to assume, right? That your opponent has.
Yeah, but it's just not there.
And now here we're gonna see them get to. I think this is a small mistake. So the 2 burn spells combined to take down this this thing in the ice. At least they can. But I would stomp first, and you don't have to play them both in the same turn because of Soulscar Mage. But I would have stomped first, because if you find a play with fire, you'd much rather than play with fire, cast Bone Crusher Giant, use your mana efficiently, and have the Lightning Strike back. They didn't get punished, but they could have gotten punished based on what they drew.
Yeah, and now what? Just plays that and probably has to skewer thing, right?
Definitely got to answer the thing.
And we see another thing in hand, so 11 is kind of a lot of life. So all of a sudden, the hand it's better. It's definitely better.
So we went attack. We'll put it to 1, attack with both ones, play Bone Crusher, skewer, and so we didn't use our stomp at all. That seems like a poor use of resources. When we have 2 prowess creatures, why don't we just go finish your thing off with a stomp, then lightning strike, or I guess you already used the lightning strike, and then attack for 4 and skewer you or something like that.
Yeah, because the lightning strike was on the thing. If anything, you stomp the thing. Yeah. Oh wait, no. I'm pretty sure, isn't the wording with the 1 creature and Bone Crusher a Nambo? With the 1 red creature, it prevents damage. No, or damage can't be prevented. And
Soulscar Mage just changes the way damage is dealt.
It changes it? Yeah. It doesn't prevent damage and then turns it into counters? Okay. Well, then I don't know. Yeah, that also seemed kind of weird to me, but all of a sudden, this is not looking great. Well, I guess.
Yeah. So there was a second thing in the ice, removal spell on Soulscar Mage, which makes sense, but...
You'd probably just play land and second Bone Crusher here, right?
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then you have Ramunap Ruins, so they're at a virtual 5. So 1 blocker / removal spell is not enough. Conveniently, there does seem to be only 1 really available. You can Chandra tick down as a clean answer, but then you die on board, so that won't be a play.
The problem is you can't Fiery Impulse or commit these Bone Crushers because of that trigger.
Yeah.
You would like to have commit plus fiery impulse here because you don't have triple red to go Chandra plus
Well,
impulse.
fiery impulse, I think it's Hellbent right now or whatever.
Oh, it's not a spell mastery?
Yeah, I think it's spell mastered.
You think it is, right?
I think it is. Yeah. So then you
that's
just
fine.
cast it on Bone Crusher.
But then you'll still take 2, whereas with Chandra you wouldn't.
That's true. That's true. So maybe you have to tick this up.
And then you have Spire Bluff Canal as your land, so you can't go Chandra minus and then bounce the Swift Spear with Petty Theft, only take 4 and survive that way. Yeah, this leaves them just dead to the... I mean, that just leaves them dead.
Yep. I don't think there was a line.
I think they forgot about the trigger on the Bone Crushers.
Yeah.
I think they were going to Petty Theft the other one or something. The Petty Thefting that doesn't do a whole lot because then they just stomp you.
Awesome. Great work to our director here
Yeah.
pulling up these deck lists. So we got mono red here, and we can see that's a Wild Slash that's shaded out there. But the cards we want to bring in,
We got a Rending Volley.
Volley for sure.
A couple more big Chandras because those are both card advantage to play through their removal and answers to Thing in the Ice.
Yep. I mean, honestly, it's weird, but there's probably some consideration to a red cap melee or two. Just because, I mean, sacking a land sucks, but dealing with Thing isn't very important.
Yeah. I could also potentially see Roiling Vortex. No, there is a control. If they were Izzet Phoenix with a bunch of Galvanic iterations, because then Vortex deals some 5 for the... Or no, it just copies the spell, doesn't it?
It just copies, yeah.
Yeah, so you're not... Take 5. You're not casting it.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, never mind me then. Yeah, not great. Yeah, I think you're just bringing in some more answers for Thing in the Ice. Probably trimming down on Play with Fires, because they just don't kill a whole lot.
Yeah, not doing a ton different. Mono red is a deck you can't really reinvent the wheel. I could also see bringing in Frostodon because it's still kind of hard to deal with, and it's just a pesky planeswalker, or it's just a pesky creature.
They have fiery.
It was once banned. Yeah. Banned. Do you think that's the weakest card ever to get banned in Standard?
I'm gonna say Dingus Egg.
What did that do?
It's a 4-mana artifact that deals 2 damage to people when a land enters. 2 damage to controller of a land when it enters the battlefield. So if a land enters the battlefield, it deals 2 to the land's controller.
Okay.
I believe I might have just been restricted. This is in like 1984.
Sure. The fact that you know,
I know Dingus Egg was on the BNR list. I think it was restricted actually, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
So maybe you get the you take the cake with Frostodon.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so looking up a quick mulligan there, I agree that hand was pretty bad. This one's definitely a keeper.
Perfectly fine hand for mono red.
Into Thing in the garbage. You gotta love that.
Yeah, 3 lands. If you draw too many lands after that, you got plenty to do with it. The ruins in the den.
I'm actually quite a big fan of this mono red deck. Like I think next to mono green and maybe Winoda, I might honestly, this might be the second deck I'd take to a tournament next to Devotion because I love that deck. But I just think it has so much play with it. And, you know, mono red gets a bad rep because usually it's the easy deck to play. And right there, you definitely play Den first. That's a small misstep. You got to be playing your Dens. You play 4 of them.
Yep. Because then if you draw more Dens, you have the opportunity to play them. So
if we top deck a Den right now, it could be detrimental, you know? Didn't matter, but it can be a factor. Here's the you want to block? You want to block?
Jam both Play with Fires and get the 3 in.
I think I'd play Eidolon here.
Eidolon?
Yeah, I'd play Eidolon, make them deal with that.
Oh,
and
I
then
guess they
can't flip.
I'm always so worried about Thing immediately flipping, but
Metamorphose.
Pioneer, that's not possible.
I know you still dream of those lines, but you know they're not possible in Pioneer.
Yeah. Though now you are going to have less. You're going to get less damage output here because oh no, you got to send that Fire Impulse while they're tapped down, buddy.
Yeah, you gotta, right? Because it's not Hellbent right now.
But they're
going to go. Maybe it is.
Oh,
don't telegraph it.
Yeah, now you definitely have to Fire Impulse in response to this trigger because you have...
You just played them both. Now you can definitely do it in response. Okay. All right, that was not correct sequencing there, y'all. I'll tell you that. But still looking decent for the Izzet player because now we just have a Treasure Cruise 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
What you got to do, you're gonna play into it if they realize it, but you just play 1 Play with Fire, and if they let it resolve, then you attack, and you get 2 in. And because Thing in the Ice has 2 damage on it.
I mean, I just attack, and if they don't block, target one, let it resolve, then target the other one. But now all of a sudden, everything is coming up. Blue-red control. And this is going to be a very, very tough game for Mono Red to win from here.
Well, there's no more. Ooh, there's a stomp. I was going to say there was no more instant speed removal for Izzet, so this Den could put in some work.
Yep.
But if they hold up the stomp for the Den, then you're in rough shape.
Oh, good old Den of the Bugbear. Phenomenal creature land.
Looked like Den might be able to, get them back into it. Even one attack, put them to 12. Now I've got a 1/1. Ram Neprons with their lightning strike get you to 7.
Yeah.
A couple attacks with the 1/1 and
yeah,
I'm close.
And the thing is Mono Red is forced here, especially if you don't draw a meaningful card. You're jamming the Den. What else are you doing? Yeah. Put that Ramunap Ruin into play and get in there.
Might be sacking Ramunap Ruins because, well,
I'm animating that 100 times.
Yeah.
It's like you're not winning, and if they don't have a removal spell for it and they just have like some gust or something, it's not great. But yeah, Bone Crusher Giant is a card we don't see out of Izzet too often these days, but it's a great card.
The control versions sometimes play like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Definitely very good against aggro.
Mm-hmm.
And was a key draw there that I think is going to be sending this match to a game 3.
Yeah, I think you are right. God, there's been some great Magic today, Ross.
I think we're going to see a low tap to get this Treasure Cruise resolved.
Probably wait till main phase. I agree.
They're in their main phase.
They were at their end step when they started tapping mana.
End of combat?
Or end of combat, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't done that before.
Yeah, same. Yeah, it's a question now.
Uh-oh. Your opponent has disconnected.
Oh. Well, someone's out here. Maybe just refreshing real quick.
Hopefully they get back in.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, if we're getting the whole spectrum of the online experience, you gotta get some timeout in a clutch moment. That's happened to where I've timed out myself, or I played against someone that has timed out. I gotta buy in like round 7 of a PTQ to just be undefeated. I was just like, okay, obviously they must have had something bad happen, which is not great, but yeah, it's part of the world, that's for sure. So we'll wait for them to come up. Now, I guess while we're waiting for this match, if it's easy to do, Director, maybe could we take a look at that Izzet list and check out maybe what they would have sideboarded in? If it's too much to do, no big deal. Oh, never mind. It looks like we're back. Scratch all that.
So they're going for Bone Crusher here. Protects them from a haste creature dealing damage. Starts putting pressure on them the other way. That's fine because you got the haul too. So you can not quite close out in 3 turns, though maybe with the Collective Defiance on top, you can.
You can close out in 2 turns. Haul 11. Take 22. Yeah. And it's a line that's available, but we top deck Chandra instead. I think I'd probably play that one as well. That's a good Magic card. And now, do we want to fire that off? I almost would have been tempted here to tick up, add red mana, and put 2 1/1s into play.
Yeah.
I think I would have liked that better. Or just fire up the haul. That's what I would have done, to be honest. I wouldn't have even played Chandra.
I'm also very surprised we did not see a Ramunap Ruins get thrown upstairs.
Because if you're not going to play that card, what are you doing at your end stuff?
I like not playing the Kumano because I'd rather just use all my mana, draw something I can play alongside the Kumano, and do all 3 things in 2 turns. And that's what they did. They drew a Skewer. You can kill the Bone Crusher, play your Kumano even on 4 mana.
Yep.
But now with you at 12 and under no chance of dying, just send in the 7/7.
Yeah. I would have did that last turn for what it's worth. It's just like, what are you going to... Mono Red doesn't come from behind. So if you put them into the abyss,
there we go.
They're just, trying to survive with this over and over. And it's just
put them to 3. We got Collective Defiance in hand.
Yep. Now you need a chump blocker because you can never kill that.
Yep.
Light Up the Stage is probably arguably the best draw, because if they can find like 2 1-drops, then, kind of takes that line off. But instead, they're dead.
Just, there's a fine hand for the Mono Red player, but a ton of cheap removal from the Izzet side.
Yes. And it was a mulligan, too. The Izzet player drew, some timely top decks and stuff, but...
they learned from game 1.
Yep. Some interesting sequences from our Mono Red player. Maybe something we wouldn't have necessarily done, but you know what? That's why we're here commentating, and they're 5-0 in this Manatraders series, so... Good on them, for sure. So looking at this deck here, cards coming in, Red Cap Melee, amazing against Winoda and Mono Red. We got that Abrade probably coming in. If it says kill a creature that isn't Fry, get it in there. Aether Gust is the only question mark that I ever think about from this deck. Every time I bring it in, it's very medium.
Yeah.
And every time I don't bring it in, I wish I had more disruption, So I think I would leave them out. I've learned my lesson that it's just not good, especially on the draw.
To me, that's a do I have space card?
Yes.
I have enough bad cards to bring out. Like, the Narc sets aren't good.
Yeah.
Brazen Borrower is not good.
Days Undoing's bad.
The one Days Undoing, Commit to Memory is not very good. So there's like 7 cards I kind of want to bring out. And I see what an Abrade to Red Cat melees. I mean, I think Gus is better than Abrade, probably.
You think so? I think I'd rather have Abrade. Ferocity straight up, which could be a scary card.
One of them deals with Chandra. I'm way more worried about Chandras than I am a Ferocidon.
That's fair. Okay, both players are 1 mono red on the play, ready to burn it up. And let's look at that hand. Those lands, it looks like they don't have lands, but those, kind of the grayish cards are just both mountains.
And this looks like a perfectly fine hand.
Great.
We can lead on Soul Scar, go turn 2,
and
Swift Spear,
what more do you want?
Light up the stage to set up my turn 3, make my land drops for a turn 4 Chandra.
Other side, though, 1 lander. Can you keep that on the draw with 2 considers? Probably. I would turn 1 Bolt and then turn 2 Consider into something.
It looks like they're on the mulligan.
Oh, okay.
So you definitely keep it on the mulligan because you got Anger. Like, my line for landlight hands.
Do you play that over there?
Yeah.
You do?
Yep.
Okay.
My line for landlight hands is: do I get paid off if I hit? And this hand definitely gets paid off if you draw 2 lands.
And you have considers to make sure that happens. Like, if you don't hit your second land drop, it's pretty unlucky.
The key here, once again, this chair. The main reason you play Soulscar Mage, by the way, is so that if your opponent just kills one of your creatures, your turn 2 Swift Spear still sets up Light Up the Stage with Spectacle.
That's fair. Because usually the proper way to play Light Up the Stage is before you play to land. But at this point, you just don't care. You're like, if I hit 2 lands, dang, that kind of sucks. And you only play 1 Chandra, which.
But right now you don't have a land drop for your third land drop. You really want to hit it, so you really want to make sure your Light Up the Stage is castable without you having to burn the Play with Fire.
Yep, we'll see. I think we saw a disconnected player warning as well. A little bit earlier.
I thought we might be seeing somebody who is wavering between wanting to Flame Blast Bolt this 1/2 or consider to hit a land drop.
Well, they just said go.
Oh.
What?
I think they're going to consider.
I mean, why don't you consider before and try to hit land number 2?
I don't understand the Soulscar Mage play.
Neither do I.
Unless you were just going to play the 3/1 drops, which I think is fine.
And not playing Light Up the Stage? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Well, we've hit lands from our Izzet side, so that's good for them. They've decided they do not want to take any damage.
Playing around a sweeper, I guess, but honestly, you can't have a sweeper.
But now we're playing the Swift Spear.
Okay, but we better be lighting up the stage this time.
Yeah. And now you can't play the Flame Blast Bolt if you're the Izzet player. They've had 1 mana up this entire time.
Yeah, I did not like how this game was started so far. Kind of by either player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Izzet player has allowed their Flame Blast Bolt to be made awkward, which I think is what the Mono Red player is trying to do.
Agreed.
So there's something that makes sense from the Mono Red side, I think, is they're trying to negate this Flame Blast Bolt. What they don't know is that the Izzet player hit lands and has this Anger of the Gods.
Yeah.
Which is gonna really punish them.
That is not bad. You get a light up and a free land out of it. So we're gonna do that. And now this.
But now they don't want to light again.
Oh no, because you need to Chandra next turn after this Anger. And now you're just gonna have to fire. I mean, here's the thing: is you're trying to play around a Bolt, but it doesn't matter right now. Anger is the card you have to be worried about, and Play with Fire does nothing against that.
Yeah.
So.
And you've drawn a bunch of cards, so you're not even that worried about a single 1-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
With 3 creatures on the battlefield, you're actually kind of happy for them to 1-for-1, so you don't set yourself up for an Anger.
Yeah, exactly. You want to light up so you can hit land number 4.
Oh, and you can't use the Play with Fire. That's the only way to use this Light Up the Stage. Now you're just throwing this Light Up the Stage in the garbage.
Oh, you can cast it for 3.
That's like throwing it in the recycling.
Yeah, what would you do in this spot for a gut shot? Oh, baby. Gut shot you with mine on limb. Wow.
So You draw Skewer the Critics, which is not particularly good.
You
Can't
gotta
imagine
light
that
up.
was
Yeah.
can't imagine that was left on top. And this is not a good follow-up. You've not committed anything more to the battlefield.
Yeah, and if you kept Play with Fire, you'd be able to put that Eidolon into play as well, because Play with Fire actually cost you a mana at that scenario. So, I mean, maybe there's a world where double Eidolon next turn actually does okay. And honestly, if Expressive Iteration doesn't find a land for this Thing in the Ice, which it did, then I was going to say
And
we
another
actually
Thing in
have a
the Ice.
game. But now double Eidolon.
Well, now we're gonna see Chandra minus on the Thing, I think.
Oh, that's a good point. Then you have to give up Eidolon. But
that does mean you give up an Eidolon and a
which an Eidolon would have just been in play if we kept Play with Fire.
Yeah.
Your opponent would be at 12. You would have attacked them down to 10. And now what are they going to do? You got to aim with, start with a bolt, put them to 8.
I think some of the early stuff we talked about from the mono red player was understandable because they were trying to play around a Flame Blast Bolt, which was there.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as they didn't play the second light at the stage immediately, things immediately went downhill.
Yep.
That's the one thing I can point to from the mono red side.
But hey, this is a stressful situation. Boulder XO, mistakes happen. We've made these mistakes plenty of times.
Yeah.
I've seen you punt, every Tuesday and Thursday quite often. So you're just lucky we give takes backs on that show, otherwise, and me as well, of course. All right, so now we get to attack. And let's see if we want to fire off anything. It decides to just get in one. And here comes Eidolon, and then you have that Spikefield Hazard to protect. And I imagine we're just going to see us say go here. But now you have the window to for sure fire this off. No point in Spikefield.
I kind of wonder if it was right to just play the 2 Eidolons into the Thing. Because you needed that damage. I think it might have been right to do that.
I think so. I like that play better.
Yeah.
Because now when you're playing them one at a time, it's just take 2. Bin it.
You're going to lose a lot of games where they go kill your Eidolon, take 6, play 2 more spells, attack you for 7.
Yep.
But other than that, what are you worried about? And that requires a lot. Granted, they had most of it.
Yeah. So here's Thing in the Ice, and now it's like, okay, do I use my 2 removal spells, tap out, and just deal with it? Feels bad, but
then you're still staring down another. And
and the Gust is gonna mess it up.
Oh,
that's probably going at face, right? Yeah. Okay, that's good.
That face so we can light, but the Gust is gonna mess up this light too.
Yeah, it is. Holy cow!
Because now you can't. You have to just hardcast it for 3 next turn.
Yep, things are not going well for our mono red hero right now.
The things are going well for Izzet.
They really are, and
they're about to come out of the ice.
We do gotta give props to our Izzet player. Not only this match, but last match especially, they've been playing great. That one land play with the Consider, but honestly, that one isn't so bad. Like if you brick on that Consider, you feel bad. So that's defensible.
Yeah.
I would have went for it because you get 2 looks at it, and I'm very lucky. But but I mean, you can even hit a coast too. So that one sequence was.
I think they had a window the following turn too.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think that's the one that I'm going to quibble with more is not doing it the following turn.
You quibble with that player, okay? I'll give you their information. You can quibble away after this, okay? All right. So let's see what 3 mana spell we're going to be paying. To start this off, God, what do you even do anymore? I guess neither. I don't know. Start with a light up. The one tech that I have been liking in this Izzet deck, Quicken has looked good.
Yeah, just having another cantrip and go and.
I mean, they quickened Days Undoing that once, and that was pretty cool. I don't know if it's necessarily amazing or something, but all right, we got that out there. Here comes a removal spell. And now we have, oh, baby. That's a treasure cruise.
You want to play a game, Corey?
Yeah.
It's called Is That Good?
I want to play Big B. Can I guess?
Corey.
It was good. Wait. Excuse me. What is, yes? Wrong game show?
Johnny, tell him what he's won. And this game is going to be over very quickly.
Yep.
Unless there's a 7 damage burn spell off the top, a castable Searing Flesh.
Yeah, here's a 7/8 horror that works as intended, for sure. Did you know that Thing in the Ice is a horror? So when Hallbreak Horror or Hullbreak Horror is as well, so they don't fight with each other, which is kind of cute. All right, and here we go. It will work, quote unquote. We're going to get 1 damage in, but then the game is over.
And
take 16, mono red player.
I think there was 4 damage at least missed this game by the mono red player.
I mean, there's definitely sequencing.
Playing that light up the stage.
Yeah,
because that one Eidolon is probably worth 4 damage.
Yep, there were sequencing choices where it could have even been more. So who knows how this game would have paired off. But as it stands, nice work from the Izzet player to be able to maneuver and take that down and go to 6-0. 6-0, you're looking at a spot where you basically, at this stage of the tournament, you probably got 3 winning ends.
Yeah, good chance at 3 winning ends, and 2 wins locks it. So you're in really strong shape for that top 8. So we should be seeing a lot of them in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to do so. But have no fear for the mono red hero here if that is your deck of choice and that's who you're rooting for. X and 1, still a great record. You know, they definitely do have to win some matches now. You lose next round and they get put into a bit of a 1. But it sounds like Tiago has a nice game 3 going right now. So let's try to jump into that and see how Saporito is going.
Already gotten into game 3.
Yeah, it's Winoda.
Oh,
so, yeah.
There was probably a runaway game. And I see a Winoda being removed from the battlefield.
And a Chariot.
Is that an empty hand for Tiago?
I believe it is.
Well, it's not great.
There's a Yorion, though. So if we get a land, Yorion refuel the hand, and that is great.
And that's 2 clues and 1 card in hand from the Winoda side.
All right. Looks like Tiago, the main thing is Tiago got his hand cam working. And here comes everybody's favorite bird serpent coming in at 4'5", Yorion Sky Nomad.
That land was critical.
That was a huge one. If you get a tap land there, game over. And it still could be game over. A Winoda here still probably lights out. So Tiago is not out of the woods here.
A Winoda, even a Tovolar's Huntmaster.
Yep. But I mean, you can draw a Wrath after that. So that I wouldn't even say is foolproof. And there's a Wrath. This is the turn. This is a Winoda turn, or this could easily be completely out of reach.
Yeah. Voice would be good.
Yeah. Wouldn't be bad. You can gust it, but yeah. Okay.
Another Zika's Chariot.
Yeah, Zika's Chariot could be good to get a little bit more going. Depending on what's in hand, I think you have to start with sacking a clue to just give your chance to look at Winoda, because there might not be another window to win this game, you know, and if Winoda's on top, you feel bad, but I guess here's the choice. If you got Tovolar's Huntmaster, then maybe it's time to just NBA Jam. Yeah, there it is. Ooh, and it's night. So, yeah, absolutely. That comes down. And if Kid Cudi's taught me anything, it's that you can have day and night, you know, but I guess it's day or night. You probably didn't get that reference.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're going to see an attack for 4 and a verdict here. Hold up Gust.
Yeah.
And Wandering Emperor is also a great draw.
Oh, that's an insane draw.
So if they don't play anything you can or want to Gust, you can Emperor here.
Yep.
Tiago's on 8 lands.
Your go.
So I think he has found the cards off the top that he needed.
Whew. Another clutch one here. Here's the draw. That's bad news. That's a bad sign. Is this like, probably don't want to Gust that one.
You know,
Tapland. Oh, no.
It's more important than you might think, too, for Tiago to hit land 8 immediately. You could think, oh, if he just like hits the verdict or hits a good card, you know, he'll just play that card. But that doesn't leave him with a great shot of finding the verdict in time to deal with Huntmaster.
Oh, yeah. Look at the card he's found. He's just found another Omen to flicker in. Now you have all the Scry equity. You also have Castle that you can just fire up. Not even to attack, you know, like firing up Castle to block is a random thing. I don't know what card you're afraid of so much where you wouldn't want to haul there. I actually would have considered haul. I don't think people aggressively haul enough. You know? Like, that's what I would have did. They probably just jumped with Llanowar. Whatever. Coast is clear. Now they're in the Abyss. And, you know, what I say by that is just when you're forced to always be blocking whatever creature you play to a haul, then it doesn't matter if you top deck Winoda. If you're in the Abyss, you got to block, you know? So it would have changed the landscape of this game a little bit. But activating Castle, sacking Omen maybe might even be better. Definitely a lot of lines. But now Hall puts him into the Abyss. Jwari Disruption. Okay, here we go.
Now this is a forced shump block.
Yep.
And it's going to be 6 coming through.
Now it's probably Tovlar's Huntmaster or Bust.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
I guess Azeka's Chariot.
No, two
Nope,
blockers isn't enough.
Yeah, you need 3 blockers.
Gotta be Huntmaster.
Probably you might as well play that Jwari Ruins. Yeah, whatever. If not, if it gets a target next turn, I'll laugh.
Huntmaster. Nope.
Oh, that's the game. Tiago wins, and I believe that's Tiago moving to
another 6-0.
Another 6-0, huh?
2 control decks in the 6-0 bracket here.
Okay. 2 very different style of control decks.
Looks like we got 4. I think that's the full 6-0 bracket because we had 7 before. So the pair and Tiago was the pair down.
Wow. And it's looking like the blue decks are coming up. We got
oh wow.
Yeah. Izzet 2 Izzet control decks, 1 blue-white control, and blue-red Phoenix as our 4 undefeated players.
Oh,
pretty impressive.
Showing you the importance of playing tight. These are the control players we've seen a few times today, and they are just not making mistakes. And when you do that with your control decks, you know, there's a lot of powerful options in these decks now. And
for sure,
importantly, there's more proactive elements in them. You know, the Izzet control decks can blow the opponent out with Days Undoing and Narset. The Azorius ones have the Wandering Emperor and Shark Typhoon and Hall of Storm Giants. So these are not control decks that have to take 30 minutes to win a game.
Yeah. This isn't Shaheen's control deck, you know?
These are control decks that say, okay, I know my opponent has a lot of powerful cards in their deck, so I'm going to make sure I can end the game quickly and get it over with before they find those powerful cards off the top of their deck.
And then have good reactive elements to be able to maintain that being ahead mentality, being ahead board state, which is very important. So that's for sure.
One of the things that I think Wandering Emperor does so well is it can play offense and defense.
Yes.
You can't afford to play purely offensive cards in a control deck because you need to be so defensive.
Yes.
So when you find cards that are pretty reasonable defensive cards, like the Wandering Emperor is, because it's so tricky to play against, you almost always get 2 activations out of it.
Yeah.
If those activations are make a 2/2 that's trading with a smaller creature and exile a bigger creature and gain 2 life, I'm fine spending 4 mana for that.
For sure. Yeah.
But if my opponent's not doing anything and I just make 2 2/2s and start pumping them, suddenly I've got vigilant creatures that all still play defense later down the game, later in the game if they need to. But for now, are pressuring planeswalkers or pressuring my opponent's life total so that, you know, maybe I have to trade them a little bit later once they find their second wave of threats. But in the meantime, I've dealt them 6-8 damage. So now my haul, it kills you in 2 swings.
Yep. Nope. 100%. Yeah. Getting them to that 14 threshold or something is pretty important. So it sounds like matches are kind of getting wrapped up. We are going to take a little bit of a longer break, you know, maybe just to get a little bite of food. We're hungry. We're going to wither away before we come back for round 7, 8, 9. We got 3 left. This is really going to paint the picture for the top 8. Before we go, now, if you are interested in playing these Manatraders tournaments, you definitely can. It isn't as easy as just joining a tournament. You do got to kind of put in a little bit more work, but work that actually turns into practice. You know, this Manatrader series offers you a really cool aspect for a tournament where you get to play against other people that are going to be competing in the tournament. It's kind of a way to just be like, is my brew good? Or, you know, am I just winning on 8-man leagues or whatever online where the competition is usually a little softer? So you play in a qualifier season, you do well enough in that, you get qualified for this tournament. Then you play in this tournament. If you do well, you get a bunch of cash, as well as the top 2 will be qualified for the December tournament, where there'll be 48 players. And if you are interested in that, use !Bash Bros in the chat. That will give you a link. You can use that promo code Bash Bros, and that'll give you 20% off your first 2 months subscription to the Manatraders loan program. So that's going to do it for us for this round. We're going to take ourselves a little break, and we'll be right back with round number 7. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to Manatraders coverage here featuring Pioneer. My name is Corey Ballmeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're going to be bringing you coverage here for the last 3 rounds today, and then we'll be starting it back up tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time for the top 8. And you know what? The top 8 is all about money, but that extra qualification is a really, really big deal. So even when we get to the top 4, when we get to the top 8, you know, it's where matches aren't necessarily as important like they usually are in the finals. They are just as important in a series like this because it is so important to be top 2.
Yeah, those semifinal matches especially. So
Yeah.
I love when there's a little bit extra on the line during the course of those top 8 matches. And it will definitely be, you know, we're going to see some more tension, some more drama, some more pressure on these players.
Hopefully not more pressure than that blue-white Izzet deck. I'm still recovering from I was basically...
You weren't even in it.
I know, but I was right here. I was like, oh my God, they did that? Like, I mean, that is where we were both sitting, just like the true grinder of a moto event. That was pretty impressive here. But sounds like we got a little time before this next match gets going. You had a little bit of time to look over the metagame. So tell us about it. What do you got?
So really the decks that we called earlier are the ones that are dominating the metagame so far. There's 22 decks right now that are X1 or better.
Okay.
So there is some chance for the 4-2s to win the last 3 and sneak in.
Okay.
But going to be tough for them at this point.
And there is no draws allowed in this event. Just so you know, this is something that we get to do, which I love, by the way. I hate draws. Get them out of there.
Yeah. You know, if you can legislate them out of it, then sure.
Yeah. It's just impossible in person. But yeah, continue.
So we've got 22 people in the X1 bracket or better. There's 4 XOs and 18 X1s. This is the real, you know, meat of our tournament. I would say at least 7 of the 8 slots, if not all 8, are going to be taken up by these 22 decks. And the metagame is, you know, what we talked about. There's 5 Izzet control decks leading the pack. We got 4 Izzet Phoenixes. So those Izzet decks really putting on a show.
Pretty crazy after we kind of, gave it a little grief right away.
I thought in this grouping of decks that they were a little weaker, but maybe a little bit better against the rest of the field, the sort of tier 2 and tier 3 decks. But we actually saw, you know, a lot of Winoda and green early, and I think the Izzet decks are beating them. So kind of proving us wrong there, at least so far. We'll see how it goes for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I do think it's good against Winoda for what it's worth. I just don't think it's great against Devotion.
But then we got 3 copies of Azorius Control, so a good amount of control here. 3 copies of Mono Green Devotion, 3 copies of Winoda, and there are 4 rogue decks leading the pack for you people that like the off the beaten path strategies. Marty the Greasefang, which we've seen so far, still doing well at X and 1. We've got the Burn player.
Other deck that we might be showcasing this coming up around.
We got the Burn player who just took a loss to go to X and 1. We've got one Rakdos mid-range player hanging out there at the bottom part of the X1 bracket, so they're probably going to need to sweep out to win because their breakers aren't looking so good. Also in the bottom part of that bracket, and a deck that we're rooting for, this is a Mono Black Devotion. A deck that a lot of you probably aren't familiar with because it is brand new. I had no idea this deck existed until I was looking over results from last weekend this week. and I found it in the top 8 of a challenge, and this deck looks sweet.
Yeah, so getting into this deck, I see some newer-ish additions like Warlocks class. That is a tongue twister, say that 10 times fast. But otherwise, this deck is doing some wild stuff. Tell me a little bit about this one.
Yeah, so this has some of the things that you're familiar with. If you think of Mono Black Devotion from when it was standard, this is Theros era 7-8 years ago. You see Thought Seizes, you see a good amount of removal. This deck is actually playing more threats and more things to the battlefield to actually utilize Nykthos. Mono Black Devotion at Pro Tour, at Pre-T Theros, there was one copy in Yamamoto's deck list, and eventually it got cut from Mono Black Devotion. It was not really a Nykthos deck. So the only devotion card was Grey Merchant of Asphodel, but this deck playing 4 Grey Merchant, 4 Nykthos, really hammering home that theme with hard to kill permanents that are providing devotion. That's where Warlock's class comes in. Yeah. So you're digging for your Nykthos with that first activation, but just playing it early.
It's already a good card. 1 mana, you play it, it does some things when the card goes away, and then just anticipate. If I'm remembering correct as the first mode.
Yeah, but it goes to the cards go to the graveyard in case that's relevant.
Yep, sure.
But you do have Agadeem's Awakening in the deck, and sort of part of your mana base, and Takenuma, so the cards can come back. But Warlock's class, like, you're probably not going to activate this on turn 2 unless your draw is kind of weak. You've got some other things to do. But you're going to play it early. It's going to provide devotion early and do something. And then late in the game, when you got all this mana from Nykthos, it digs towards your gas.
It's Oath of Nissa at home.
Yeah. It is definitely Oath of Nissa at home.
We don't need any Oath of Nissas in this deck. We got it at home.
Next up, the card that wins my award for, oh my god, how is that card so expensive?
Yes.
The Meat Hook Massacre.
Okay.
Another card that you can play early just to provide devotion. It can be a reasonable Wrath of God against, the creature decks.
Yep.
I can see casting this on turn 3 for X equals 1. Just sweeping away mana creatures, Prosperous Innkeepers, and things like that in a lot of games. And then, those little hits of life here and there are going to put in some work. We've all noticed that. It does way more than I ever expected it to do.
Same. Even in non-creature matchups, you just play that on 2 against a control matchup and then start playing creatures. Still good. Helps with devotion as well.
Yeah. And then the other thing is it's also a mana sink. So when you have all this, mana from Nykthos, you can cast a Meat Hook Massacre for a huge number, sweep away some larger creatures. The last thing I want to point out, Underworld Dreams, a black enchantment, that just plinks them for some damage. So between Meat Hook Massacre, Underworld Dreams, dealing a lot of incidental damage with this deck. You've got a few creatures here and there. Really easy to get them into Grey Merchant range.
I'm not going to lie. I did not know what that card was. I thought it was a removal spell, but I love Underworld Dreams. But it also, one last thing I wanted to point out, we got 4 castles in the deck too, which I really love. It's a great card right now. Sounds like we got this match underway. I don't think we have hand cams for this player, but still, we had to just check it out because this deck is too sweet not to see.
They're playing all cards you're very familiar with, so it should be fine to follow.
Exactly. Everyone knows the old Warlocks class Underworld Dreams deck. It's just like, lamb and tuna fish. It's the best combo. Okay, so it looks like we do have one hand, and it is
our Mardu Greasefang player. So,
it is the Mardu one. Yeah,
unfortunate for you Rogue fans, 2 of the Rogue decks in the X1 bracket getting paired against each other.
They were ready for this matchup. They were ready for the old Mono Black Devotion. Honestly, I love when 2 Rogue decks clash because it's like, they didn't plan for this. Yeah. It's just like, you don't have a sideboard guide for this. Like, it is just jam.
There is a single copy of that. Armrest
on my chair going again. My armrest. There you go.
There's a single copy of Timuret in this Mono Black Devotion deck. That could be a big one against Greasefang.
What does Timuret do again? The Exile from the graveyard, right? I also saw Leyline of the Void in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Which is a big deal.
Nykthos decks love Leylines.
Yeah.
Free devotion.
Free devotion. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, so those Leylines probably coming in. It's open deckless, though, so this Mardu player knows about them. Maybe they bore down on this Greasefang plan because it's only 9 cards, and you could leave in the boat. The boat is perfectly castable, and even Greasefang is just a 3-mana 4/3, right? So you can just board out your Parhelions, expecting your opponent to bring in these Leylines because, you can't really beat a Leyline.
Yeah, you really can, and it's like
your suppliers are also bad.
True. Okay, this is a big deal. It's Parhelion time. Oh, wait, we need a mountain.
Yeah, we don't have the Red Source.
We need a mountain. Okay.
Oh,
no, we needed it, right?
So Deadly Dispute gets us a Red Source, but then we don't. So now
we need a land now.
Any land will do it because the treasures are a Red Source.
But otherwise, you might not want to cast. The hand takes a second to update. There's 4 cards in hand. There's the land. Oh my god. Fly, Titanic, fly.
And not a very explosive start from the mono black
What were you
side.
saying about all this cool mono black stuff?
Yeah, I don't know what, we can't see their hand, but this seems like a. I mean, this Grease Fang got cast, and then they passed the turn, right?
Yeah.
And then we cast a Murderous Rider
I don't know, but the only
instead of Swift ending the.
No, cast it because they already Swift ended. They Swift ended it and then played the other side of it.
Okay.
So just didn't have a play. The only thing,
there were multiple Grease
there
Fangs?
was two. They played two in a
Okay.
row. The only thing I'm thinking is like one player is like, God, I got all these cool stuff I can do, and then T-Pain just comes in and be like, I'm on a boat, bam.
No, that's gonna be a quick game one here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what can you do to this? So the thing that I believe we just played a land, but if we did not, that's just it. I was like, God, if you didn't play a land, I guess you could Meat Hook Massacre for 3. Yeah, it just doesn't get out of range. Wow.
So now, if you're the Grease Fang player, you just obliterated your opponent with actual Grease Fang. You know they have 3 ley lines and 2 go blanks. I'm boarding out as much of that as I can. I'm getting, and they also have Necromentia. Like they might be boarding it all in.
You're just boarding out the combo?
Yeah, I'm boarding out every Parhelion and every Stitcher supplier I can.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at this from the post board, it seems really, really good for devotion.
Maybe I leave one in. Maybe I leave one Parhelion in.
I don't think you can. I don't think the Mardu Grease Fang deck
so many blood tokens that you can throw it away with. Like you can afford to draw one.
I'm not worried about that, but I'm just saying the deck doesn't close against a mono black deck without that finish. I'm leaving all the combo.
Oh, you just don't think you can win a fair game against them.
I don't think so. I don't think this deck can produce a fair game. Like I'm looking
what
and
do
they
we got
just,
in the side, Brad?
They just have. Yeah, let's take a look at. Here we go. We got the Mardu combo.
It's all interaction.
Exactly. You can't win the game with this. Like everything's a facilitator. I think this should be just as closely resembling as like Dredge, where those 3 creatures are all just enablers. Like I don't think this deck can play a plan B. And that's why there's only one Croxo, which makes sense to me. Like, yeah, you can hope. I think you just keep it. Maybe you go down a little bit. But I mean, like, I think Fatal Push is not great. I would take out Can't Stay Away for sure. I would take out that Croxa. I'd maybe take out Lightning Axe for, some stuff. I guess you don't even want to bring in that much either. I'd bring in all those Thoughtseizes, I guess.
I would probably bring in Goblank. This is a 2-for-1.
Yeah, Leyline is a card that I'm looking, and they're like, I did not expect to play against Leyline.
Yeah.
I mean, Rest in Peace as well, but Rest in Peace you can Thoughtseize. Like, that's why the Thoughtseizes are there to deal with Rest in Peace. Nobody's playing Leyline. Nobody. Well, I mean, I can't say nobody, but you know what I mean.
One person is playing Leyline.
Person.
I run into them in the 5-1 bracket.
Yeah. Now, this is, God, I've been hanging out with you too much. This is just the little kid hanging in the back of the bus, like, I'm in danger after looking at this, like.
That little child is Ralph Wiggum.
Thank you. I knew you were going to correct me on that, but
this is where having Ezekiel's Chariots in the green version of this deck is really helpful, because that's a card that you can lean on when people are attacking your combo.
True. But I mean, if the exchange is your deck is just very medium, but you have a side plan, or you can just go all in and win with Parhelion, against a lot of decks. People aren't ready for you. What would you rather be on? I'd rather be going full ham if I run into Leyline, whatever. That's how I would feel, because I think the deck is not good enough when it's not all in like this. And so far it's looked good when it's all in, but
I mean, I thought this version of the deck looked less all in than the versions I've seen. At least less all in than the Abs. Well, Absent has Chariot, and the blue versions just have like card draw and removal.
Yeah.
Maybe it is more all in.
Oh, this one's more all in. Yeah, for sure. It just is disguised with creatures.
Yeah. The creatures are secretly enablers.
I mean, why play more than one Sky Sovereign when our Mardu player draws it every single game?
Okay. Well, Mardu player already happy here and not to see a turn 0 Leyline.
Yeah. It's like what we do for Versus Live. One finger up, like pre-game actions. Okay, go ahead. I got nothing. That was a Damping Sphere, I believe, right?
Can people stop bringing in Damping Sphere all the time?
I mean, against Nykthos, I guess. But yeah, I agree. I just don't think, especially against the mono black version. I don't know. Maybe more against it. I don't know anymore. Oh, I'm learning that this is a Seth deck. So that would be Saffron Olive. That makes a lot of sense. Saffron Olive always has a heavy thumb on
Yeah,
on a lot of
the
formats.
Brewers metagame.
Exactly. If you see a deck, you're like, whoa, that is wild. And you look and it just, has something you don't know what's going on. Either Aspiring Spike or Saffron Olive have built that deck. I guarantee it.
So we see a Parhelion in the Mardu player's hand. So we know they haven't gone fully away from the combo. But they have brought in some cyber cards. I'm
Here's
already seeing a Thoughtseize, a Go Blank, and a Damping Sphere.
Okay.
That is a lot of cyber cards to bring in. And we see that like, they don't have the Grease Fang. They don't even have a way to get Parhelion into their graveyard.
And there's no graveyard hate from the other side. So
Yeah.
just things are going on right now. I mean, I guess the best thing you got going on with Damping Sphere right now is you can sack into Deadly Dispute. So that's pretty nice.
And this is turn 4. I was thinking we might see a hard cast Leyline there.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you draw that afterwards.
But if you can get the Parhelion into your graveyard before the Leyline, then you're fine.
Yeah, then you don't care. Return it to my hand, please. So now we're gonna see. Yeah, get that Damping
Oh
Sphere
yeah, there we go.
That's some magic right there. That's why you bring it in.
That's the best Damping Sphere I've ever seen.
Today, at least, for sure. We haven't seen Lotus Field at all, and that's really the card for that matchup. It shuts Lotus Field into just an abysmally bad land. But yeah, when you don't see that, it's not very good.
So this Gray Merchant got Thoughtseized and has now apparently been added to the Mardu player's hand. Okay, now it's gone.
Oh yeah, that is the one thing that's kind of interesting with the Handgar software is it'll kind of pop up when you Thoughtseize as the other players for a bit. So I don't know what kind of witchcraft Adrian has to do on the other side to make it look good, but he's doing it.
Oh, there's the boat.
Does it make this sound on Arena or something? I swear it has to, because everyone I know makes that sound when this boat
actually
comes on.
doesn't. We've been doing it since the card was printed.
Okay, maybe it's
existed.
just us. We're just idiots. Yeah, I think so.
I did it on the very first Versus episode where it got cast.
Wow, you're a true content creator, but not for the deck list you make or anything.
Before the card was released. Okay, you mentioned Castle in the deck list, and it's putting in some work. We're drawing some cards.
Yep, and we got 2 cards left, but also has that talisman. So whenever you want to fire it off,
more Thoughtseizes and Go Blanks here. But the Castle's going to outgrind all this.
Honestly, the Go Blanks are not that big of a deal because of Castle. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, this is a case, I think, of over sideboarding from the Mardu side.
Yes. I think far over sideboarding. I think you just do not have a choice but to just hope, now that you won one of the games, is to just hope that there's not a lot of graveyard hate and just play your deck. Maybe bring in Thoughtseize instead of Fatal Push, whatever. That's, a minor thing, but that's like all I would have done.
And unfortunately, even if they realize it for game 3, they might just run into the graveyard hate then.
Exactly. Now I'm saying they might just run into, the problem now where this was the game where there wasn't any hate. If they went turn 3 Mardu Greasefang on this, they won the game. Like it was over.
Okay.
Get to do that in Castle.
Not a ton going on from the mono black side, but yeah, Castle definitely gonna change that soon. We're on 7 man. Ooh, there's an 8th land. So Parhelion is getting hard cast here. We just need to find a way to crew it.
All right. So all we need is T-Pain to just hop on these boats.
And
we're in.
And Blood Tithe Harvester does it because you can turduck in the boat.
Yep.
That's a phrase I never thought I'd say.
Yeah, that's I'm not even going to ask for clarification on what that means because I do not care.
Have you never had turducken?
I have not had turducken.
But you can imagine, you know what turducken is.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, it's a Thanksgiving food.
Oh,
it's a turkey stuffed with a duck stuffed with a chicken.
Wow. Okay, you just expected me to know that?
I've had it. I had it served to me.
You're a vegetarian.
Well, I had it well before I was vegetarian. At Thanksgiving of 2006.
Okay.
Went to I was on the West Coast in college, and my friend Charlotte invited me to her.
It seems like a college dorm meal.
Oh, here's Blood Tithe Harvester. We're turduckening. My friend Charlotte invited me to her uncle's place in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
And so he actually drove down. We were in LA area. Drove 5 hours to pick us up, then drove 5 hours back.
Okay.
And I had no idea what they were serving, but they served turducken.
Okay, well, we learned what that is. Now we're gonna learn.
Delicious.
And honestly, it's gonna work here because there is 0 cards in hand. Yeah. I mean, like Fatal Push isn't gonna do anything.
Both players have been completely drained of resources. There's been so many Thoughtseizes and Go Blanks. The hands have been empty for a while.
Yeah, you gotta just get Parhelion, right? I guess you do this because maybe you hit Greasefang before you crew. Or a
Well,
Voldarian
that's a little
Epicure.
awkward because now you can't crew next turn.
That's a good point too.
You're like trying to crew both now and giving up the ability to crew next turn to do it.
Yeah.
Is a little awkward because you're at 10. Like it feels.
No,
almost...
you can crew because you get the angels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then that plays fine.
Okay, so now it's Meat Hook Massacre territory or bust. How are we just... Honestly, I didn't think about this, but just hard casting the card is pretty reliable here.
So we can tutor for Meat Hook if we really need it, but then you give the talisman back so they can find a Grease Fang.
Yeah.
But then you can just tutor for another Meat Hook, but you can't take another hit.
This is a weird match. This is
So I think you just need to naturally find the Meat Hook here.
Yeah. I guess you can attack with these, and then you gain 4, you go to 9. They're probably not blocking, then Meat Hook gains you 3, I believe. It's your opponent's creature. And that's if they even left it in. Meat Hook is not a good card to leave it in this matchup, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But you probably leave in 1 if you're a talisman deck.
Yeah, definitely. So that you would go to 9, then gain 3, go to 12.
Cabal Coffers is not legal in Pioneer, right?
No.
Okay. So I was gonna say, you could just copy this from the modern style and just play some Urborgs and Coffers and
stuff. You can play Cabal Stronghold, but that is much worse.
Is it?
Yeah, it is 3 tap for I think a worse effect somehow.
Okay. Basic swamps? Oh, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it only counts basic swamps.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I came up with that idea myself. The director did not tell me what it was. I promise you.
I literally heard his voice in your ear.
Dang it.
Okay, so Mardu player playing pretty conservatively here.
Yeah, what if we just get a Fatal Push now?
Yeah.
Fatal Push shuts this down, or at least prevents it a little bit.
Card in hand, and we have one castle activation.
I'm with you. That Deadly Dispute play, I was not a fan of. Just hold it. It's 2 mana. You have so much mana, and you can respond in some way a little bit later. I think that was a little aggressive. It just looked cool to do. Be like, what if because I know what was going on in an opponent's head. We're like, I could attack with Parhelion, but what if I also attacked with a boat? That could be anything. That could even be a boat.
Yeah, I think they might have just been dead. I think that was
it's just 6 more damage, right? Or
yeah, but they gained 4 this turn.
Yeah, okay, it was for lethal. All right, that's pretty tempting to pass up, to be honest.
It was fine because you're gonna get the angels back.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have 2 things that can crew.
Yeah, now it's just the question of was the block correct, which I think could be reasonable.
And I don't you can't talisman at all here because then you just give them Parhelion guaranteed next turn, and you don't have a way to remove the vehicles from the battlefield.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
So
that's just the problem with talisman,
Yeah.
That's why whenever I play talisman deck, which is very rare because I just don't think it's a good enough card, it's always paired with cards like Teferi Time Reveler, Karn, things that you can search for that shut off talisman from your opponent,
Well, looks like they're going for it. Don't really understand how this is going to work.
Well, we're going to find out.
Well, do they have is there Heartless Act or something in this deck? I think they're playing Blood Chief's Thirst, which is not a good one.
Peer Through the Abyss?
That's
could
a
they get
sorcery
that
draws
one?
a bunch of cards.
Yeah, but could they play that? Could, but I don't think it does anything.
Oh, what if they get a Gray Merchant here? Are they out of range?
Gary would give them 5 pips, so they go to
4. Well, give them 6. Yeah, 15's not enough.
No, it's only 5 because the talisman's going away.
Oh yeah, so that's 14, and they're getting. If they have a removal spell, then Gary could win them the game.
No, Gary could get to 14, and that is only 13 that comes back, right? So,
but they're oh yeah, because you have to crew with the 1 angel. Oh
but,
yeah,
no, but you get to Grease Fang with the talisman.
So you got.
This is a roller coaster of emotions here.
But if they have a removal spell, maybe they're getting Gary to try to ice the game.
Okay, they're just passing. So this leads me to believe that we're getting a removal spell. They could have got Noxious Grasp.
Oh, because that can the Parhelion is white.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing I can picture.
Okay. Well, that actually works, right?
Well, they just sacked a blood and drew a Grease Fang anyways, and they get to Talisman.
Oh, but even if they didn't, you would get to Grease Fang.
You can Talisman for Thoughtseize and take it out of their hand before you crew.
That would be
Pretty messed up,
That
huh?
would be tight. That'd be a tight play.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
And then deck lists are open. There's not many instants in this deck.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
So
to.
when
I'm
you're looking through their deck
yeah.
list, you're like, what cards am I worried about? Noxious Grasp is really the only one that comes up.
Or Murderous Rider.
Okay, well, they found a go blank, but there's 2 cards in their hand. You can castle and still have 2 mana up. The castle's going to put them to 6, and then they're going to gain 1 off the grasp, go to 7.
And that's if they even crew. You could go to 6, and they could animate boat and attack.
The crew boat with Grease Fang, but then you just kill the angel and go to 1.
Yep. But I think you can crew up both.
Oh,
I don't know.
This
I'm just gonna wait to see what they do.
Let the go blank resolve.
Wow. What? Can we see the exiled cards there to see what they got rid of? Okay, it was Noxious
Grasp. Noxious
Grasp.
Grasp. Why didn't you draw? I think you could have lived with the 1 life from the grasp.
They could have, yeah. But instead, they're dead.
Because you Grease Fang, and if you crew both, you kill Parhelion and they lose. If you crew just Sky Sovereign, you kill the angel and you take 6.
Yep.
And you go to 1 because you gained 1 life from the grasp.
Yep. And you live to
and then you have next turn you have another tutor for Gary for 5 and an attack for 2. That's not good enough.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough. So I still think it was going to be a greasy win in this, but wow,
you would have had a lot of outs, like any 2-pip card.
Yeah. All I know is at the start of next round, we're watching that Grease Fang deck to see if they can continue this journey, because that's impressive.
I think they might have been able to get that game if they had drawn with Castle.
Yeah, it's a tough line to see.
Yeah.
Because, not only are you, castling before you draw a card is already kind of just feels weird, right? Before you're about to have your whole hand discarded because you take less damage if you let it resolve. So it's kind of just not what we think about immediately. But yeah, if you castle there, you keep Noxious Grasp. And I do think you could live through that turn, but that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
I guess, from the Grease Fang side, you're worried about them having double grasp. And if they do, then you're going to force them to.
If you have double grasp, you grasp one of those angels immediately. So that's just that line's taken off the table,
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about reasons to get go blank over Thoughtseize.
Yeah, I think it was just maybe an oversight. I think that's all that makes sense. But
and although now that I'm thinking about once you go to 1, actually the boat's going to get to attack regardless, and that's actually going to kill your
Aetherborn. So it's much less.
So I don't know what you're finding on the next turn with that last wish.
But the nice thing, you said the perfect word. It's the last one, so you get a card to just have, and they don't get to talisman again.
Yes. So
I think it was going to be a tough game for Mono Black to win, regardless. But
I think the card that seems like the toughest for them to actually deal with at that point is the boat. Because they literally don't have a way to remove a boat from the battlefield.
Yeah.
Oh no! Well, you have
Murderous
Swift End,
Rider.
So Swift End will, but not at 1.
Yeah.
At
not at 1.
Fire, but it's going to get killed by the trigger.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so I'm going to interrupt you here for a second. We're going to put that match out of our head because it looks like we got game 3 with Thiago Saporito to try to more than likely lock up a top 8 berth. I think both of these players win and in unless something crazy goes on, losing 2 in a row. But when you're undefeated, especially at a 228 person tournament, when the cutoff is like 215 or something, it's really unlikely that you don't get there. So this is pretty likely a win and in. I think 2 players are going to be soft locked going into this last round.
And an early rest in peace, that's a big deal against the Phoenix deck.
Could be, unless you got a Chandra.
It just means that you're not having to worry about the Phoenixes recurring.
Yeah. And now they're just hard cast creatures, which is still okay. I'm interested here, especially with a 4th land. Don't just start jamming here. Maybe not.
I think this is their turn 4.
Yeah.
And they don't have much to do after that unless they want to jam another iteration. Oh, the iteration's gone. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of that iteration there.
It's a bluff. It is a bluff, which is reasonable, right? They don't want to get Teferi'd. And, it worked. Obviously there wasn't anything that could have been cast. And in hindsight, it's going to work out worse. But honestly, if you just attacked with Arclight Phoenix, there was Wandering Emperors that would have exiled it too.
Yeah.
All around, this is looking pretty brutal here for our blue-red player. Thiago Saporito is just doing it.
There really isn't much the Izzet player can do here, if you Arclight Phoenix, you get Emperored. If you Chandra, you get absorbed. If you Pieces of the Puzzle, maybe you get absorbed, maybe you don't. You probably just get Wandering Emperored.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like what did they even go for? They
Chandra
went for Chandra and got absorbed. Okay.
Yep.
Went for Chandra and got absorbed. Yeah.
This does not feel good from the Izzet side because all these creatures are under wrapped. I think this seems like a solid turn to go. One of the options, is definitely Hollowed Fountain untapped and maybe Shark Typhoon, or just tapped Hollowed Fountain, say go, and just control this, but decides to just get this off the battlefield. Reasonable as well. It's like Thiago asked himself, what's the worst thing that could happen if I do this? And the answer is probably like a Crackling Drake, maybe, or something. Things that can be answered.
This third Phoenix is now a little interesting.
Yeah.
Because they're probably going to get into this. They're going to get into this exchanges of Phoenixes and Wandering Emperors.
Yeah. Decides to not play it, though. We're probably going to just see. Yeah,
you can just Wandering Emperor on their turn, which is. Oh, we're going for the. I thought we would want to wait for a 6th land so we can get 4/4 Shark.
Yeah, see, what I was thinking is you just take this hit, and then if nothing really bad happens, then you Wandering Emperor, like, kind of react to what they're doing. But, this seems great. Thiago is taking his life total as a resource here.
Chart a course into land thing in the ice, which now gives them the mana to cast Pieces. So this thing is out of their hand.
Maybe we can look at those 5 exiled cards. I guess they'll pop up. Never mind.
So the Pieces and thing are out of their hand. It's an Arclight, Dispute, Cruise. Well,
that's an 8-mana Cruise.
Yeah, Cruise is an 8-mana Concentrate.
I mean, honestly, though, like, we're 1 away.
Yeah.
It's not the worst card. I still take it over, another Dispute or something.
I would take it over like an.
Yeah, I'd probably take like, what are you looking for at this point? Like Chandra.
Just all of your threats.
Yes, exactly.
You're going to need every part of the buffalo.
Yeah, because that's one thing. Izzet doesn't deal with great. They deal with artifacts pretty fine with like a Braid to kill Cage and stuff. Rest in peace. Just the color pie of Izzet has a really rough time dealing with it.
Yeah. And we are 1 mana away because I believe Thiago has a land drop here. We can get to 6 mana, which is not enough to march for 2 to exile the thing and Emperor the Phoenix. Is enough to resolve this Emperor through Char, but not through a hardcast Dispute. So I think we're going to see an Emperor here, and that Emperor is going to get disputed for 3 mana. Ooh, or nothing.
Nothing is probably better.
But Thiago knows about the Dispute. He knows about the Dispute. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because it was revealed from Pieces.
Did give that away.
Yeah, so we're just scrying. That's interesting.
See, this is Thiago's getting punished, and not because of a misplay. This was a situational misplay by not playing the Wandering Emperor there when there was no counterspell. This is the turn you'd rather Shark when you know about Mystical Dispute. You say whatever, and you'd have a Wandering Emperor. So, not saying that Thiago made a mistake by any means, but it was a situational play that he's getting punished for.
Instead of just scrying there, you could take the time to like pay 3 mana, exile the thing to make sure that's taken care of around the Dispute, and now you might fall a little behind here.
Yeah, you get Wandering Emperor here with 3 mana available, which I think this is great. But
so you get one of the Phoenixes.
I think that's enough.
You're still at 17 though.
You go to 16 now.
Yeah.
Big deal,
I thought his life total was a little bit lower at this point.
Well, the life total's on the screen, Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tricky spot. They hide it on the top in the bottom left corner,
Nobody can find Canada all tucked away down there.
Wow. It's been a long day. We don't have any assistants, we're doing this all by ourselves. Except our lovely director, of course, but
yeah, who is doing much more work than either of us.
Yes. But we have to say words out of our mouth holes. That gets tough.
Well, there's a deluge and a Dovin's veto, and that might be enough to just do it. Because there's going to be another. Just let that one die, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're just going to Emperor anyway, the first one's going to die regardless.
Yeah, and basically it just said, do I want to gain 3 life, or would I rather put in a 2/2? And 2/2 telegraphs that you have another one as well. So I really like the play of not just making another one. Really smart stuff. So we might see Izzet Charm plus Dispute.
Okay.
Clear this or double Dispute. There's a lot of counter magic. Okay, pays. We're going to see this clean it up. And now, I mean, look at this. We have March to deal with it if we want to, but now everything's compiling a little bit here. You have Phoenix that's still dealing damage. You have a Hall that's threatening-ish with that field. It's not that bad, but now you have a thing on one.
And that March could have exiled that thing a couple turns ago.
Yeah.
Through the dispute you knew about.
Yeah.
Because you had 6 mana on that turn that you didn't want to Emperor into the known dispute. You pay 3 mana for that March, and that thing is gone, which is probably what's going to happen this turn anyway.
Yeah.
But now your Deluge might get disputed as you can't cast your Deluge.
Yeah. That thing.
So we're casting the Deluge,
and right now it can get countered.
You know, we can send 2 counters.
Look at this timing, though. I love this because if you want to counter it, well, guess what? That Phoenix is going back to your hand. Great timing by Tiago. And man, these are the 2 players that at least on camera we've been watching a lot, and they have played the cleanest Magic. And them playing against each other is a really nice work of art because they're timing it correctly. Right there, everyone. If you dispute and then spell pierce that Deluge, thing flips, Arclight Phoenix goes to the graveyard, you save 3 life. It's minor, but these things really add up. And these control mirrors and just playing control in general is all about, gaining advantages in inches. You usually don't win by miles,
Spell Pierce gets used on the first available target, which is that Omen.
Yeah.
So now our hand on the Izzet side is Dispute Cruise, which got returned with the Awoken Horror. But there's a good hand with another Wandering Emperor on Tiago's side.
Yeah, Tiago's been drawing gas and playing well, Yeah.
I think this last Wandering Emperor should do it.
Yeah, and here's the question. Does he go for it?
Oh, second Dispute. That could make things interesting. Second, if you just attack for 7 here.
Here's in hindsight what Tiago would like to do, knowing the hand. If he had perfect information, you march for 2 on Awoken Horror. You pay for Dispute. Second Dispute gets thrown out there. You Dovin's veto it. So we'll see if this line gets played. Wandering Emperor is going to run into a bit of a trap here. This is just all the disputes.
And we might even see Tiago use the veto to play around a counter unless you pay 2 spell. Another Pierce or an Izzet Charm. I don't know how many there are in the Izzet player's deck.
Yeah.
Tiago certainly knows, and I bet he's looking at the list right now
I bet he is.
to check.
Yep.
And it might cost him his veto.
Yeah.
Which would then open a path for this Cruise to resolve, though there is an Izzet there, so that's probably, honestly, it's probably okay to lose the veto, but getting...
Pays for it. And
he paid for it. Okay.
Yep. But this opens up now.
Now the Hall is a huge threat.
Yeah.
You're in Hall range.
No, the Hall isn't a threat. There's a Field of Ruin right under that Wanderer.
Okay.
So that's not a big deal. Even if you, in response to their activation, you field it or whatever, it's fine.
There's a field there.
But it opens the door for the Arclight Phoenix, which is big, and that's a Teferi off the top.
But it's
pretty good.
Why did the Awoken Horror... Oh, did life totals...
Yeah, where did that Awoken Horror go? Oh, I believe it was a March pitching something. You have 1 mana open and you can pitch.
He March pitched the veto.
He pitched the veto.
Oh,
yeah.
Tiago's seeing all the angles.
Yep. I forget March has extra text.
Okay.
That was actually a blowout in favor of Saborito now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He just had it covered. He just had it always covered.
God, this match is awesome.
Okay. Well, now I think you got to take the... No, I think you had to take this turn to Cruise.
I think you're right.
And if you wanted to, I
think this is fine because you attack Teferi down to 2, and then Teferi ticks up. This is your only opportunity to deal with it. So it's saying you have to draw something off this right now, but still a problem. I think it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Both lines are not great. But now we don't know about Narset from the Izzet
Even without knowing about the Narset, there's a castle there and a Teferi and a draw staff. They're seeing 4 cards. Try to answer this Arclight Phoenix. I think it's ambitious to try to kill the Teferi when they're seeing 4 cards. Whereas the Cruise, I don't know what it's going to find. Could find second Hall would probably be the best thing.
Second Rest in Peace? Is that what the doctor ordered? I mean, these hits in this last turn were the worst possible.
Yeah.
From Tiago. Land, Rest in Peace is terrible.
And now I think we're seeing Hall come back, and that was the point of using that field of run aggressively. Is now Tiago can aggressively use the Hall and just race back.
Yep.
And I think you actually now have to send this Arclight Phoenix at the Narset so you can cruise.
Yep. Unless you
find
a
another
second
the fourth Phoenix.
Arclight.
This would be the fourth.
Yeah, that would have been huge. It's an opt, but yeah, you got to get that Narset out of here.
Yeah,
Too good.
absolutely.
All right. 8 mana.
8 mana concentrate.
Why is this card ban worthy? I don't get it. It's just 8 mana for 8
One
mana.
of them was a Steam Vent.
Okay.
And I think you can play that untapped.
Yeah, you can play. If you were at 9, of course you can't.
Yeah.
But now look at what Izzet does a lot.
Especially with that hand of all this card selection, you need all the mana.
Agreed. Yep.
Ooh.
That's Tiago sat up in his seat for that one. That was a nice one.
Oh, that's a spicy meatball.
Oh, and Otawara there being excellent as well.
And this is game 3, so all the control decks look to be taking control of this tournament.
Nice. Yeah, but honestly, both players played excellent. Played really well. And this just shows that, it doesn't show anything as far as a concrete thing, but it looks like this blue-white control has the tools to beat this style of deck. It's just if you draw it. Look how different the game this would be if Rest in Peace wasn't in play when we came in. When you have access to your graveyard, all of a sudden Treasure Cruise is 1 mana. You get to play pieces of the puzzle. Maybe you find Temporal Master. You just go off.
Yeah.
But not the case.
Could have had enough counter spells at a certain point to, potentially win the game.
That was a big draw.
Yeah, that is probably the best draw on the deck.
Because Tiago made a very clear, conscious choice to not be able to cast Hullbreaker Horror this game. Now has a chance to Otawara something to get it lost in the pieces of the puzzle.
Otawara bounces to hand.
Oh, it's not. I thought it was Aether Gust. Okay, never mind. Forget what I said. So pieces of the puzzle.
What did we find off the pieces? A Chart Course. Interesting that we're doing this pre-combat. Could just draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it has that extra canal though, where they just don't care, I guess. Yeah, but no reason to.
We're just gonna make a ton of tokens here, and those tokens are good.
The tokens are great against Hall, and with Hullbreaker Horror being a question mark, how it actually works.
Otawara here bouncing the Arclight Phoenix
in combat, which will not be able to be recast.
Yeah, it'll just come back next turn.
Yeah, and now it's a question of, do you want to cast any of your spells now? There's an Absorb.
That'll handle the Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, this is looking kind of scary if you're Tiago. Yeah. You're like, I don't have a clear path to victory right now. You got to just draw cards again and just hope Hullbreaker, or you just got to hope Hullbreaker Horror, is good, which it probably will be.
We only get 1 spell with this.
Yep, you are right, because you can't wander. You can Rest in Peace plus Wandering Emperor, because you're in
you get 2 lands. Okay.
But that's not great. And as we know it, if you play Rest in Peace and there's not a spell in the stack, it does nothing. I'm serious. I think that's how it is.
Yep.
It seems like the bug that we're encountering is when there's something on the stack, if you then play something, then the ability will work, which is silly. But that's
what I would imagine by now Saporito knows.
That's a fry just in time for Teferi at 5. Wow. Oh my god. We already counted our Izzet player out here, but
yeah, Young Pyromancer might be putting the team on his back.
Yeah. Wow. And those would be Ross Merriam tokens if you were in real life with all those elementals.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good token. Pretty good token.
Don't worry, I have enough to cover.
Yeah, so far.
That's
Temporal Mastery. Can you cast that?
It costs 11. We can cast it next turn. Got 11.
10-11. Oh my god. We can bait out this Absorb, which it's probably not the hardest to do. I bet this Arclight Phoenix eats it right now. Yeah.
A little surprising to me with the Wandering Emperor there to handle it, but
yeah. But honestly, maybe just playing it to get it out of there. But that Time Walk could do it. Let's see if this works. Okay, it worked because something was on the stack. That's what I'm assuming. Now, do they get busy? I don't think this is the turn to get in there. Do you?
So we're getting 3 damage in for a
Yeah.
token.
I
And
think
we've
with the
got
time walk, you gotta
3
wait.
blockers back.
It's close. It's super close.
Yeah, it's close.
I guess you got an opt as well, so you
Yeah.
get one more.
Well, so 2 cards in hand versus 3 blockers. I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
The situation you want to avoid is being forced to chump block with your Pyromancer.
Yes, for sure. And we're not anywhere near that Cyclonic Rift. That's big game. Because you can Cyclonic Rift that. I guess that end step, but it doesn't do that much. This match is insane.
That's also a good rip. I think
But look at this. Kraken did not work.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a tilt.
And I think I might bounce the Kraken in response to this deluge. Unfortunately, Tiago has 7 mana back exactly. So enough to recast the horror.
But then you Temporal Mastery, and is that just lethal? Probably not. Doing this at this time runs afoul, though, of you just finding Supreme Verdict off this deluge. Like, then you helped him out.
Oh, yeah. So you just have to...
Didn't
find it.
Pathway Shark?
Typhoon.
That's awful. Except Shark is lethal. Right? So,
yeah.
So you can go something like Cycle for a 2/2 Shark.
And play a Wandering Emperor.
Exile, Young Pyromancer. Then that Time Walk is going to hit you for
you have
7
exactly
and
enough
8.
mana to Emperor
No,
and
that's
2/2 Shark.
15 damage. It's 15 and you gain 2. If you Temporal Mastery now...
Yeah.
No, the 2/2 Shark blocks 1, so it's -2.
2/2 block Shark blocks 1. You exile the Young Pyromancer. You take 6. Next turn, you also take 6. I'm only seeing 12.
Yeah, if we didn't have the 2/2 Shark, I didn't factor that in.
Yeah, because that's an extra 3.
Yeah.
Yep. If you don't factor it in at all. But yeah, the 2/2 Shark keeps them alive.
Are we cycling now just in case?
Oh, why we would be making a 3/3?
No. I mean, you could cycle right now, make a 2/2. And then if you don't hit a counter spell, then you still have Wandering Emperor. That's what I would do here.
Yeah.
Because you give a little information away that, you're not going to lose the game. But Shark Typhoon is not enough to just win the game. So, like, if you attacked, it's 7 plus 7. So that's 14. So right now, Young Pyromancer is still going to get in there because we don't know about Wandering Emperor. But Wandering Emperor is going to mess up the math. I think you have to get in there with the Pyromancer.
This would be the turn to do it.
Exactly. So they did the math on that as well. That, hey, if you don't have something right now, you're dead. But now Wandering Emperor can come in, eat the Pyromancer. Shark can block. You take 6 down to 7. And wait a minute.
Well, you take 6 down to 9 because you gain 2.
Oh, yeah.
And now you have 7
so
tokens.
So now to 9, yeah.
So you got to draw a removal spell to stay alive. But if you do, you're not in bad shape to win the next turn, right?
Young Pyromancer?
That's not good enough. Thing in the ice, Young Pyromancer.
Yeah, that 2/2 Shark is going to get there. What an insane match.
Toddler Shark!
Oh, my
And honestly,
God.
if you were at 3, if you had 1 more life point here, you have Tiago in an awkward spot.
You have Tiago in a spot where he probably had to memory deluge to find Verdict.
Yeah.
Or
if you rip the removal spell, which you probably don't even have in your deck, right? Like what removal you have?
March.
Fry. I'm talking for the Izzet side.
Oh,
removal for the Shark.
Yeah.
Fry. Spike Field Hazard.
It was a 2/2, but I guess if you attack,
when they block.
That was
then you get to deal with if you do rip the Fry, you kill the Shark, you deal with the Wandering Emperor, you put them 4. Their hand is Rest in Peace, Hullbreaker Horror, March.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say they
Hullbreaker
could
Horror is
deluge.
never bouncing anything.
I was gonna say they could deluge, but with Rest in Peace in play, they didn't have that to flash back. I know he cast that at some point.
So you could go Hullbreaker Horror, play Rest in Peace, hold priority, march something so I get a trigger.
Just having to play around the bug.
Yeah. So really come down to the last optic. That was an awesome game.
That was an awesome game. Well played by both players. Now, Adrian, did we have one lined up or were we out? I couldn't hear you there. Okay, sounds good. Well, yeah, that is going to bring us to the break. But before we go, let's just take a quick look at our standings to give you a little bit of a picture that we're painting. Tiago Saporito, probably in our top 8. So, more than likely, we're not going to take a peek at his match next, as well as Nathan Blackman.
That's our other blue-white control player.
That's our other. So the two blue-white control decks, both doing it. Now, this is a version. No, that's the Yorion version as well. Both playing the Yorion blue-white control decks, both 7-0. I did play this deck as well, for what it's worth. I've been playing just like a lot of random decks, just trying out, getting ready for this. And I went 4-1 and kind of got unlucky in my loss. The deck felt very powerful and my list wasn't tuned. So makes sense that this deck is pretty strong. So that is going to be the two undefeated players that are pretty much locking it up. So anybody who hates blue-white control, you'll probably get a round off because, we think we're not going to watch that blue-white control Yorion mirror. How about that?
I am not seeing much of the Winoda. I think only one Winoda player remaining. We got 2 greens in the X1 bracket, so 2 out of 3 of them won.
You know what happens when Winoda decks are losing? It's Winoda. Wine. Just kidding. I like Winoda decks.
No, it's 2 of them.
Yeah, Naya mid-range is probably Winoda.
I just thought that was a below on the bracket. We got 2 of our...
at X2s, right?
2 of our rogue decks left. Rakdos mid-range and Martyr Greasefang that we saw beat Mono Black.
I think we should be getting greasy.
Unfortunately, taking a second straight loss there.
Yeah.
After such a promising start, unfortunate. That's always rough when you're like 5-0 and you're like almost there and just 2 quick ones.
Yeah. And now you're pretty much dead. There's still a small chance.
They did not have great breakers even starting 5-0, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Rough beats for them.
So I think we are going to take a peek at that Mardu Greasefang deck when we come back from our break, because it's too sweet not to check out, and we kind of want to follow a little bit of a rogue deck for this. But now we're going to be getting into this win and in territory, so be prepared after this break. That's what we're going to be doing. One last reminder, y'all, ! Bash Bros to get a good discount if you want to be trying some of these Yorion decks, add some additions to the Streets of New Capenna. Maybe get one of these Rakdos decks without Nixilis. A lot of things you can try. And if you don't want to break the bank, save yourself 20% off. The Bash Bros code is the best one on the land. So feel free to check that out. We are going to take a short break, though, but we will be right back for round number 8 out of 9 here on the Manatraders series. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage of the Manatraders series. My name's Corey Baumeister. That's Ross Merriam. We're going to be bringing you the last 2 rounds today, as well as all of the action for tomorrow's top 8, where everything starts to heat up. But really, from here on out, we're going to have elimination matches. You know, I mean, eliminating at least from the top 8. These players are going to get money all the way down to 32nd place. But this is where it really heats up. We got about 14 players that are still in the mix of it. Outside of any kind of crazy, like that 15th place player has great breakers. Maybe if they win 2, get extremely lucky, those kind of things. But 14 players that have a shot.
And the people that lose this round could still be one of the people that sneak in on breakers. This is a relatively small 9-round event, and that means that more people get in at X2 than otherwise would.
Usually 2 or 3 at this number instead of like 1 to 2 tops.
I am projecting 3 to 4 making it in on breakers.
You don't know numbers very well, though, so we can't really trust you with that.
3 to 4 is where I'm getting the line, and with the way it's going right now, I think it's going to be more 4 than 3.
Yeah,
as I do the math quickly in my head.
Yeah, with pair downs and stuff, it really does complicate things, and there's no way to guess it for sure. But
with 14 here, it should be pretty clean cut. We have the 2 XOs playing, and then we have 12 other people, so that's 6 matches playing in the X1 bracket. 1 XO loses, 6 winners. That's 7 X1s and an XO going into next round. So if this is an 8-rounder, we'd have a clean cut.
Just draw it out, or if you could draw.
And if you could draw, it would just be a clean cut.
But now the breakers from below could sneak up and stuff like that.
But with no drawing available, now you're entering that last round where you've got an XO paired down. They're probably going to play it out, and then you've got 6 people playing. So you've got 3 winners, and the XO definitely making it in. Now, does the XO beat the X1 that they get paired down to? If they do, 4 people make it in. If they don't, 3 make it in at X2.
And I think the one thing that this math solidifies is these 2 XO players are locked. You know, like there's some kind of scenarios where you can't make it. But when you go XO and lose 2 and 4 X2s are making it, you got to have some bad luck.
Yeah.
You know, so
I would be pretty surprised if either of the XOs at this point missed it. Their breakers are going to be very good.
So it looks like the players are kind of getting ready right now. So we're going to take a look at the deck that we're going to be playing. This is Nicholas Price playing Mardu Greasefang. We've been seeing this deck a lot. I actually didn't know this was Nicholas Price from just looking at the list. I thought it was Adrian, but then I realized that's the director.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm just kidding. I didn't see that mistake. But this is the deck that Nicholas is playing. It's really strong so far of what we've been seeing. Just saw it win against Mono Black. And we even saw a nice little meme from Nicholas that, like, let's take a look at this and see what Nicholas has to say. My friends are on SCG meeting each other, and I'm playing an uninteractive deck with a turn 3, turn 4 kill in the Manatraders series. Whee! Hooray! That's how I always feel with this kind of deck. So it looks like Nicholas Price and the rest of everybody in the Manatraders series for round number 8 are ready to go and starting to play some Magic. So let's dive on in.
Let's see what pairing he has. At this point, the only other rogue deck left in the X1 bracket is Rakdos midrange.
Yep.
Looks like we got one of the Izzet decks. Is it Phoenix? Is that what I'm... oh, no, they're just replacing from last round?
Yep, we'll see. We'll see what we got for hands and stuff
what
here.
What red card is that?
That in the graveyard?
Yeah.
It looks like a bolt. A lightning axe.
Lightning axe. So this is Phoenix.
Okay.
If you were,
I mean, this could be a Greasefang right now, and there's nothing that they could do about it, right? We're still going to get hand cams going for this. I know we at least have the greasiest.
If they have Fiery Impulse in their deck,
it's not spell mastery. Don't you have to have 3?
No, you need 2.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh. But I don't think the Izzet Phoenix decks rarely.
It could be
play
lightning
Fiery
axe,
Impulse.
of course.
Oh yeah, it could have lightning. Yeah, another lightning axe.
The card we are looking at.
Yeah.
There couldn't have anything.
Looks like that's
here.
What they have.
Oh, dang.
And that's pretty key. There's not a ton to follow up here. Some Harvesters and Fables to dig further, but this thing in the ice is gonna put a hurting.
That thing in the
ice.
We'll be not quitting our day job and still commentating here pretty soon.
I am not kidding you.
I do like
at Tour Kaladesh, which you attended. And
that was my comeback tour. That's where I came back as a
Pro Tour Kaladesh. We went out to karaoke after the Pro Tour, and Mark Laligue sang That Thing by Lauryn Hill, and live on stage sang it as that thing in the ice.
Wow, that's awesome. I mean, I guess I can't really talk. We were the day that we no longer did Versus Live, we were singing And bye all the envies and buys.
No more coverage, no more trophies, no more soggy French fries. We're
Good old boys, now we're middle-aged guys, singing what are we to do with our lives? Yeah, impressive. We practiced that multiple times.
We're basically as talented as Weird Al.
I think so. Adrian is just, silent with impressness at how good that was.
Yeah,
so,
he's certainly not reeling in abject horror.
No, I think he's actually looking up job applications.
This is a
for other
galvanic
things,
iteration.
Yeah.
We're about to transform a thing in the ice. It looks like we're just casting iteration to transform thing.
Okay,
that's not nearly as backbreaking. I thought there might be like a temporal trespass there to just end the game.
Yeah. And I guess that was just to keep this alive, because Blood Tithe Harvester went away, so it gave it -4 now. Usually you want to wait until like Parhelion comes in, and maybe return it there or something.
And now with the Awoken Horror transformed, if we're able to use some of these blood tokens to find another Grease Fang or find a Can't Stay Away, we might be in business.
We definitely might be.
I would chump block this Epicuria right away.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you
never know if you're not going to get to chump block later, and you're definitely not attacking. So
exactly. And this is not a nickel and dime deck.
Yeah,
That's
actually, we have 4 blood tokens. Yeah, the Harvester actually just deals with the Awoken Horror straight up.
Oh, okay.
So now we're looking like we're in great shape. Cast this Fable.
Just a 2 mana that just deals 8 damage. No big deal. Hold those lands, of course.
Yeah. I think I'll throw 1 away to a blood. I'll throw up to 2 this turn just to find maybe Grease Fang.
5 cards in hand, though, I think.
We find a Blood Tithe Harvester. Why are we tapping 4? Is there something going on?
It's always slightly delayed, so maybe they just drew something.
Oh, there was a Crocs in the graveyard. That's a good Magic card.
The one of. Takes the Spell Piercing, goes down to 0 cards. God. Honestly, this Grease Fang deck has already just been really impressing me, but I just keep thinking of the lines. I was like, how this player's playing really tight. Nicholas Price is one of the greatest online Magic players I've seen in this kind of COVID era. Nicholas Price just dominated those SCG events when they were all online for a while, and makes sense to come to this. Yeah, almost at this point, you get close to keeping these, but not quite.
You know what I've noticed from this deck is the singletons are coming up because you have a lot of ways to dig through your deck, and they've been really good. Yeah. This Crocs is great right here. We've seen the one boat.
We've seen the one boat be drawn every single game.
And it's been awesome every single time. And the second boat would have been abysmal.
Yeah, it's legendary.
It's actually, this is one of my philosophies in deck building nowadays, Corey,
Yeah.
is that when I think about what number of a card I want to play, I don't think about, how many I'd like to draw in a given game. I think about what is the first number I never want to draw, and I play 1 less than that. So I never draw that number. I'm like, if I draw the 3rd one of this, it is awful. I play 2.
You are a liar. I know you play 4 Aether Vials in your decks, okay? You liar. Because, of course, Aether Vial is one of those cards that when you draw late game, it's bad. But
that's not ever a card where I have to ask a question. Because I just automatically have to play 4.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So you're just saying loopholes and randomness and just spewing words from your face hole, okay?
Yeah, this is only a time when you're asking that question. It only comes up with certain cards.
Okay.
And I love, in decks like this, this Mardu deck that have Fable and all these blood tokens, and, you're tearing through your deck over the course of a game, having high-powered singleton cards, really does help you. These are cards that can take over a game by themselves.
Yep.
They do very unique things. And that first copy is always the copy that has the most marginal return on the use of the slot. You're not twice as likely to draw the first copy when you add the second copy in your deck. You're slightly less.
Yep.
And then twice. So you don't get as much additional probability of drawing it when you add the second copy as you did when you added the first.
Yep. That makes sense.
So your marginal return on the investment of the slot in your deck is highest at the first copy you add.
And that's really important when it comes to a deck like this. That is not only a fast combo deck, but you get to turn through it a lot. Yeah. You want card diversity, and we even saw that exact same thing come up with that Fires deck, that Planeswalker Fires deck. You didn't see 4 Teferi, 4 Chandra, all this. It was one of Planeswalkers, because if you're on your Fires turn where you want to be double spelling and you have 2 Teferis, you feel like a fool. But if you always have Planeswalker diversity, a bunch of one-ofs that functionally do the same thing, that is a much higher ceiling. Oh, speaking of higher ceiling, that's Can't Stay Away. And you can flash this bag if we get a land, I guess.
For 5, it flashes back.
Why didn't we do that? Oh, I guess Greasefang was no longer in the graveyard because of Kroxa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
that's
left
brutal.
the Parhelion in case we drew a Greasefang, because if you just leave the Greasefang and don't get rid of the Parhelion, and don't have Parhelion, can't say away still doesn't do anything. Now, what Nicholas didn't know is that he was about to draw another Parhelion and ditch it. So in hindsight, you would have changed it, but I think at the time, the right play.
Yeah, for sure. You can't argue about that one.
Yeah, that's a feel bad that you can't overreact to. You can't say, "Oh, I made a mistake," because you have to evaluate your decision with the information you had at the time you made the decision. And here we see multiple Greasefangs, and this game is going to end very quickly. But I don't even think these Greasefangs are necessary.
But you also get good complaint equity when you make the technically right play, but then get punished. You know, I mean, that's your career.
That's my life.
All right, you see expressive iteration get fired off. And I think what it comes down to now is some kind of crazy sequence of Galvanic into Mastery kind of stuff. Like you're at that kind of train, but we just tossed away a Galvanic earlier. Once again, not saying it was wrong to flip Thing in the Ice to keep it alive.
I'm not sure if we have a land drop left, but there's 7 cards in the graveyard. There's a 5th land. If we had it, you could have gone Iteration Trespass.
Yep, didn't have it. We do have Trespass though.
And
does that bring
Phoenix?
It does bring it back?
Now a 3rd Phoenix will do it.
Wow.
Because this is 6.
Wow.
So we
to
could
be
steal
put in a position here is incredible.
Yeah, we could steal this
it
game.
It doesn't do it. Fatal Push, Sack of Treasure as well. We can do now.
No, we don't have. Oh yeah, we have treasure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or blood. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just
I
the
thought we
treasure
didn't have black mana, but we got some
turns
treasure tokens.
push.
Okay. So
I wonder if you're supposed to do that right away though.
And they think they have it, but they needed the 4th one. Fatal Push is so good in this Mardu deck, by the way, because you have all these treasure and blood tokens.
Yes. And it's already just the best removal spell right now. But all right, let's see if there is an answer to this push. Some kind of spell.
2 Spell Pierces. One Spell Pierce won't do it, but Spell Pierce, is it Charm?
Oh my god. Nick is going to be kicking himself if he didn't Fatal Push last turn. If that is the sequence.
Yeah.
Oh, just the whole line was hope you don't pay. Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. Wow.
Put the Fear of God in you.
But honestly, is that a mistake there from Nick? From not doing it the turn before? Is it more likely that you're going to play 3 spells and return it? Or more likely that you have,
but even if they play 3 spells and return it, that's the same thing. You're still just preventing 3 damage with your Fatal Push.
And that's all you need is to prevent.
And so the fact that there is a way for you to get punished if you don't do it means that, I think that was a small mistake.
Small mistake, yeah.
Although, potentially, if you don't go for it, if you do go for it and your opponent knows they don't have lethal, can they play defense from there and win?
True. Yeah, because you want your opponent to go for it.
I think if you didn't have the Greasefangs in hand, then that might be something to consider. But the fact that you're bringing back a Parhelion the next turn, or very likely to,
because at that point, not only do you have to kill Greasefang, you only have to kill 1 because they're legendary. You can't play both and be like, bring back 2. You have to kill that, plus you have to leave a spell in hand so Kroxa doesn't kill you with the trigger. So,
exactly.
Really tough stuff. Ross, what are we bringing in against this Phoenix deck?
So I imagine we're going to bring in some cages and go blanks. And I really, really hope these Stamping Spheres don't come in. It's a tempting card to bring in against Phoenix.
It's been awful every time anyone's brought it in.
But I don't think it's good. Portable Hole is the interesting one. I'm not sure how good it is, because you already have several good answers to Thing in the Ice and Fatal Push and Lightning Axe, but Thing in the Ice is really good. I'm inclined to bring them in, actually. I think just answering Thing is so important.
Yeah, it just depends what you want to take out. And this is another deck similar to... I put this deck closer to Dredge than to Rakdos midrange. Like, you are a graveyard deck that if you take away too much of your combo pieces, it becomes really brutal. And look at this. We see Thoughtseize and Go Blank. So Nick probably didn't bring them in. Because that's already a lot of cards you're bringing in.
I am also not necessarily inclined to bring in both cages. This is what I was talking about. Like, I don't like the second one a lot of the time because drawing 2 is so bad. God. And the first one is sometimes not even that good.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the ways that people play with Phoenix is they're good game 1, but then every Phoenix deck transitions into a bit of a different deck.
We've seen Young Pyromancer and things like that. We saw
Crackling Drake, Chandra.
Crackling Drake, so that they're going to have other threats. You can't board in too much graveyard hate. Go Blank is nice because it hurts their Delve spells.
Mhm.
It still is just a 2-for-1, even if it's a little mana inefficient. And like maybe you can nab a Phoenix.
I think Cage is specifically a Winoda card. I don't even think he
Yeah.
brings it in against anything else, would be my guess.
I-
Because you think about it, do you care about a 3/2 flyer coming back when you're a combo deck that's trying to Parhelion people? I don't think so.
The first copy I still think is fine, especially when you have like Deadly
Yeah.
Dispute that you can sacrifice it to,
Yeah.
or like pitch it away if it's not good. Because
That's
sometimes
the tech.
it'll be
Bringing
good.
an artifact to sack the
Yeah,
Deadly Dispute.
That's the best
That's
thing
the
we've
best-
seen
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Damping Sphere.
For sure.
It
for
also stops
sure.
flashback on Galvanic Iteration, which could be relevant.
That is true. Yep. But that's about it, right?
Yeah, it's Phoenix. I think most Phoenix players have learned that, unless you're in a metagame with very little graveyard hate, you really shouldn't be playing other threats that use the graveyard.
7 minutes in the past, we were singing our parody, and someone appreciated it. So thank you for that. We sang this at karaoke after Versus Live was put to an end, and now we have been in communication with our director friend, Director Rob, of course, to try to make a YouTube video compiling it all together.
Yeah.
But we're also lazy.
We'll do it soon.
Soon. So that's the big problem we're always faced with.
So I see Thoughtseize in the hand for Nicholas, which means he brought that in. That seems excessive to me. I'm not a big fan of Thoughtseize against the heavy cantrip expressive iteration treasure cruise decks.
Yeah. And we did see a Thoughtseize immediately, but here's what Thoughtseize is for. It's not for, taking the treasure cruise. It's for taking that lightning axe and then playing Greasefang. Like getting that out of the way and then winning the game.
That mode is
Yeah.
a reasonable mode of the card.
Yeah. Like
So-
turn one, it may have taken a thing in the ice or whatever. I didn't see what it took.
But now
but-
we're just jamming them. So that's
Yeah.
clearly that's not the way Nick is playing the Thoughtseize. So I
Yeah.
don't think that's the reason he brought them in. I just think he thinks it's a good card in the matchup.
Yeah. Okay, so there we're getting a bit of a look of the hand there. We can get a piece of it.
We got a bunch of
Iteration,
iterations.
temporal.
So like, what did this Thoughtseize do?
It took a treasure cruise.
When your opponent has all this card advantage and ways to recover from 1-for-1s, you should just stop trying to 1-for-1 them, unless it's a very specific 1-for-1 that you need to make, and just try to combo them and make all their
Yeah,
card
leave
advantage
that
irrelevant.
right there, Adrian, because now we can kind of see the hand, and as they cast up, we can look it away a little bit to cheat the hand cam, even though our Izzet player is not playing nice. So we do see Temporal Mastery, as well as another expressive iteration.
And what removal spell is that?
Yeah, that one's a little blurry for us. Is that
It's a
is
Fiery
Impulse.
Impulse.
So that is a Mardu Greasefang killer. So yeah, maybe you're right. This should have just been something we take easy. But yeah, you gotta deal with something here. So there goes that land.
So we know we have Temporal Trespass and Fiery Impulse. So not a ton going on for the Mardu player, though. Can't Stay Away will, represents another Greasefang once they find the first.
Yeah, now
And
do we just
Is it player
play
is at
another?
9?
Yeah.
I want to play more creatures.
Same.
They're at 9.
I want to be aggressive.
Yes.
And then
Aggressive. Be aggressive.
we can't sing too many songs on broadcast. We're gonna get DMC strikes for sure.
That is we sang an original song. We get DMCA for that. I am raising some heck.
I bet Don McLean will still come after us after that. I'll tell you that.
No, parody is fair use.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
That's how Weird Al has a career.
Yeah.
So he does always ask permission, and if the artist says no, he won't do it. He won't do the song.
Really?
Yeah.
I suppose it's good exposure. Even if you
Yeah.
any presses or even bad presses, good press. I don't know what's that expression. I totally forgot.
Any press is good press.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
But in his case, it's just so that in case he does, step over the line at some point, the person probably doesn't care. Never want
Yeah.
to step over the line accidentally with someone who will care.
True.
So he makes sure he never does that.
Yep, that's fair.
Okay, there's a Galvanic iteration to go with this Trespass. Plenty of cards in the graveyard, but we don't have anything on the battlefield to take advantage of those extra turns.
And now it's 7 damage. But if the Izzet player untaps, high chance that the Izzet player just wins the game. So I actually think advantage Izzet player here
Oh,
because
We got
it's
some
time.
looks at another Epicure.
Yeah, you gotta Epicure, you gotta get Greasefang, you gotta try for something. And I think that Fiery Impulse is still in hand. So that might also be Parhelion.
There's a Parhelion that gets sent down, but if we can find a Greasefang, we don't have enough mana.
Yeah, no, I think this is. I mean, Izzet's gonna have a turn. And I don't know how many Phoenixes were in the graveyard. One?
One is enough. Oh, we didn't play another. Why didn't we play another blocker?
Oh, see, I think we're dead to the hall at some point now. Yeah. I think you had to leave back a blocker.
Oh, but they have an impulse, so I don't think you just couldn't attack fully. This attack doesn't. I guess they don't. I'm not sure how much they know.
Oh, wait, it doesn't matter. Here's a second Galvanic. This is 3 turns. I don't care what you're doing. You're winning with 3 turns. Like, and this is just what I was doing to people all day.
Well, 3 turns means the Phoenix is just 12. Oh, but you do have a Fatal Push.
Oh, yeah, it is 12, isn't it? Yeah. But the Hall is going to put them into the Abyss because they have it anyways. Yeah, this is going to be Izzet taking this game. And I don't think there was much that could have been done with 3 turns. 2 turns, you can conceivably
love this. Nick learning from his mistake in game 1 and immediately making the correct play here in game 2, forcing you,
but still dead on board.
Bring it back.
Still dead on board to 2 Hall attacks. You get 3 Hall attacks, so technically 21 damage is still being dealt. But I agree.
That's a good thing to learn something like that immediately from a game that you won.
Yeah.
You know, most people when they win a game, they just think, "Oh, great! Like let's move on. I must have played well." To learn immediately from a game that you won, impressive stuff.
Honestly, that is such a great lesson. I'm glad you brought that up. One of my favorite people that I look up to greatly is Yellow Hat. You know, Gabriel Nassif. If you go over to him and you're just like, Hat, what's up? He's like maybe hand in head, like really broken up. And I was like, oh shit, what's wrong? He's like, yeah, I think I screwed up. And like, it just like, okay, what happened? You know, I was like, I really should have did this. I was like, so you're 0-1, bad start. And he's like, no, I 2-0'd him, but I could have played that game better. And I'm like, I was like, Nassif, are you kidding me? And he's like, yeah, what do you mean? And he's like dead set, like, I'm the weird one for being like that questioning that aspect. But that is the best way to look at a game.
Absolutely.
It is by far the best. It's just really funny.
Mid-tournament, I'm not a big fan of like getting on yourself too much.
Yeah.
You know,
but keeping yourself accountable is a big thing.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Game 3.
Baby, look at that hand.
And this is game 3 with Izzet Phoenix on the play.
Nope, other way around. Is it just one? So we got Greasefang on the play. And this is a greasy hand. This is the prime definition of a greasy hand here. All we need is a land, and this is a turn 3 Parhelion.
We got an extra look at it. And if you don't hit it on... Yeah, I guess we've just got one extra look at it.
Yeah, just got an extra look. That's all it is.
I was going to say, like, Fable could get us extra mana, but that's only if you already have 3. So.
Yeah. Fable will be played if it's, like, pretty clear that there is a removal spell or something.
Yeah, which is a great option to have. You're like, you're playing slow and holding up removal. Okay, I'll play my Fable, develop my board even more, get more mana. Maybe find a Thoughtseize off the second trigger.
But also maybe, like, it could be the situation if they don't have spell mastery, jam. Like, you take out the outs of that card.
Yeah.
Axe is the only thing.
Axe.
But yeah, it's that or wait for Fatal Push or for Thoughtseize.
And this is going to be the turn 2 for Izzet because they're on the draw. This is their Thing in the Ice turn. And it is somewhat... no red mana. No red mana.
I mean, Aether Gust, all of these things. Wait.
No, Gust doesn't hit. Yeah. That's black and white. We need the a petty theft. Yeah.
Well, you also need the lab. There's the Godless Shrine. Is it time? Is the Titanic coming back? I mean, how do you not go for this in this situation? For right now,
every time.
Right now, Nick is looking at the deck list, which there's Thoughtseize.
That's tempting to wait a turn and have Thoughtseize.
But you look at the list first. If the only way to deal with it is like a Brazen Bar, jam.
Yeah,
because it's just going to your hand anyways. You can do the same next turn.
And there is a Punisher case for
Here
waiting.
We go.
If you're sitting at home thinking there's no Punisher case for waiting, they could cast a couple cantrips on the end step, find a red source, and have 2 lightning heal axes in their hand.
That's Parhelion too. The only person that has 2 of anything is 2 angels coming in for Nicholas Prince. There is no petty theft. Here comes a ton of damage.
Unless it's a Tail's End. And if it was, the Tail's End would have started with the Greasefang trigger.
This easily is the Nicholas Prince locking up a spot in our top 8. Or at least having a chance.
Yeah.
There's still a chance. There's a chance he could lose and still make it.
Yes.
It's not amazing or whatever.
At worst, he is in the tiebreaker scrum
but
with
still
an advantage.
Wants to just go, Yeah. Right now, can we pull up that meme one more time? Because he's right now just pulling a Patrick, just running up and down. There he is. That's Nicholas Prince right now, running outside, just, GGing it. To the game. That's some great stuff there. Our director is doing great work. Great at his job. Love it.
Speak of the devil. Corey.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we're only seeing this in the future, but Yellow Hat must have heard me giving him high praise. Wow. How great is that? That he is now going to hear that 4 minutes in the future of me giving him praise and then still hear this. So awesome.
Thanks, Gabe. Welcome,
thank you so much, Yellow Hat.
We are in round 8 of 9 here, the business end of the Swiss. Top 8 will be coming to y'all tomorrow starting at 4 p.m. Eastern. So we're almost done for the day. This match is over and over pretty quickly, so we should be able to head to a backup match here.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
You're playing Pioneer in this month's Manatraders. Right now, metagame being dominated by 5 decks. We got Izzet Control, Izzet Phoenix, Azorius Control, which is both of our undefeated players going into this round, Mono Green Devotion, and Winoda.
Yep.
So good mix there. Some control, some mid-range, some aggro, and it is a pretty even split, and we'll see how it goes over these next 2 rounds. What's our backup match?
We even have a backup match of one of the others. We have Karate Dom. Oh, wait. Well, it was Karate Dom. We're not sure who won it, but that was going to be our backup, so we'll try to find a different one. We got some time. And then we can check out some standings as we do this. But yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Nasif, for that gigantic raid. We really appreciate you, buddy. We were just giving your praises at how you look at Magic games, even when you're winning. I guess you would have heard the whole spiel a second ago. So yeah, really cool stuff. Thank you, buddy. So let's take a look at standings. I'll refresh this page. But yeah, Mardu Greasefang still being in the hunt is really awesome.
We got 4 7-1s in the books. We know Nick Price with Mardu Greasefang. That's one of our 2 rogue decks.
Yep.
And then I see an Izzet Phoenix, and an Izzet Control. So Izzet decks had a bit of a rough round of 7. They're coming back in round 8 with a vengeance.
Yeah. So right now, if we cut off the top 8, it would be our undefeated players on blue-white. 3 Izzet decks, Mardu. Of course, there's still more tournament to play, but that's kind of, the picture that we painted so far. And any big surprises or any of this really, surprising to you at all? Or
no, these decks showing up does not surprise me. What does surprise me is one deck not showing up at all.
Yeah.
And it is what I think is one of the best decks in the format, but it is one that's a little bit underplayed because it's difficult to play and a little bit different, and that is Lotus Field. There was a Lotus Field player at about 4-0. I think they were maybe 5-1, maybe took the second loss around 7. So one Lotus Field player making a good run, and will likely finish a little bit short of top 8, maybe top 16, top 32, depending upon how they finish up. But Lotus Field really not showing out in this tournament so far.
I'm going to cut you off for 1 second. We have our undefeated players on blue-white, so we can check out that mirror, but there's also a Winoda versus Izzet that we can jump into. And then if our mirror is still going on, we'll jump into that after.
Yeah. Let's see the X1s.
Yeah, let's check out Winoda stuff.
Maybe for their life. You could sneak in at X2, but you really don't want to be, having to sweat. You said Winoda versus Izzet. Is it Controller Phoenix? I see Flame Blast Bolt. I see Iteration. Regardless of which Izzet version they are, I see a great start for the Naya deck with Eldritch Mystic, Elite Spellbinder, and Azika's Chariot. So the Chariot did not come down turn 3. They have 4 lands. So I don't know where the stumble was here. This was not a 1-2-3 curve. But still a very good battlefield here.
Yeah, this is coming in pretty hot. I just got distracted. Yellow Hat was just like, and by the way, use my promo code for 15% off. I had to flex on him and use the 20% off.
Only 15% off?
Oh, wait, what are you going to do?
Is that how little you think of your viewers?
Exactly. Think we give our viewers 20% off. We really treat them around here.
Just lining his pockets like the fat cat he is. We take all of our praise back.
Oh, this is too good. Too fun today. So, yeah, getting back into the match here, we have that Azika's Chariot. It doesn't look like we have hand cams set up for them now. We'll try to get those going, but a decent battlefield, as well as just 2 cards in hand to an Izzet player with 4.
And with that Spellbinder, they know a good amount of their hand
If our director Adrian can pull up the Izzet player's exile zone, we can see what was exiled with that spellbinder. Looks like, an Anger of the Gods. So that is castable next turn with a 5th land, which we know they have. We see in the hand cam. That will still leave the Chariot around, but you're at 5. So you can take a hit from the Chariot if they have like a Winoda. Well, probably not if they have a Winoda, because then they get 6 hits at anything with power.
Yeah.
So Winoda is a problem, but with Treasure Cruise and Fry in hand, you got to go for the Anger here.
Yeah, and here's another thing. Just look at this, like cards like Fry being brought in, and while they are good with Winoda, you can't really do anything to this. Another Chariot is great.
It's great. It's not lethal, though.
Yep.
This is only going to be a 4-point attack, but you're kind of forcing another sweeper. You're going to leave them at 1, and you have 3 2/2s.
And you leave yourself with a vehicle, though. So it's a sweeper that they need to deal with that. Like right now, look at
6 cards in the graveyard. So this is a 2-mana Treasure Cruise. We can still Anger after it. Don't know how many Angers this player has in their 75.
Yep.
But the land drawn for turn, and that's consider 2 more lands. So we can still hit an Anger because we have a land drop, and that's just a Gust. That's not going to be good enough. That's the match to Naya Winoda. A pretty quick affair there. I think Elite Spellbinder doing a lot of work. If you
was this one of our players that was in the hunt as well? I did not. Okay, perfect.
And I think if just based on the cards that we saw, it looks like the Izzet player kept a hand that was really relying on that Anger.
Yes.
And the Elite Spellbinder did a lot of work in terms of delaying that Anger long enough where you got a good amount of damage in. You were able to immediately follow it up and keep the pressure on. There's not enough back behind that Anger.
And you saw Chariot. And you saw Chariot just being able to stick around and just, get more damage in and survive a Wrath and stuff like that. So, Anger, Fry, there are answers to certain parts of Winoda, but they don't answer everything. There's no catch-all, be-all to Winoda or Mono Green. That's why they're dynamic, very powerful decks.
Yeah, those Chariots definitely were swinging low.
Oh, sweet. Let's get some more DMC strikes. Absolutely. Sounds like we got game number 3 here between our 2 undefeated players to close out round 8 of 9. Let's check it out. Okay. All right. So we're jumping in, but we see 2 Planeswalkers for Thiago Saporito, and we see an extra land.
So these are our 2 undefeateds, both playing Azorius Control with Yorion.
And Narset Resolve. That was the big thing. Yeah.
The winner knows they're completely locked. They could even, if they wanted to, just concede the last round, go get some dinner.
And they should, because if you go XO, you're losing in the top 8.
That is true. You anger the tournament gods when you XO the Swiss. Your hubris will be punished.
Yes. That's 100% true. I've never XO'd a Swiss. This is actually just no lie. I've never XO'd a Swiss and not lost in the top 8. It may only be like 2 or 3 times, but I've lost every time, and I actually scooped one time and lost in the top 4. Proof. Right there.
So we'll see who gets to have the nice relaxing last round of Swiss and who has maybe just a teeny sweat. You're thinking my breakers have to be great. I still get a match to win to completely lock it up. Even if I lose again, I'm still in that scrum with a huge advantage being one of the 2 people that started the tournament.
Yeah. And we gotta, I'm gonna retract the fact that we gave Nick Price a little bit of grief about that one tiny misplay that we had. We're learning that it's 5 a.m. for Nick, and they're doing their best out there. We'll let that very tiny thing slide because overall Nick has been playing amazing Magic, and for 5 a.m. I can't do anything at 5 a.m. besides sleep.
About a week and a half ago, I tried to do Wordle at about 5 in the morning.
Yeah. That's the thing with the words, right?
Yeah, you get 6 guesses at a 5-letter word. And I keep in mind, I've been doing it since January. I've never missed.
Okay.
But this morning, I decided to do it early in the morning. And I get a couple guesses in, and I've got it pretty well narrowed down. And I'm starting to try to figure out, what could it possibly be?
Yeah.
And how do I, make sure I get it in the next few guesses? And I was thinking, maybe it starts with one of these remaining vowels. I was like, I had L-I blank E with a blank in the front. And I was like, live. That's not a word. And I skipped over it. And I ended up sitting there for about 10 minutes, not coming up with it. Putting in my few guesses. And then it just comes up it's olive. That was the word.
Okay.
But in my head, I was like, live's not a word.
And I know this was probably a devastating moment in your day that stuck with you all day because you're a big brainiac. and you like to be right about stuff?
No, it actually just freed me from the shackles of Wordle. When I started doing it, I said, if I ever miss, I'll never do it again.
Yeah.
And so now I just don't do it.
Honestly, I'm a big fan of Wordle. I'm just waiting for the movie version to come out so I don't have to deal with all these words, but then I'm in.
You know, there's a basketball player version of it where you have to guess the basketball player's name, and it's called Pirtle for Jakob Pirtle.
Okay. I'd rather just go play basketball, to be honest. So we'll dive back into the match here. Sorry, a lot has been happening. Dreamy T coming down. Every Dream Troller we've been seeing has been on Thiago Saporito's side. Now it's on the flip side, and that is a problem here.
Yeah.
We do see that Supreme Verdict, so that we'll be able to clean that up, and I guess that makes it not a problem.
I was about to say, how does your own medicine taste, Thiago? But with the verdict,
But
fine.
Thiago left in Verdict. This is game 3. Respect.
Well, it's open deck list. You know that there's a Dream Trawler. I would bet dollars to donuts that that's the only verdict in his deck. You have one Dream Trawler. I've got one verdict. Let's go.
Exactly. There we go. All right, so we see Supreme Verdict take it out, and then Planeswalkers continue to churn. Wandering Emperor getting a creature down to Fairy ticking up, and now we got Absorb with Dovin's Veto backup, as well as a Dispute, and even an Otawara.
Just so much.
Oh, yeah,
just so much protection for this already established position.
100%. Everything coming up Thiago Saporito here. I don't know much about our player up top. They are 7-0, so obviously they know how to cast some Magic cards, but and we haven't, honestly, I don't think we've followed them so far.
We've seen a lot of Thiago.
A lot of Thiago, and he's been very much impressing us.
And that's the match.
That's it.
So our lone 8-0 in this Manatraders event, Thiago Saporito. So that's your first spot in the top 8, locked up.
Locked.
They're gonna still, play around 9. They cannot draw. That is not allowed. So they have the choice. Do I want to be nice to my opponent and concede, or do I want to hunt the Dream Crush and invoke the wrath of the tournament gods?
And you lose in the top 8
guaranteed to lose in the quarterfinals if you Dream Crush someone to Exo the Swiss.
We're gonna see how smart Thiago Saporito truly is next round. That's gonna be the true
or at least how pious and devout he is to the tournament gods.
Yes, exactly. So that's gonna do it for round number 8 here. That was about the last round going. So we're not gonna try to dive into anyone, even if there is one going. But if you are out there, which we're seeing in chat, and all of these people who joined from Gabriel Nassif stream, first of all, thank you for sticking around a little bit, checking out some, in-person commentating and some digital magic. We're doing a little split here.
We're doing the best that we can.
We're doing the best we can. But if you want to be a part of this next time, you can always keep an eye on the Manatraders Twitter page, as well as sign up for their loan program. And if you sign up for their loan program, you could use Yellow Hat's code that gives you 15% off. Or you could use the Bash Bros code with !Bash Bros that gives you 20% off.
Now, I'm a number scientist.
Wait, yeah,
and I can tell you, after crunching the numbers, 20 is a bigger number than 15.
Wait, let me double check.
And I know that this might be a little counterintuitive, but because it's a bigger number, that means you pay less.
Okay, let me double check these figures. Yeah, okay. No, I got it. I got the same. 20 is bigger than 15. So you're right. That's what I'm getting as well. So it seems like a no-brainer. It's also a no-brainer that you should be sticking around for this final round, where we are going to be showcasing some of the win-ins. We'll give Thiago Saporito a little bit of a break from this broadcast because,
we'll see him tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be seeing Thiago tomorrow, but we're going to be seeing who else we're going to be seeing tomorrow with a bunch of win-ins. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with the Manatrader series. All right, everybody. We told you that we were not going to see any more magic in round 8 of 9. We lied. We're going to catch the end of one of these players.
You lied.
I lied. That's
Yeah.
true. That's
I
true.
would never lie to you.
Adrian told me to lie in my ear. So, yeah. We're going to check the end of this, and then we'll get us set up for round number 9. All right, so it is just a heated debate. We wanted to get you in here to watch as much magic as possible and watch the very end of another Izzet versus Blue-White Control battle.
I see 2 red clocks.
Yeah, I see.
And a lot of life points.
And my blood pressure is rising.
This is not a lot of time to eliminate all these life points.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, let's see. What do we got for a clock here?
But Young Pyromancer. Ooh.
3 minutes to 250. Here's a big old shark. How big is that?
That's a Shark Typhoon from the Izzet player.
What is that, a 5/5? Yeah, once again, that 5/5 shark, it's trying to establish itself in life, really trying to make it as a young shark typhoon.
Really, trying to move up in the business. It started as more of a tropical storm.
Yes.
Got promoted to a hurricane, and it really it wants to get up to that typhoon level.
And it's trying to travel the world, basically. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Now we're going to see Expressive Iteration come down. We see our one hand cam there with the Wandering Emperor. And that's good against the Shark. But, man, Young Pyromancer, Young Peasy is doing some work out of the sideboard against these Blue-White Control decks.
A ton of work. It's been one of the more impressive cards out of the Izzet deck today. Because I think it's been the best, juke threat that these Izzet decks have had. We've talked about this, that the Izzet decks, become... They know that Graveyard Hate is coming post-board, so they can't depend on Arclight Phoenix like they do in Game 1. They need higher threat density, and they need cards that are a little bit resilient to spot removal. And Young Pyromancer has really fit the bill because it's so cheap. It's so easy to cast this card on, turn 3 or 4, get 1 or 2 tokens out of it, and then force them to have an early removal spell. And even if you draw it late, there's usually still some things left around to get immediate value out of it. And it doesn't take long if it goes unanswered for that snowball to roll down the hill, and you're getting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tokens out of it, and that just dominates the game.
This is basically 6 man of the year, right? The sideboard card of Young Pyromancer coming in off the bench and putting in some good minutes.
Yeah, it's the Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah, there we go.
Jordan Clarkson of this tournament.
So we see a bunch of stuff happening here. Castle Ardenvale put a token, and our Izzet player made a bit of a conservative attack.
In chat, if you understood that reference, comment in the chat so I know. We'll know in 7 minutes.
We'll know in 7 minutes. Yes. It's like an easy bake
I'm
chat.
guessing 2.
2, okay. Well, I'm going to comment. Oh, wait, no, it would be in the past. Dang it, I can't comment now.
So what was our Izzet play doing?
So it was didn't attack with a couple of the elementals and Young Pyromancer because Hall could have just been fired up and blocked. Just attacked with the Shark. Wandering Emperor ate that up, and now we just see a token added to the battlefield.
Yeah, that's tough.
All right, here comes the elementals. And now that Blue-White Control player is cardless. So now it's like, will a castle be able to race this in time? The clock looks like it does favor Blue-White Control.
Is that 5 cards in hand for Izzet?
I think so. Like, that's a lot of cards.
Is Deluge a good top deck when you're empty-handed?
Pretty good. Solid draw. What are you even looking for there? Just Supreme Verdict?
Oh, is this double dispute?
Oh, I bet it is. Double dispute is huge because then look at that clock. All of a sudden you have 9 damage coming in, and then it's verdict or bust. I mean, you got to pay for it, right?
And I know that, if this is double
before
dispute,
you pay for it. This is kind of weird.
Yeah, that is weird. It makes me think that there isn't a second dispute and they're just trying to get tokens, which is also weird because if they find another verdict, oh no, but they're paying the 3, so verdict still doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The Izzet players trying to close this game out because they know their clock just isn't there.
Okay.
There's a Spell Pierce that doesn't quite do it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
One more soft counter.
It's got to be Spell Pierce. Dispute wouldn't make sense.
Could be as a charm.
That's true. No,
just tapping them out. They find a verdict. So we're getting 1 attack in, which is for 11. It looks like 10 or 11.
What our player down below really wants. Oh, that's a good start.
Well, they want the other Delve card. They want Temporal Trespass.
Yes, Time Walk, GG, but even like a Hall is pretty good.
Arclight Phoenix would be good. A haste
Shark
right after
Typhoon.
the verdict, but they left him at 4, so Arclight Phoenix not lethal.
If it's not a Shark Typhoon, an Absorb was just picked up. And I can't imagine them being able to get through that.
Yeah, in time. That's going to be tough.
Oh boy, no shark. It's at 30 seconds now.
You got to make very fast decisions here.
Yeah, no more thinking. You're already thinking too much. Okay.
There's another cruise.
Oh, it takes so many clicks to do that card too, which is brutal.
If they were just playing a more trespass heavy build.
Yeah, I agree. If they were playing different cards, they'd probably have a better chance. I mean, here's the thing. We're going to see, we saw every mode of Magic Online today.
That's under 10 cards in library from the Izzet Phoenix player.
Yep. Yeah, and that usually happens.
They
go through it.
They're out of everything. They're out of cards. They're out of time. They're out of energy.
And they might be out of our top 8 as well, which is a little unfortunate for that Izzet player, but I'm guessing
out of this world.
No, that's out of worldly
bounds.
Yeah, all of the out of. So we'll check to see if there's
Africa. You can tell we've reached the end of a long day.
We're about to be out of a co-commentator.
Out of a job.
Yeah. You're about to be out of my house.
Out of my hair.
It's raining outside, so have fun with that. But no, we're going to reel it back in and get us ready for round number 9. That's probably one of the last rounds going on right now. So now as we prep for round number 9, we're going to take a look at what we got for standings. And I know you've been taking a close look on them. So tell us what you've been finding.
So what we've had these 5 decks sort of jockeying for position, and we've seen their numbers, ebb and flow throughout the course of the tournament in the top part of the standings. And here at the end, I'm looking at about 12 people that I think have a good shot.
Okay.
That includes the Thiago Saporito, who is 8-0 and is complete lock. So
probably got a good shot.
Yeah. So we got 1 lock. We've got 7 people who are 7-1. About 4 of them, I would say, have good enough breakers that even if they lose, they should feel pretty good about making it.
Yeah, there's a gap. So it stops at 65.6, and then the next one is 62.1. That doesn't seem like a lot, but that's huge in this kind of tiebreaker score.
Not insurmountable, but difficult to surmount.
And the players that are above that, we have Brian Moon, Nicholas Price, and we have Mario and Nathan Blackman. Izzet Control, Izzet Phoenix, Martyr Greasefang, Izzet Control. So a lot of blue-red cards.
That's blue-white control, the top control deck.
Oh, that is? Okay, so
that's our blue-white control deck that lost. It was the other undefeated.
Of course.
So a lot of control at top end. Then I would say the next part of this bracket, we got 3 people who are X1, but have breakers that are pretty weak, which means if they lose, they're probably out. So they're kind of playing for their lives. That's 2 of our Naya Winoda players and another Phoenix player.
Yep.
Winoda players are Adam Cohen and Christopher Kavanaugh. And our Phoenix player is Stefan Schutz. Now, after that, there's about 4 people in the X2 bracket that have tiebreakers that are high enough that I think if they win, they've got a good shot.
Yep.
And that is 2 of our mono green players. All 3 of our X1 mono green players lost last round, but 2 of them retained good enough breakers that they're still in it to win it. We got another Winoda player and an Izzet Control. So a very even spread among these 5 decks. It's Winoda, it is mono green, it is Izzet Control, it is Izzet Phoenix, and it is Azorius Control. Those are the 5 decks that have really dominated. There's 1 Mardu Greasefang. That's our Nick Price holding it down for the rogue players. And that's about where we are. There's a couple people, with breakers that maybe if they get a leap in this last round and they win, they can jump into it.
Yeah.
But, it's unlikely.
And then that's honestly kind of all you can hope for when you're coming in to a format like this. 5 decks that are all like doing quite well. That's a great format.
Yeah.
We've both been a part of plenty of times 2 deck formats, 1 deck formats, and they're miserable to play, like Oko, standard Oko Pro Tour, stuff like that. And just plenty of other decks like that are really brutal at times. So this with 5 decks, you cannot complain about that.
And these are not 5 super similar decks. We've got 2, a pretty aggressive deck in Naya Winoda.
Yep.
We've got 2 controlling decks in Azorius and Izzet. We've got 2 kind of mid-range decks. Mono Green Devotion being a little bit more aggressive of a mid-range deck.
Yeah.
Izzet Phoenix being a little bit more controlling of a mid-range deck. And then when you look at those 5 archetypes, there's a lot of different ways to build them, excepting Naya Winoda. Winoda is pretty, straightforward in how it's built these days. There used to be a little variation at the end of the list. Now that variation has just been replaced by 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, pretty much. And like now I think there's a new card that's coming into place. I saw, one of our buddies, Todd Anderson, Tandy, playing with that new green-white card where whenever a creature comes into play, you get a treasure, you put a counter on it.
Yeah.
You get that kind of option. That's something, but still, that's not something you really are like, okay, I'm jamming that into this Winoda deck. Like, it's fine. Not a lot is going to change with Streets of New Capenna for that deck.
But when you look at the other 4 decks, Azorius Control you can build in a million different ways.
Yep.
Starting with, do I play Yorion or not? Which is a huge decision.
It is.
Is it
so
control?
far, it seems better to play it, from this tournament. Results oriented. We see from the top decks, but the Yorion just seems good in the deck because you get to play Omen, which the other decks weren't playing, and it's just good enough of a card on its own.
Yeah. The games go long with Azorius Control. You will find time to use it.
Yeah, and resetting Narset and stuff, something we haven't seen. We've seen a lot of get value off Omen, but when you can reset a Planeswalker, it's nice.
And especially when you're resetting the Wandering Emperor, because now it re-enters and you get to activate it again.
On your end step. Yeah, I was just going to bring up that same point. So it sounds like we were ready. Is that what you said, Adrian? Okay, we're waiting for joining. So we got a couple minutes left.
Well, look at the other decks too. Is it control? A ton of ways to build it. Do I play Narset Days and Doing? Some lists do, some don't.
Yeah.
Do I? Which win conditions do I play? Do I play Thing in the Ice? Do I play Niv Mizzet? Do I play Crackling Drake? We've seen it in all 3 of those in and out of different lists. And then there's your normal which counter spells and which removal spells do I play and in which proportions, which is difficult for every control deck and changes week to week.
Totally agree.
Is it Phoenix? Do I play Thing in the Ice or not? Some do, some don't. How many do I play?
Yeah.
There's a couple lists with 2, a couple with 3. That varies. Do I play more towards Treasure Cruise? Do I play more towards Temporal Trespass?
So one thing I want to ask you with this, we're going to jump into the match, but then I'm going to ask you a question here. So let's head into our match. We're ready for round number 9. But is that telling to you that maybe Mono Green Devotion or Naya Winoda are just better decks? Because there's one way to build both of them, right? There's no deviation on it. Is that a sign of a better deck to you, or is that not really
I
a
actually
factor?
think it's a sign of a worse deck.
Really?
I think it's a sign that the card pool that you're drawing from isn't as deep, and you don't have that same modularity, that same adaptability to a changing metagame. You just are what you are, and you try to overpower people.
Okay, what about Hogak, and what about Izzet Phoenix and Modern? Both of those fall under that template, don't they? You can't really build those decks differently, but they were insane.
There are certain decks that defy this rule.
Yeah.
That are just broken. But I don't think either of these decks is broken. And when you get to the point where your deck is what it is, everyone knows it, they can try as hard as they can to beat it, and they can't.
Yeah.
That's the telltale sign of a broken deck.
I honestly think Naya Winoda and Mono Green are in that mold. They're very, very linear, easy decks, quote unquote, to manipulate. And people put in sideboard cards for it, but we're seeing it right now. Naya Winoda versus Mono Green, they're not doing it.
I mean, they're still very good decks.
Yeah.
We said before the tournament, you would play Mono Green if you play this tournament.
Yep.
I would have played Winoda.
Yeah.
So these are our choices for the tournament.
Sure. Maybe we're biased on this, I guess, huh?
And now here, this is Mono Green versus Winoda. These are 2 players who are in that last bracket. These are X2s with good breakers. So the winner is in that scrum, loser is definitely out. And we see a couple, I would say, good starts, but not awesome one.
Yep, absolutely. So
though there is a Nykthos from the Mono Green side. So if this hit, oh no, but it's an Elite Spellbinder.
Yep,
so that's a pretty good hit. You take the Old Growth Troll, you really limit what this Nykthos can do. Because they were going to be able to play Old Growth Troll, draw an extra card, then untap a land and activate Nykthos for 6. Now they can't do that.
I think it's still going to be pretty good, right? Because you can Wolf Willow Haven a forest. You can tap that forest for 2, Nykthos for 4, untap Nykthos, that's 6, 7. So from my count, you have 7 mana next turn.
But what did they take?
Took the Karn.
Took the Karn. Okay, so they're allowing the opponent to have a bunch of mana here, but hoping they don't have a big follow-up threat. A risky play.
Yeah.
But it's so this game is really gonna come down to the next 2 cards on the top of the Mono Green player's deck.
Our Winoda player is please don't block, please don't block, please don't block, please don't block. Just by the nature of the hand, that's the only, trigger for Winoda. And nice block right there. There's another Nykthos.
So the Mono Green player is choosing to play this a little bit slower, knowing that that's their only the only way to trigger Winoda. And honestly, that's
a draw.
They're getting paid off because they did not draw gas.
Yeah, and here I
And
think
their
we're gonna
Kiyora's about to
see
die.
Lair be fired up because that is not a human. I think. I'm actually not sure what creature type is, but I doubt
It's
it's
the
a
lair of
human.
the Hydra. It's gotta be Hydra.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be, right? We're gonna find out. All right, that makes sense. If it was Lair of the Hydra and it was just a green human or whatever, that would have been just absolutely silly. So we see Eldritch Evolution here.
Not a great card at this
Not the
juncture.
biggest play. So it can sacrifice Spellbinder to get a 5-drop. Let's say if Kenrith is in the deck. We don't have the exact list of this in front, but we will see.
Is it? It's exactly X, right? You can't just.
It is exactly. It's exactly X plus 2. Yeah.
I was gonna say I'd be a pretty big fan of just turning Spellbinder into a Brutal Cathar here, if I could.
Yeah,
do that.
if you could. Yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, as is, we sort of have. There's no Kenrith or anything to find. You could turn the Winoda into a 6-drop.
Can.
That's a possibility because the Winoda's not doing a whole lot on this battlefield.
I think that's the thought here. Do you do that or do you just fire up a lair? Because then you could also get it.
And they don't know that their opponent is holding 2 lands because once you make it day, if they brick again, suddenly you're getting it to night, and that's great.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Spellbinder can take care of the Kiora, so that's gone.
Yep.
I would say if the Winoda player could look at their opponent's hand, they would be making a Huntmaster here.
I think you're right. And honestly, just no matter what, you're not attacking with Winoda. So it's either make a lair, a 1/1 or whatever, or just get it out of there and get Tovlars. Yeah, I think we're just going to see it.
Going for it.
I like it.
Oh,
there must be a Kenrith then, huh?
Yeah. Oh, no, you can. It is X or less. So they're getting the Brutal Cathar.
Yeah, it's actually X or less, Ross. In case you were wondering, you can just do it for that amount, or you can just do it for X's less. Okay. I'm sorry you didn't know that, but now that you're caught up.
Still, they should still just have attacked in the air. Then they could have just left the Winoda back. Like, this lair might just fire up and attack you this turn.
It's the same, right? It's the exact same.
Well, you'd have a 4/4 back to block. It's literally the same, except your Winoda would be untapped.
Oh, yep. You're right.
Might as well have your Winoda be untapped.
True.
Could have just attacked first with the
just
flyer.
to Besage you off the top. You know what that means? It's a difference between day and night.
It also means this Brutal Cathar might be turning back into a Brutal Cathar at some point and getting another creature.
Yeah, that takes double spells, which is a little bit tougher.
If I draw Llanowar Elves, I'm holding it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, even something like Prosperous Innkeeper, I'm holding it
for sure. You're firing up that lair next turn. You're gonna attack. You're gonna be able to get in with a 3/3 lair, a Winoda, probably a 3/3 first striker. And this is going to be a nice start here for Winoda.
And this, the mono green layer does not get very big. It gets to a 4/4, I guess. Okay. So actually 4/4 holds back the 2/3/3 and might hold back the Winoda, though you are getting a trigger of the Winoda as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're getting a trigger from layer. So this game could just be completely done. But the one card that actually, this is an impressive hit. Besage just hits that layer. Not a spell. So yeah, Besage is going to actually be awesome here.
We're going to see that for sure.
Oh, for sure. As long as they see it. Because it took me a while to see it.
Yeah.
But
there's no protection, so you can just wait till they activate the lair, have them use their mana.
Yep.
And that's a hard card to play around, though you know your opponent kind of has all bricks. This is a mono green deck. They don't play at instant speed outside of Besage.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a 1-up. You do not. Besage is not amazing in this deck whatsoever. Like, you could hit a cage that's shutting down your Storm of the Festival, or like a Pithing Needle that's hitting your Karn or something. But you don't want to play 2, because if you ever draw 2, it's awful.
Exactly.
Nykthos is already bad enough when you draw 2, but sometimes it's not bad enough. Like sometimes playing the second one is just good. So
Besage is there because the first copy costs you very little.
Yeah.
You're not even playing Castle Garenbrig anymore, right?
Nope, no castles.
Yeah.
And Doomwake was playing a little bit of a different land, playing a lot less forests, by playing Temple Garden, green-white Pathland, and already that came with a cost. It really did.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Doomwake today. It must have been a rough.
Must have been,
or at least a quick one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a rough tournament if you win all your matches and then you lose the last 3. If you owe 2, not bad. So what are you gonna do with that Llanowar?
I'm holding it.
Hold. So now the question is, you got to do layer math. How big can they make their layer?
They can make theirs a 4.
Yeah. So you can't attack with your 3/3 until this gets fired up.
Oh no, we're making a 2/2. That signals to me that they want to play the Llanowar elves.
Yep, exactly.
But no, you want to hold it for this Brutal Cathar.
Yep. We're gonna see Beseju hit this, and then we're gonna see. I mean, honestly, actually, I disagree. You want to play it because it triggers Winoda. Yeah. I actually think you do. Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. This triggers Winoda when you flip that werewolf. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's a trigger as well.
So and now that they've spent 2 mana, they can only make a 2/2 layer. So both creatures now get in for free.
They get in for free, and it's first strike, so that layer doesn't do anything.
This is 3 straight lands for mono green when I said the top of their deck needed to be good.
Yeah.
And that has really just put them well behind in this game.
And look at that. This comes with a Brutal Cathar, but it comes into the other side since it's night.
Yeah, but that also just makes me actually want to hold the elves. Because you don't need more triggers than this Winoda. Unless they like somehow draw like Voracious Hydra and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think I'm still playing the elf. Personally, but I think it's close because like if you get Nissa into something, you know, I mean, I'm saying first you hit Storm, the fact like that has to be it. Now it's off the table. But if you get
well, we can still play a Storm. We got a land drop.
No, Oath doesn't hit Storm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you get a Cavalier, that's one big blocker.
So they're gonna need a big set of bricks on Winoda this turn. 3 triggers. I would say 2 bricks and a crappy creature.
Yeah, and then
like another Winoda.
The one question they have here is if they want to sacrifice Nykthos to leave a Llanowar untapped, but like, I don't know. Like, this will flip blue. Oh wait, yeah, Brutal Cathars are going back.
Oh yeah, so you just have no blockers.
It's all bad.
So that means you're only getting 1 trigger here.
You're only getting 1 trigger.
This is 9 power. So if the trigger bricks, you're alive.
Have you ever seen a Winoda trigger brick at a time like this?
But you're also only on 5 mana now. So I don't think there's really any hope, even with a brick.
Yeah. That'll do it.
No hand, doesn't matter. 3 power creatures, good enough.
All right. And we see our Winoda player who, if we take a look at the standings here, I believe this is one of our players that was kind of in trouble, right? Checking this right now. This player's nice. Is this player's name? Okay. It was Chimpa 121, right?
So they actually have weaker breakers.
Yeah,
they're next to with low breakers. So we're not getting normal like whir pairings. They're still being paired Swiss wise.
Who's the other person they're playing again? I forget.
They are playing Mandrill Man.
Oh, Mandrill Man. Okay. Guess I'm not seeing exactly where that person is, but it looks like, you know, it's going to be a tiebreaker sweat for both.
Yeah.
You know.
But Mandrill Man significantly better breakers there, and they're down again here.
Yeah, Mandrill Man definitely has the higher chance of making it. Saying that our Winoda player can't, but there is a solid chance that Mono Green has a higher chance. So yeah, it's going to be a close one regardless. We'll see what kind of cards they sideboard. Looking at Mono Green here, this is Mono Green players. This is stock. This is the one that has just been popping up, and it has some questionable cards. Like, I've changed a lot of cards from this list specifically because I think it was the basic list. People weren't innovating. And it of course is still good. Still very powerful, but Kenrith Transformation is there for like just Thing in the Ice. Otherwise, I don't really see a use for that card. And then you see all the artifacts that sometimes some of them are just useless. Golos being the first one that I thought was actually useless.
We know Damage here is useless because there's no deadly disputes.
No, yeah, exactly. If you can't sacrifice it, it's a completely trash card. Yeah. But if you got deadly disputes,
we do see 2 copies of Hunt the Hunter there. It's going to be good in this matchup.
Yeah.
Killing opposing Voice of Resurgences or Llanowar Elves and Elvish Mystics chiefly.
I guess. But it's like the side is not good. That's all it hits.
Yeah, I think getting out ahead
Yeah.
And
Maybe on the play. You probably don't want it on the draw.
You can also kill the 6/6. You've got like Cavaliers and stuff.
True. If you're just killing
even if you kill it with old growth
though,
troll and your troll sticks around, that's fine.
That's true.
You got to kill that thing.
That's true. Okay, looking at this hand here, this looks perfectly fine. From our mono green player, we see green source, Nykthos. We have a
couple
ramp creature.
accelerants.
Yeah, because
this
is one of those hands that I really love. It's just Elvish Mystic into land 2, Wolf Willow Haven, use the mana. That's just a solid start. And we'll at least get to Oath. You know, we won't be able to use that second green for sure, but that's okay.
And at worst, you're going to Cavalier on 3 and set up for a huge Nykthos turn on 4. And you're on the play now, so...
we don't have the Cavalier wrapped up yet. It's pretty easy to get.
Yeah, you just need another land.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what we're going to be trying to find for sure. Oath, find a land here. Pretty happy about that. If you find a land, I guess we're a little short from like old growth plus Nykthos, but find a land. A Llanowar is actually the best card, you know, because this is a matchup where you're not going to lose a lot of them, but it's close.
If you hit Llanowar here and draw land for your next turn, that's the nut.
Yeah.
Because that means you have enough mana to play Old Growth Troll and then activate Nykthos afterwards, effectively getting your troll for free.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that'd be 7 mana.
Yeah.
You could Cavalier into Nykthos again and then play Karn. Like, obviously, these are outrageous scenarios, but this kind of stuff happens, you know?
And you want to have that potential, you know. Always nice when you get into these really high leverage spots, and they get a forest. That's the basic, perfect, good spot. But we see a lot of disruption here over these next few turns. There's no Winoda, no powerful stuff going on in terms of proactive things, but Rydane is going to slow down Storm of the Festival.
Yeah.
Archon of Emeria
slows down Karn as well.
Yeah, slows down your development. Elite Spellbinder is going to make you spend a little more mana for a key card. Brutal Cathar could hit this elf right here.
Brutal Cathar with perfect information is the best play right now because you force no Cavalier and then you just go Old Growth Troll or Karn go. And right now, what these mono green decks are trying to do is go Karn Cage, go.
Yeah.
You know, and that ends up being the really strong play.
So what you have to do here from the Winoda side is think, what is the worst thing that they could have next turn, and let that dictate what you play. Stop those worst case scenarios. And we're talking, you don't have to go super deep with the absolute worst case that requires every card to be right.
Yeah.
Like, how
the
bad
kind of lines that you go over in your head all the time. Yeah.
How bad is just Cavalier for you here? Are you that afraid of it? And we see Rydane get cast. I'll be honest, that was the last card I expected to get cast.
The very last for me as well. I think that was... I mean, obviously, this is hindsight if Cavalier is there, because if you're expecting Nissa or Karn, that's a great play. But Cavalier, that is the one card that the Winoda player is probably like, okay, just as long as you don't have Cavalier, this play is awesome, and they're going to be met with it.
Now they have the Cavalier, but you can also just Brutal Cathar it.
Well, that's the third Nykthos that we found. That's probably not ideal.
That means that was the only land in their top 5.
Yeah, that we can see the other 5, so yep, you're right.
And it didn't need to look.
Yeah. They could have made a poor decision.
This has to be Brutal Cathar on the Cavalier, especially when you know there's a Nykthos there.
And you know that most lists don't play Voracious Hydra, and they know for a fact that it's not in the deck. So that's just... Brutal Cathar is insane against mono green. It's ridiculous, you know?
So now you could...
Can't play Karn.
You can play Troll into Karn. You would throw away the Nykthos to do it.
Throw away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We'll see if they want to do that.
Plus, they got to add the mana with the Nykthos, otherwise that's a big problem.
Yeah, float your 1 with the first Nykthos first.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's worth it. For it. I think you have to.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay, so that is Karn. Now, do you just tick up? Do you tick down? I think I tick up here.
Tick down is awkward because then you're losing your Karn.
Yep. If you tick up...
are you that upset about that? They'd have to throw away the Brutal Cathar for that. That's fine. And what's the worst case scenario is Winoda land Winoda, get 2 triggers.
Yep. Yeah, we're in the Winoda waiting room. That's for sure.
And I wouldn't want to lose my Karn at that point, so I think you just minus.
Yeah.
Because that's the only haste, effective haste kind of that they have. Yeah, and here we do see a minus, and I'm guessing Boat.
Boat does seem good.
Boat does cost 7 though. They get
Crafter's
Crafter's
Cage. And I mean, honestly, it's not even on time anymore. Like, if they
Yeah.
have Winoda now, they're going to have it.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
that's an
you're
awkward
just
one.
you're preventing future, top decks. I don't like that pick.
Yeah. Especially because if they have the Winoda, you're going to need something else. And if they don't have the Winoda, you can get it next turn.
Yeah. No, I'm a big believer in boat. I think that would have been a lot better. I mean, it would have been taken with the Spellbinder, so that still would have been a
So it
problem.
would
But
cost 9, but like,
yeah.
could you still cast it? 3, so you'd be an 8. You need a land.
yeah, that's a way better
and then
situation.
your Citadel. You got your Citadel and boat 'em.
Yeah, and boat them to death. All right, there's Kenrith
Well, I
Transformation.
guess they have the Rydane, so you can't.
Okay, so we brought in Kenrith's Transformation.
What exactly does this card do? It's like an awkward removal spell, right?
Yeah, it turns something into an elk, you draw a card, turns something into a 3/3 with no abilities. So
So you put it on the Rydane.
yeah.
So now you can, but they still have another flyer. So this Karn that's on the battlefield is still going away. We've got 1,000,000 mana floating, so we can cast Wolf Willow Haven.
Well, we can cast Karn as well. We can cast other Karn, but it's not even that good right now. I think I would just set up and go Wolf Willow Haven, Cage, try to cast Karn and do something big next turn.
Yeah, especially because it only costs 6.
Mm-hmm.
So then next turn you would have 7 Devotion. So you'd be able to make 7, 9, 10. That's enough to.
Now we probably get Boat. But now you're running a risk.
That's 1 short.
Yeah, now we're getting Boat, but now you're running a problem of if they just draw Winoda, now you're dead. So I don't know. I don't know if I love that play.
It just makes me dislike the Cage play even more. Like, you didn't even play it the next turn, so you're giving your opponent the most relevant outs towards their card anyway.
Yeah.
Tovolar's Huntmaster.
Woo! Big one.
That's a big boy.
That was the best possible. That was the best possible by far. You deal with Karn, and now we're getting to Storm the Festivity, kind of ridiculous mono green draw territory or bust.
Well, but we're playing Sky Sovereign this turn, hitting the Brutal Cathar, and then putting 5 cards in the graveyard, or putting 4.
Yeah.
So we can dig towards Storm. We just found the last Nykthos.
Yeah.
So
Nykthos number 4.
We got a lot of mana. So if we hit Storm the Festival, we're probably casting it.
Yeah, probably.
So this Wolf Willow Haven is free. Because by itself, it rebates 1. Then by adding Devotion, it rebates the second mana you spend.
So let's get the boat, see what we hit. And yeah, if we hit that, oh yeah, we're definitely.
Oh yeah, this is just 10 Devotion. You've got 12 mana, and that's not even including the land you get off the Cavalier.
It's not going to be another Nykthos. We know that.
Yeah.
So let's see what those exiled cards were, if possible, or let's see if it's in the graveyard. Is there a Storm? I think that is.
No, that looks like an Old Growth Troll.
I doubt it. Oh, well, we just added 13 mana, unless we're just sacking Wolf Willow Havens.
I think that might be what we're doing.
Well, because if you're caging and then casting Storm of the Festivities, I guarantee that's not going to work out the way you want.
Yeah.
I did that.
You definitely can't cast it from the graveyard at that point.
Yeah, that's true, but you also can't put the creatures you hit off of it into play. So
which actually, there's definitely Storm still in your deck.
Yeah.
That just makes me hate this Cage even more.
I know, but it is important, I mean, like, I think you need it. But
now you just don't have a good way to go super over the top, and they have this Huntmaster that they can transform next turn.
Yeah, they can just say go and transform.
But what is the activation? It's 4 mana and a wolf you control fight something.
Yeah, I think it's another. Wolf.
Yeah, it's another. So that actually doesn't do a whole lot until unless you have a second one.
So Boat can just come on in and start picking things up.
Yeah, and we found a Brutal Cathar and an Archon, but that's just not good in the face of Boat.
Yeah, I think you just play them and you take, you just Brutal Cathar a token, a wolf, I guess.
That feels awful.
It doesn't feel good. Like, I would still put advantage mono green here for sure.
Yeah, it's the Boat.
Yeah, Boat has looked great all day, to be honest. Like, even decks that are just, I mean, all of them have been only one-ofs. But even the decks that are, like, not trying to cheat a Boat into play, it's just like, it's just a card that can lightning bolt stuff. It's looked great.
Ross and Corey's lesson of the day. Put 1 Boat in your deck.
Exactly. Well, they didn't even put it in their deck, and they're still casting it on game 1.
A Boat a day keeps the doctor away.
Okay, so we see the flip. Storm the Festivities right on time. All right, but you can still hit planeswalkers. You know, you can still
Yes.
hit Nissa and stuff. It's just if you hit Cavalier, you look like a fool. But I mean, I'd still cast it.
Oh yeah.
But you probably don't necessarily need to cast it pre-main because you're not going to attack with one of your elemental from Nissa anyways.
Yep.
But man, I literally did this. I put in Cage and then I stormed the festivities and I had all these sick hits and I'm like, oh nice. I was like, why can't I click on them? And it was just like, oh, those were creatures that they were good hits. So
Okay. Well, so we freely use the Huntmaster to kill the elf. That's the and now we see the boat start to just pick apart the opposing battlefield, and it's also a fast clock. You know, this is a 2-turn clock that you can't really do much about. Even if you're able to deal with all the creatures on the battlefield, there's still that layer. Yeah, and we hit a land and a Nissa, so, and now we got 2 layers to through the boat, even if you deal with all the other creatures. That's a pretty good set of hits.
oh yeah, not bad.
Yeah, second layer Nissa.
We'll take those.
And yeah, there's just not a lot you can do about this boat.
I mean, being able to attack with Tovlar, it is now Grave Titan.
Okay.
So when it attacks,
And here's the thing I'll actually say about the Cage. I've probably been giving it too much guff, and that's because we had the boat. The boat is dominating the battlefield anyway. If you didn't have the Cage, Winoda would be an out.
yeah, for sure. It's controlling the
And-
best possible card.
And Storm the Festival was still a very good
Yeah.
card.
We didn't get to see what other cards that they couldn't take,
Yeah,
but they
but,
probably weren't
yeah,
that good.
6
yeah.
mana layer Nissa, great card. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's going to be good enough to win the game.
Yeah.
So the Cage is taking away really the Winoda deck's only real out,
Yeah.
because this boat is going to ram them apart.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like
This is
they
going to be like the
couldn't
boat
hit
from
Alana
Speed
War.
2. It is
Yeah.
out of control.
Oh,
Nobody
God.
can slow it down. I think I see Keanu Reeves there.
Keanu Reeves was not in Speed 2.
Was he not?
No, he only did the first one. And he's like, I'm not doing a remake of Speed. Absolutely not. But if you start talking trash about Speed 1, then we got
I've
problems.
never seen Speed 1. I have seen Speed 2.
Wow, what is wrong with you? You've
So,
seen Speed 2,
It was
but not
on
Speed
TV
1?
when I was like 8, and I watched it,
Wow.
and I remembered nothing about it, but I know I've seen it, and I've never seen the first Speed.
Unreal, because Speed 1 was amazing. I mean, just picture,
A bus.
yeah, picture a bus. Sandra Bullock is on that bus. Now she has dealt with just some crazy scenarios where she has to drive said bus, and Keanu comes at the nick of time and helps them all, and then they fall madly in love. I mean, that's just a great plot.
I'm pretty sure Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves fall in love in most movies.
That's actually true. Yeah, they head to the lake house every once in a while. Like, yeah. See, exactly. See, that's why, but they started with Speed. That's why they got so many other roles, because it was that good. They're like, let's just throw them in everything. Any kind of rom-com you can think of. Yeah.
Then they moved on to You've Got Mail and The Notebook. They're great.
And then when they broke up, he did all the that sequel where they're that trilogy where he started as like an assassin. God, I forget this.
What?
He's like an assassin of some variety. They hurt his dog, and then he goes like for revenge the whole time.
This John Wick?
It's John Wick. Yeah. See, then after Sandra Bullock, they got split up. He just went full John Wick on the world. That's how
That's
much
what I would do if Sandra Bullock broke up with me.
Yeah, you go John Wick on the world. Okay, good to know. All right, getting back into this, we see Tovlar's flip side trading with Cavalier, and then do we put anything on top? Cavalier can definitely do that. Ooh, Brutal Cathar. Actually, it's kind of negative aspect of flipping on this side. Now we're going to day.
This is okay. So we're transforming.
It's
but
the day, man.
none of this is gonna matter. We can't stop the boat from crewing. We can't. Maybe you can set up a big attack.
So would you say don't rock the boat right now, or?
Well, if you're the Green Devotion player, I would say that.
Yeah.
If you're the Winoda player, you're not a fan of the boat. You want to rocket straight into the sun.
Okay. Good. All right, just making sure. So we see Brutal Cathar flipping, and now it can exile something. It's going to take that forest, so if it ever goes away, which it probably will, that's a Karn, the Great Creator. Oh, bang. That's a good one.
That'll also effectively crew Sky Sovereign.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to do much
Although,
more, right? Like Karn, now you can search for, I mean, Golos. You can get the God's Pharaoh statue. Then you can get Meteor Golem. 3 mana.
That's a meaty golem.
Yeah, because you can untap Nykthos here to have all the mana in the world you want. Chooses not
can
to.
Can we find Meteor Golem, cast it, blow up our Grafter's Cage, and flashback Storm the Festival?
Okay, maybe we can't do that much, but they also let that 2 mana go. So we'll see what they want to do with this Karn. Didn't activate Nissa either. You don't want to attack with the land. I would agree with that. You had to deal with... Oh, that makes sense. So actually, there was a slight misplay. I was playing Karn pre-combat. Because of Archon, you couldn't play anything more, so that mana had to go away. So now we still get Meteor Golem if we want. And get a meaty Golem.
30% meteor than the previous golem. But the same low price.
And the same great flavor. All right, and now this Grafdigger's Cage is looking awesome, because the only thing that I'd be doing if I was looking across at this Winoda board is like, please don't cast Winoda.
Yeah.
You know, and now that that's just on lock, you know, we see God for a statue, which sure, whatever. It's probably not better than Golos, but who cares? But
yeah, I think getting Cage at some point was fine. Getting it first, I would quibble with.
No, I think for sure you get it first.
Well, they couldn't cast it that turn. They didn't cast it for 2 more turns after they.
True. Oh, true.
Just based on the situation. Yeah, if they could have cast it immediately, sure.
Okay. And I believe that, that evens it up. So now Winoda is going to be on the play. This is where I hate this matchup. Being on the draw against Winoda. Like, let's take a look at mono green here real quick, Adrian. Like, look at this. What are you going to do to the nut draw of Winoda?
Yeah, even Hunt the Hunter is not great.
No, you can't beat the nut draw. And that's the problem. Like, if they have Llanowar Elf into anything, and you even Hunt the Hunter with one of your elves, you know, if they go into Prosperous Innkeeper, Winoda attack, even just that, get 1 trigger, it's just big bad news bears immediately. So, like, that's the problem is you're out of control. You have to hope your opponent stumbles, mulligans, has a bad draw, misses on triggers, and that's not where you want to be on a deck. That's why I want to look for something else from these green devotion decks to help out in this scenario, but I don't know what there is. Maybe Streets of New Capenna will help us out.
Maybe. Keep in mind, those of you watching at home, that when Corey says Bad News Bears, he doesn't mean the delightful 70s original with Walter Matthau and Tatum O'Neal. He means the horrible 2002 remake with Billy Bob Thornton.
I haven't seen either of them, to be honest. I just know it's a phrase. But I do like Billy Bob Thornton. Have you ever seen Bad Santa?
I have not.
What? You haven't seen Bad Santa?
How is that the movie you react like that to?
Oh, because
there's like 70 movies that are 700 movies.
But that's a good one. That is a really good one. It is hilarious. He's not the Santa you would think he is.
I'm aware of the premise.
He's not great at his Santa job. I'll tell you that.
Just Billy Bob Thornton playing himself.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It'd be like, if you were in that role, you'd probably do a great job, to be honest. So we're going to be geared up for sideboarding here. We're going to be taking a look at this match. Maybe we'll dive into one more, but coverage is coming to an end. Getting close for the day, but have no fear, anybody who's watching.
Underdog
we will be back. Yeah, exactly. We will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. This will bring us the top 8, and then we'll be playing for those top 2 spots in that end of the year coverage, which we for sure will be doing coverage with. Some combination of me, you, Brad, and Todd will be working it. We're the Roanoke crew who runs these streets.
We have both hands here, and the mono green hand is mana, acceleration, threat, nothing super big, but you do have a piece of potential disruption.
Yeah.
And no Winoda here from Winoda.
Yeah, it's just a normal draw of Winoda that needs to draw something. So this is a hand you can beat. If this Winoda draw gets lucky and you just find it, you're still probably going to lose. Like, that's the thing. But
play a Spellbinder here, hit the Troll or the Transformation, whichever you really want to. I would say probably the Troll. I don't think the Transformation is a huge deal.
Yeah, you have to pay the Troll toll here, 100%. And then you're going to get that, and you're going to see the hand's a little wonky right now. It's because they're looking at that extra cards. It refreshes. Those will go away.
Oh, there's a threat.
Big old bad Nissa. So what was selected? The troll, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I think is right, but they're actually going to get kind
Oh.
of punished. I guess not really punished. Nothing they could really do.
Yeah, not much you can do, but Nissa coming
Yeah.
down next turn. Redane will be able to prevent that if we don't find Winoda. And Winoda's actually not that good this
Yeah.
turn. So we're almost assuredly seeing either Redane or Innkeeper into Redane.
Which I think would be my play. You have enough
For
mana. You have to force yourself to shock when you wouldn't otherwise have to, but you gain one of the life back. Oh, wow. They're trading the Elite Spellbinder because they know they have the right Dane. I actually think that's kind of heady, though. Now you just have less pressure, though.
You never care about trading away your humans. I
Yeah.
make that trade all day with that Spellbinder.
I'm just a little worried about having the pressure to close this game. And the 3/1 flyer is a big part of that. Here we are seeing Innkeeper. They drew a Brutal Cathar. We might see that. Yeah, we see Brutal Cathar instead of the Rydane just taking away another elf. So getting paid off for that trade. Brutal Cathar really compounding the mana issues. So no threat of Nissa here. I think we'll just see an elf. And now the Rydane is going to stop this Nissa cold.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're casting the transformation? What would you cast it on?
On the Brutal Cathar, does that give it to you back?
No.
Okay,
Because it
I
hasn't
didn't
left the
think so.
battlefield, but it stops you from getting it back when it does leave the battlefield because it no longer has that ability.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, because it's all part of one ability. I think they'd still get it back. Oh.
Oh, elk up that elf. Not even the one that can attack, though.
Yeah.
Mistakes were made. Or
But
maybe
why
not.
would you
I
do
don't
that
know.
when you have 5 mana and you just took yourself off of it. Your hand is 2 5-drops. You don't know your opponent has the right aim.
Okay, but here's one of those draws from Winoda where, like,
Oh.
you just didn't hit it, and here you didn't hit it. It's
But the
kind of
Monterey
like
player has nothing going on.
it's kind of like the Mardu Greasefang deck. When you don't hit it, your deck just
Yeah.
it looks very medium. But when you hit, it's insane.
The Kenrith's transformation is going to be very regrettable here, but I think they're going to have time to draw out of it. But they would have really liked to put it on the Rydane and then set up these 5-drops.
Yeah. Oh man, someone pointed out in chat the fact that Ross doesn't know "quote unquote" pop quiz hot shot is so sad.
Is that from Speed?
Oh, it's from Speed at the end. The villain, which I will not mention because he's a true villain in life, gets just hit. I'm not even gonna spoil it for you because it's such a good movie. But yeah, it's a good end quote for sure.
We're just firing up the lair.
Wait, isn't that a 3/3? Isn't that Elka 3/3? And isn't that a layer of 2/2?
No, it's the elf made the lair a 3/3. So we traded now.
I just thought the layer was a 2/2 there. I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, now we're still stuck on 4. If they had drawn a land there, you would have been punished for not playing the Rydane.
Yeah.
Old Growth Troll sets us
Winoda?
up for 5 mana next turn, but Rydane will stop Nissa.
Eldritch Evolution.
And that's why Winoda with 2 triggers. You sack the Innkeeper, you still have 2 triggers because your werewolf's on the other side.
No, you only have 1 trigger because the elf has to be No, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sack the Innkeeper.
Okay.
So this is a 2-trigger Winoda.
Do you go for that for sure, or do you sack anything else? We're going for Redane? I guess that means a lot of triggers next turn.
Yeah.
And what are they gonna
yeah.
do?
And you're flipping this back, so
Yeah.
you're turning it into a human, but you're getting 2 non-humans, and you're taking the Old Growth Troll away. Actually, I kind of like this.
But okay, you're taking the Old Growth Troll away. I guess, yeah. That
if
that
you had
takes
gone
away.
for it and like bricked,
yeah,
it would have been a disaster.
True. Actually, yeah, this was a
Now-
very heads up play.
yeah. There's
Nice
not really
work.
much that can go wrong for it. I like this play. I would
Yeah.
have jumped at the chance for the Winoda.
Same.
They stopped themselves and found the better line.
Great play by our Winoda player here because I'm with you. I was really tempted to jam that. And now you just Eldritch Evolution.
Now we got 3
it's game
triggers.
time. NBA jam this stuff into the red zone. Now, what do you attack at? Do you worry about Kiora? Or do you just say game? Go to the face.
I don't think I'm worried about Kiora.
I mean, I normally like to just take every resource off. They're just like one
Didn't
Tovar.
even want to look at the other 2.
Yeah, and oh my, that easily could be this Winoda player coming into the top 8. There's a chance they still don't make it because they were a little lower on the breakers.
Now it's sweat time.
Yeah. Oh man, tiebreaker sweats are always brutal. Always brutal Cathars, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, daytime brutal Cathars.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Do we have another match we can jump
It
to?
sounds like we don't have any matches that truly matter, so I think we
That
might
means
be
we
able
probably
to.
should know the standings.
We
at
should know
least.
the standings.
The breakers could change still from matches go down the.
Agreed. 1, 2, 3. So it's all the people that have played 9 rounds. Tiago doesn't.
So Tiago's match is
matter.
not done yet, but whether he beats his opponent matters.
No, his opponent is far down, apparently, so
Oh.
not really going to matter. So I think that is going to be the last match we look at. But if it were to stop now, so for the top 8 announcement, everyone, keep an eye on either at Corey Baumeister or I believe we can post something on the Manatraders account. Don't quote me on that. I'll wait for my director to confirm it. It's confirmed. So look at Manatraders, I believe, is just your Twitter handle, or at Corey Baumeister. We're going to share what the top 8 is if you need to know. But as it stands right now, it's looking like we got a Phoenix. We have, what was this?
This is
Aggron at the
Winoda.
end? Okay. Phoenix.
And we have
Winoda.
an Azorius control with Saprito. So Christopher
Mhm.
Kavanaugh on Winoda won their last match to make it in. And
Ooh,
Mauro Sasso Collard with Izzet Phoenix.
Nicholas Price lost with Marta Greasefang, so it's a tiebreaker sweat. You know
For him,
what?
yeah.
I've never wanted tiebreaker sweats for someone else more than I want this deck to make it into the top 8 because it's so sweet.
We've got Nathan Blackman, our other Azorius control
Yep.
player, lost. They went 7-0-0-2 into
Still
a
in.
tiebreaker
Doesn't
sweat.
matter. They're in.
They have the best breakers in the tournament
Yeah.
though. So
They might be in like 4th.
Yeah.
You know, like.
So
Yeah.
we can probably almost assuredly they're in.
Mhm.
We've got a tiebreaker sweat for another Winoda player in Sukum Kiwanant.
Yep.
And
Wow, look at Varo, the Winoda player we were watching early on that was dominating. Went to X and 2, but the losses were not late. So actually in trouble and probably not
Yeah.
making it. Because the breakers
our
are
Mono
not
Black Devotion player is sweating tiebreakers. So they recovered from that rough loss to Nick Price.
Yes.
We've got Javier Vargas on Winoda at X2 sweating it. And another Azorius control deck a little bit further down on the breakers. I'm going to say Jair Farjat. I might be pronouncing the J's wrong. Those might have an H sound to them.
Hey, you're braver than I. I wouldn't I wouldn't try because I get some names wrong every once in a while. And speaking of that, I got Nicholas Price and Nicholas Prince confused earlier. So Nicholas, sorry to you for that, for mixing up.
Which one are you apologizing to?
Both, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, Nicholas is.
Okay, well, that is probably going to be our top 8. So we will post the exact top 8. Now, as far as what's going to happen tomorrow, we're going to start same commentators. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anyone else, y'all. So this is all we got. This is all we got for now.
Default. Are there 2 greater words in the English language?
I don't think so. So we are going to be back at 4 p.m. Eastern time, as well as with our lovely director to bring you the rest of the top 8. And now, like I was saying, the top 8 structure is just your normal traditional top 8. But when we get to that top 4 rounds, they're going to be playing for a little something extra, because if you make it to the finals of this event, you do get to, and all the Manatraders events, if you make it to the finals of those, you get into this December qualifier here at the end of the year where you can win a ton more money. It's really,
this is going to be
awesome
the
tournament.
marquee event of the year. They
Yeah.
don't have the details finalized yet. They'll announce them, sometime later in the
Yeah.
year. But this is going to be an event that you want to be in.
For sure. And that is not the only way to qualify. You can also be in the top 2 of the qualifier league weekend. So if you just play and you just go like 9-0, 10-0, boom, you got yourself a spot. Arguably easier to do. Kind of. I mean, they're both tough. If they reward excellence, you got to play 20 matches out of it, though. So that is pretty tough to qualify. But I mean, if you're already practicing for the event, they're always the same format that the event itself is, which helps. It's just practice.
And regardless of how they come, you're always happy to have more bites at the apple.
Exactly. Yeah, more chances at it
apples
for
are
sure.
delicious.
So if you want to be a part of this next month's challenge, if you want to be a part of winning this April event, too late. It doesn't matter. You were too late unless you're one of these 8 players. So that is
then
over.
You're fashionably on time.
Then you're fashionably on time, and big ups on you. But if you want to be a part of this, make sure to follow the Manatraders account and get a loan program to get this journey started. And maybe we'll be commentating your matches for future months. You can also use explanation point Bash Bros. Excuse me, this has been a long day. And you will find a way to get yourself 20% off the loan program. And you can rent any deck, whatever format we choose. We will also be announcing what the format is going to be next month. We don't even know it yet, so we can't really give you a cool hint. But we'll be let know by our lovely Manatraders higher ups that will be helping us out. And then we'll tell you tomorrow what format you should be getting ready if you want to be on this stage. So, you got any closing thoughts?
I'm pretty sure the format for next month is 7-card stud.
I think it was. Yeah, I thought it was actually just Texas Hold'em, but it's up to
Yeah.
everybody at Manatraders to figure out which
I
game.
think it's 7-card stud.
Okay, well, we already got 2 studs. We just need 5 more cards. So, everyone, I want to thank you so much for watching. We got Adrian behind the scenes, really helping us out with everything. I want to thank Ross Merriam. I'm Corey Baumeister. We will be seeing you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Be there or be square. Bye.